Good evening, everybody. It is currently 4:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3:59 Central. We are live here for severe weather coverage. We have an observed tornado warning now in effect for Northwest Indiana. This tornado warning includes southeastern Kankakee County and northeastern Illinois, and Newton County and northwestern Indiana until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 3:56 p.m., a line of tornado-producing storms were located along a line extending near Hopkins Park to near Watseka, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Spotter reports have indicated tornadoes near St. Anne and Martinton within the past few minutes. Now, we did have an observed tornado on the ground in northeast Illinois near Hopkins Park. We actually had a debris ball on radar a few minutes ago. The rotation would be right in here. It's kind of a little bit messy here, but right in there where you can kind of see the reds and the greens holding hands a little bit. This is in northeast Illinois. This will be coming just north of the Morocco area near the Enos area, US 41 here in northwest Indiana and northwest Newton County. But there are some other areas of weak rotation within this tornado warning as well. One just to the southwest of Morocco, north of US 52 near Martinton. So two areas of rotation here we are watching. We have a weaker one down here just to the southwest of Morocco and a stronger area of rotation. There you can see the updated scan just to the northwest of Morocco. The north one here, right here, had an observed tornado with a debris ball on it about 5 minutes ago. This is moving off to the east-northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So if you're in Newton County, enter your room away from windows until this storm has passed. Basement preferred. But if you do not have a basement, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is an observed tornado warning. These storms have history of producing tornadoes in northeast Illinois. We have had a confirmed tornado within the last 5 minutes. And in fact, I'm going to do something here real quick. I'm going to turn on something that we call correlation coefficiency. And this tool is very unique. It allows us to look at things that are not raindrops or uniform shapes and sizes. Raindrops all look like this. They fall as pancakes, and when the radar looks at those pancakes, they show the same color. But when we have objects in the air that are of different size and different velocities in the air, they show up a lot brighter. And right in here, this could be the remnants of debris. I'll zoom in and on it here. Right in here near Hopkins Park, this would be the remnants of a debris ball. Now, whether or not the tornado is still on the ground, we don't have confirmation on that, but it very well could be. We still have pretty decent rotation here just to the southeast of Hopkins Park. This is just off to the west, only about a mile and a half west of the Indiana state line, moving towards US 41, just north of Enos. There is indications of perhaps a little bit of debris still aloft, whether that's fallout, meaning debris that was previously lofted after the tornado has lifted that's floating in the air, or the tornado is over open fields. But either way, does have a history of producing tornadoes, so we need to treat it as such. And this tornado warning is in effect for another 28 minutes here. This does include Newton County, northwestern Indiana, as well as Kankakee County, northeastern Illinois as well. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, trees, and vehicles will occur. Hopkins Park around 4 p.m. It's already past Hopkins Park right now. Morocco around 4:10 p.m. and Roslyn around 4:15 p.m. Central Time. This is an observed tornado warning, as this storm does have a history of producing a tornado.
Caleb, I just want to say as well, there's a little bit of increasing rotation there just to the south and east of Hopkins Park, heading toward the US 41 corridor between Enos and Lake Village here. Latest scan does weaken that out as it just came in as I was speaking there. But something to watch there. That area of interest looks like it's
Yep.
trying to tighten up just for a brief second or two.
Yeah, and a lot of this rotation is very shallow in terms of where it is located in the storm. It doesn't go up very high. So what that can mean is or translate to is that this area of rotation can spin up very quickly, but it can also weaken very quickly as well with it being very shallow. So something to have to watch as well, and something we're going to have to watch for the duration of this event is these quick spin ups, um, tornadoes, as you will, throughout this entire line. So if you're if you live in the Fair Oaks area, you're not in a tornado warning yet. But along the I-65 corridor, now's a good time to be in your safe place or get ready to head to your safe place as this is moving pretty fast. A lot of our storm motions tonight will be moving east at about 50 to perhaps 60 miles per hour at times tonight. So as soon as warnings are issued, we ask that you heed them seriously, as you may not have as much time as you think to prepare for these storms due to their fast storm motions. Storm motions will be east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour here tonight, thanks to them very strong winds aloft. Looking around the region here this evening, go ahead and turn back reflectivity here. There we go. You can see we're watching a long line stretching from about Valparaiso all the way down to just east of the St. Louis area here. This whole line is going to be racing off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Damaging winds, primary risk, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Could have a few instances of gusts reaching 75 miles per hour, cannot be ruled out in isolated instances, but also that risk for a spin up tornado. We have had confirmation of a confirmed tornado, at least one in Northeast Illinois. We could possibly have more than one. That'll be up to the National Weather Service as they conduct their damage surveys over the next couple days or so. This storm is now moving into state line. You can see a nice hook on radar here. Your area of rotation be right in there where that circle is, right on state line. This is the area to watch just north of Enos, moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour, moving towards US 41 in Newton County, State Road 55, north of Morocco. And right now, I have other radar here behind the scenes I'm looking at here. I don't see much in the way of a CC right now or debris ball, which is good. Hopefully we do not have a tornado in progress anymore. I'll go ahead and turn that on here just to show you what I mean. A little bit of clutter here, but I think that just could be some other loose debris or small debris that's still in the air a little bit. Nothing that really signifies a tornado in progress at this time, but we need to treat it as such, as one could come back down at any moment. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and the area of rotation broadened out a little bit, but it is still there. In Newton County, moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour, we do still have an observed tornado warning due to that previous tornado near Hopkins Park that was on the ground just in the last 10 minutes or so. Do want to take you, we do have a live camera in Rensselaer, Indiana, thanks to Jasper County REMC. This is looking west at our storm. That is the tornado warning storm will be just off to the north and east of this location. So if you're looking off to the right, it's over here. Can't really see it very well. We have really low clouds and kind of hazy out there a little bit. We have lots of low level moisture today. As you step outside, it feels downright muggy outside. And that's thanks to these high dew points in the 60s right now. But that also creates really low cloud levels and kind of a hazy day overall. So visibility is not the best out there. But we are watching these storms on our Indiana Weather Camera Network as they move across the state of Indiana. Moving down just to the south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of the Fowler area and Kentland area. These storms will be moving into Indiana pretty close. Now, we do have 70-mile-per-hour winds with this one. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois, not quite into Indiana yet. But if you're Kentland, Fowler, Oxford, you need to watch this very closely as this moves into Indiana. You can see, unlike the storm to the north where we have a hook echo, some rotation, we have a bowing segment with this storm here. And a bowing segment is really, what you really see associated with that is winds being come down and protruding out away from the storm as the form of straight line winds. In this case, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is a level 2 out of 3. We have a baseline, which is 58 to 60 or 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Once we see 70, we go considerable, and if we see 80, we go destructive. So there's 3 levels of severe thunderstorm warnings. Didn't know if you knew that or not. So we do see different criteria being met here this evening from an observed tornado warning to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we could see some gusts reaching 70 to 75 miles per hour. Definitely not out of the question. The storm now coming into Indiana here. And we also have a little bit of rotation now. Ryan, kind of a bookend vortex feature just to the west of Morocco. So we have some rain raft rotation, not very strong, but it is there just to the west of Morocco. And then a rotation still hanging on right up here associated with this storm crossing US 41 right now, north of Enos. But we also have a little bit of a hook echo right in here and maybe a little one right there as well. So lots of embedded areas of rotation here within this tornado warning. Still an observed tornado warning. And I'm actually going to turn on a feature here to see.
I don't see anything that suggests on the ground just yet. I don't see that being the case. I will say that the area of interest that did produce the earlier tornado appears to be cycling, and I believe we're seeing an increase in some velocity with that particular area of the storm. So if that continues to cycle through, it would probably do so around the Jasper-Newton County line area. So we'll watch that area closely over toward Fair Oaks, Forest City regions, that general vicinity.
Yep. So it's not uncommon for supercells to cycle. And when we say cycle, we mean they weaken shortly and then they kind of regroup, they reorganize a little bit. And if it's a successful cycle, we'll see that rotation tighten up once again, and it'll continue as it propagates eastward. So a supercell is kind of like a well-oiled machine, lots of mechanical things going on that all have to come and work together in tandem for the functionality of that storm to be successful in producing tornadoes. But hopefully during these cycles, sometimes we'll see a weakening of the storm as well. We have our storm chaser, Cody. He is in Newton County right now on this storm that has a tornado warning on it. Cody, if you can hear me, if you can let us know what you see and where you're at.
Yeah, I am just north of Morocco, still looking at that rotation on radar. Not seeing anything on the ground yet. It does appear to be rotating some. Getting ready to come into my screen right now.
Thank you for that. That is our storm chaser, Cody, in northern Newton County, looking at the area of possible rotation still associated with this storm. You can really see how low the clouds are as well. And another reason why don't look for these tornadoes. If you're in a warning, heed the warnings, take shelter, as you may be unable to see the tornado or the hazards coming due to the low cloud bases and also rain. Some of these tornadoes could be rain raft here today, and you may not see them at all. So another reason to be in your safe place and heed these warnings today if you do find yourself in a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning later this evening.
Watching the radar on this very closely. Next scan is going to be interesting. I think we just got the new scan in, so we should get new data here in just a second. I believe we're making out just some very weak rotation there on Cody's stream. It looks like those clouds are slowly rotating as they move off to the east here. So again, Cody's in Morocco, Indiana area. Go ahead and take back the full screen here. Kill, I'm gonna throw my radar up there if you don't mind, just for a brief
go
second.
ahead.
I want to talk about a few areas people are asking about. So while we're live tracking severe weather, we're not going to talk about location-specific questions too often, but I do want to give a broad overview of what's happening here. Any of these counties in yellow, extending from about Knox up to North Indiana, all the way down through Indianapolis, all the way down here toward Evansville, all these yellow counties are tornado watches. That means you have a favorable environment today for a tornado or two possible in these watch areas. Now, with that being said, looking back to the west of us, we do have a line, as Caleb mentioned a few minutes ago, that is developing. And as it develops, it'll push our direction here. And as you can see, it's still a good ways out from you guys in Southwest Indiana. So if you're watching from Vincennes or Evansville or Bloomington, Terre Haute area, you got a bit before this line reaches you. But it's moving pretty fast. So expect these to reach you guys here within about, I'd say, an hour or so for you guys there in Southwest Indiana. But further north you go here, because this line is oriented northwest to southeast, we do see the arrival of this line first up here in northwest Indiana. We do have a couple warnings out there as well. The tornado warning continues for the Morocco, Newton County area. The storm is right there in Cody's screen below me. You can see that. And then we are going to be looking at another severe warning. The south of this on the Illinois side, it might get extended into the eastern side of the Indiana side, should I say. But overall, those are the two main severe storms right now. Further south here toward Terre Haute, this will head up toward Rockville, Covington area in the next couple of, we're going to say 30 to 60 minutes for you guys. So if you're over here from Crawfordsville, points west to the Indiana-Illinois border, you guys are on deck here. Up here, we're not seeing too much in the way of anything severe right now. But if you're in the Covington, Attica, Lafayette area, another 30 to 60 minutes for you guys as well as this line progresses to the east and enters the state here. If you're on the east side of the state, way over here by Fort Wayne, Richmond, down toward Louisville, Kentucky area, you got a bit before these storms get to you. And it's possible we could see some severe weather east of the watch, but we are still several hours away. So relax for now. If you're on the east side of the state, we're not too concerned at this moment, but that may become a concern later on this evening for you guys there. Going back up here to the tornado warning, I believe we had a other update or a new warning got issued. Looks like Jasper, Benton, Newton County tornado warning was just issued here. They're issuing it for the southern edge of the cell down here. My radar is not showing it. Do you have it on yours, Caleb? Caleb, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'll go ahead and read off the warning here. This does include Jasper County and Benton County, as well as southern Newton County, now in a tornado warning. This is radar indicated at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 Eastern. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from Kentland near Hoopeston, Illinois, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard tornado radar indicated rotation here. Looking on radar here, let me switch radars. Kind of a bad interpretation. We're a little bit further away from the radar here. While I don't have very good velocity here, something to look at. You can kind of see how this line is kinky a little bit. Kind of an unofficial weather term there. You see little bends in this line here. So wherever you see these bends, some inflow is getting pulled in here. So you could have embedded circulations with this within this line here with straight line winds coming out. And you can kind of see that a little bit right in here, just off to the west of Kentland near Sheldon, Illinois. A little bit of rotation here and perhaps right in here. So we could have some embedded areas of circulation that could produce tornadoes. The National Weather Service not wasting any time, going ahead and issuing a tornado warning for that possibility of a spin-up tornado or two. So two areas of rotation, one near US 24, just to the west of Kentland near the Indiana Illinois state line, and it could be moving over state line right now for this north area, moving into southern Newton County. And then we also have an area of circulation here just to the southwest of Kentland, moving towards the Robb area. If I mispronounced that, I apologize. Just to the northwest of Earl Park. So a couple different areas of circulation we are keeping an eye on here within this tornado warning as well. And this goes in effect for 44 more minutes here, or until 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern time for this tornado warning. So two tornado warnings currently in the state of Indiana, both of those in northwest Indiana. We are still awaiting the line to move into Indiana for our southern counties. No indications of a tornado in progress at this time for either tornado warning, but we do have a history of these storms producing spin-up tornadoes in Illinois, so do take these seriously. Interior room, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible if you do not have a basement. Here's a live look at Storm Chaser Cody Fields out in the field right now in Newton County, looking at the storm. Currently tornado warned in Newton County, moving towards the Rensselaer area. Perhaps some weak rotation associated with the storm at the moment here.
Caleb, I want to also mention as well, we have a weather camera up in the Mishawaka area. And while there's nothing severe happening up there, I do want to point out that we do have some pretty cool looking clouds moving into the region here over the next couple of minutes. Pretty cool. Looks like a type of boundary or a front rolling over Mishawaka there. But it's pretty cool nonetheless. This is courtesy of Horner Roofing and Siding there in Mishawaka for sponsoring this camera. Looking west. We have 8 cameras across the state currently. Also keeping a close eye on the Vermilion Tower Cam over at Vermilion County EMA, looking west into the Illinois border region. This is where our weather is coming in next hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on this camera as well.
Yep, absolutely. So long night ahead of us here. This line will be marching its way eastward here across the state of Indiana. Not very often do you see tornado warnings and winter weather advisories in effect at the same time here in Indiana, but that's how we have it here right now. Most of the state right now sitting into the mid to upper 60s, even a few 70s across southern Indiana. So we are very warm. We are very moist. But temperatures are going to crash here behind this cold front. We're going to see a temperature drop of 30 to 40 degrees overnight tonight as this cold front marches eastward here across the state. So we're going to go from severe thunderstorms to winter weather tomorrow.
New tornado warning now, Caleb, for Jasper County until 4:45 p.m. Central, 5:45 Eastern.
Yep. So they have removed the observed tornado tag. We have a radar indicated. This is an extension of the tornado warning that was in Newton County. A tornado warning for Jasper County in northwestern Indiana at 4:18 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing isolated tornadoes or spin-up tornadoes were located along the line extending from Demote near Kentland, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So these storms are moving very fast off to the east, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. These storms will be near Rensselaer and Wheatfield around 4:25 p.m. Central Time, and Hanging Grove around 4:35 Central Eastern Time. Take cover now. Move to a basement interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and to protect yourself from flying debris. Again, interior level of your home, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. So we have 3 tornado warnings in the state right now. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Newton County for a few more minutes here. These storms are pushing east. And then we also have one now for Fowler and Oxford, Indiana. Radar indicated rotation. And this rotation, Ryan, may I add, coming into the Kentland area is rain wrapped. You're not going to see a lot of these tornadoes coming. You have a lot of rain out ahead of these, and a lot of the areas that have rotation are embedded within the rain. So another way these can be quite dangerous here tonight outside of their fast storm motions is the fact that we could have rain wrapped spin up tornadoes here in Indiana.
Yeah, right now on radar, not seeing anything too tight in terms of rotation. So we have to kind of be careful though with days like today, because a lot of the rotation can happen underneath the radar beam. So
Yep.
for example, the closest radar beam we have to Newton, Jasper, Benton counties is about 5,000 feet or so, give or take a couple hundred feet off of the surface. So underneath that 5,000 foot mark, we're not really seeing data. That's just limitations of technology we have with radar, but it goes to show you on days like today where thunderstorms are not very tall, we may be looking at rotation happening underneath the radar. So just
Yep.
because it doesn't show anything, you have to be careful with it.
Yep, and here's another example of that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northwestern Fountain County in west central Indiana, Warren County in west central Indiana, and northwestern Vermilion County in west central Indiana until 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 5:20 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Rossville to Homer, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. A tornado possible tag is also included in this warning. It says remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop very quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. So there is some weak rotation exhibited in most of these storms. And with that, the National Weather Service is adding a tornado possible tag in that, just as Ryan was just talking about, due to the shallow nature of these areas of rotation that are embedded in these storms and how shallow it is, these can rapidly intensify and weaken very, very quickly. So, and sometimes between radar scans as well. So I do take that very, very seriously. And I want to go back up near the Kentland area. This area of rotation, Ryan, is tightened up just a little bit, just to the south of Kentland, coming up to the US 41 corridor. You kind of see a kind of a backward comma head here. A kind of a bookend vortex is the feature that we call that, where some rotation is occluding in or pulling in on itself. And then you have some straight line winds to the south moving near Earl Park, but an area of embedded rotation just the south of Kentland, moving towards the Goodland area on the Newton County line here. and this is moving off to the east northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So lots of little embedded circulations here that we're going to have to keep an eye on here this evening, really up and down this entire line as it moves east. We have a lot of wind shear out there today. When we talk about severe weather, we talk about severe weather ingredients, and there's an acronym for that, which is SLIM, which stands for shear, lift, moisture, or instability and moisture. We have a lot of wind shear out there today, more than enough, which is why we're seeing a lot of these embedded circulations within our storms. The eye instability is kind of a limiting factor. We have just enough instability out there today, or storm fuel, to get these storms going and tap into that wind shear. So just enough to make these storms quite dangerous today in terms of spin up tornadoes and damaging winds. And we have a buttload of moisture out there today. So we can check the boxes on shear, lift. We have a very strong cold front, which is lifting the air up, causing the air to rise, condense in the clouds, and form our thunderstorms. But then we also have a lot of moisture out there. You walk out the door, it's humid across the state of Indiana. Temperatures are in the 60s, and our dew points are also in the 60s today. Very high for this time of year. Not very often do we get dew points in the 60s in late December, almost January, especially post-Christmas. Not very often do we see this at all in terms of moisture today. So everything's coming together to support a few severe thunderstorms today in the state of Indiana. So do remain weather aware. These storms will continue after dark. We're going to start losing the sunlight here pretty soon, and these storms are expected to continue east into central Indiana before exiting the state around the 8 to 9 p.m. time frame Eastern time later this evening. These storms are moving east at 50 to 60 miles per hour, so do keep that in mind. If you're in a warning, do heed them seriously, as you may not have a lot of time to react to them due to their fast storm motions today. Here's a live look at Cody out in the field. I believe he's still in Newton County, or perhaps a little bit further east, watching these storms progress. Ryan will get the location for us here of where we're looking at. Kind of looking at the backside of these storms now as they're moving east.
Between Lake Village and Enos, over towards 65. So he's right in basically the heart of this this line.
Yeah, I'm facing south at the storm coming from Kentland.
Copy. Also taking a peek back here at the Rensselaer cam at Jasper County REMC. We do see several areas of heavy rain across this line, and this is actually almost right on top of the camera here. And as you can see, you really can't make out any storm structures. There's really not much you can see out there. So if you're trying to go outside to see these storms, you're gonna be met with a lot of rain here. Until it's on top of you, and then you can probably see some cloud structures. But overall, very soggy day out there, for lack of a better term.
Yep, and we still have three tornado warnings technically still in effect here in northwest Indiana. The first one here, I'll go ahead and read it off here. This is for Jasper County in northwestern Indiana until 4:45 p.m. Central Time. At 4:18, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing isolated tornadoes were located along a line extending from Demotte, Indiana, towards Kentland, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. Radar indicated rotation here. And then they're trimming back the warning that's in Newton County as the storms are now moving out of Newton County towards the Rensselaer area here. And there is quite a bit of vorticity within this line, Ryan, moving pretty close to our camera. So we're going to have to watch that here very closely. But looking at that camera, this is one of the biggest reasons I really want to hit on tonight. Don't wait to see the tornado to take shelter. If you look at the rain, a lot of this rotation is embedded within this rain. And unfortunately, you're not going to see these tornadoes or the hazards of this severe thunderstorm until they're on top of you. So if you are in a warning, do take them seriously. Enter your room, lowest level of your home, until these storms has passed, as you may not be able to see the tornadoes, as they will be rain wrapped in places. And our tornado warning down to the south still in effect here. This is for northwest Benton County as well as southern Jasper County. So Jasper County is in a tornado warning for the northern half of the county, as well as a separate warning for the southern half near Kentland. And at 4:11, go ahead.
We have a large severe warning coming in now for Stark, Marshall, Fulton, Pulaski, White counties.
Up here.
60 mile per hour winds and a possible tornado tag for those counties I just named off.
Yep. So they're issuing warnings far in advance for these storms to give you a heads up that they are coming. Glad to see that here. These storms are moving very quickly. Go ahead and read the warning off here for you. This is for White County, Fulton County, Pulaski, Stark, and Marshall County. 526 severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Wheatfield, Indiana, near Goodland to Hopeston, moving east at 55 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Locations include Monticello, Winnemac, Manoon, North Judson, Brookville, Culver, Wolcott, Francisville, Meterville, Pulaski, Ripley, Kewanna, Reynolds, Chalmers, Monterey, Lomax, Beardston, Smithson, Hibbard, and Clarks. If I butchered that, I apologize. Remain alert for possible tornadoes. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot one, go into an interior room, basement, or small central room in a sturdy structure. Again, lowest level of your home, away from windows until this storm has passed. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms, and there are lots of small embedded areas of rotation within this entire line. So a lot of these rotations are very shallow, and they can intensify and also dissipate very quickly as well, sometimes between scans. So do remain alert for that. And a couple areas of backside rotation, Ryan, here within this line. A couple of them here just to the west of the Wheatfield area and north of Rensselaer along the 231 corridor here.
Yeah, there's pockets that are showing up here on radar, but
Yeah.
when you look at the real nitty-gritty data, none of these really concern me visually for anything like imminent in terms of like on the ground. So they're worth watching here with the amount of wind shear we have today for sure. But nothing
Absolutely.
really screams like, hey, we had to watch this area right now. Like there's nothing right at this point, at this minute at least, there's nothing that says that. I also kind of want to point out there, Cody's screen here, looking into the storm, is quite beautiful. I believe the sunset's happening. It's kind of making the sky kind of glow orange. And that's very beautiful there with the stormy skies there. Not too often we get stormy skies like this in December. So as a warm weather lover, I'm enjoying the view, that's for sure. But don't be fooled. Winter makes a return for 2026. We're going to see a lot colder temperatures beyond today. Taking back the good old weather camera here, we're going to take back the Vermilion Tower cam here. Keeping a close eye on the horizon as there is now a severe warning for the northern part of Vermilion County. This is looking right now to the north-northwest. As I pan this over to the west, though, we're going to start seeing some darker skies as the storm front moves in. And we're going to keep a close eye on this as it'll be the start of these storms moving off into Indiana from our neighbors to the west in Illinois. Taking back the camera up here in Rensselaer, heavy rain continues there, but again, you really can't make out any storm structures there with the nature of today's weather. It's just a lot of sogginess out there. Not too much structure or detail we can see with these storms. Taking a peek elsewhere, we do have the Mishawaka cam here, courtesy of Horner Roofing and Siding, looking at the western sky. Have a visual here of those storms in a few hours as those push into the state. Otherwise, those are the cameras we have in immediate proximity. Also have Clinton, Indiana, and Vermilion County as well, facing west here. Not much here to note right now, but there at Black Diamond Fire Department, we are going to be tracking that camera as well. I'll go ahead and take my radar here, pull it up, and kind of go over with you guys. If you're just tuning in, want some information in a rapid succession. If you're down here in southern Indiana, Evansville, Princeton, Vincennes, Mitchell, Bloomington area, Jasper, you guys are A-OK for now. Look to your west. There is a line that has developed that's expected in Illinois, pushing into the region here. It's going to take about an hour, perhaps 90 minutes for some of you guys for it to arrive. Further north you go, it's oriented northwest to southeast. So we're going to see this area up here is already exiting, or should I say entering Indiana, exiting Illinois. As you can see, multiple warnings in effect here for various counties across northwest Indiana. For you guys over here from Covington up here toward Oxford, Attica areas, your line is beginning to move into the state here. They're in Warren, Benton, and Fountain counties. Vermilion County, you guys are A-OK for now, but next 30 to 45 minutes, you have the line approaching you rapidly. We're going to keep a close eye on our cameras there. We have two of them in Vermilion County. Further south toward Terre Haute, again, you have probably about an hour or so for you guys are impacted by the line. Further west, any counties in yellow from Indianapolis down toward Tell City, Jasper, Mitchell, Logansport, Rochester areas, up toward Knox and Napanee, Plymouth areas, we have a tornado watch in effect. A tornado watch means conditions are favorable for rotation and severe storms, and we have several counties in Indiana under that watch. Over here in the east part, if you're watching from Muncie, Richmond, Columbus, Louisville, Cincinnati, Fort Wayne areas, Angola, you guys are A-OK for now. But this line will approach you guys in a few hours. But for right now, relax. You're okay for now. So if you're asking about your location over on the east side, the answer is right now you're good. But next 2 to 3 hours, keep a close eye on the radar as severe weather is possible over there, despite there not being a watch yet. The good news is the later on we get into the evening, the more instability we're going to lose. And that means storms should weaken as we get later on in the night. So that's going to be the good news for you guys over on the east side. Overall, back up here to the northwest corner of the state, take back the weather cams here. Rensselaer is being impacted as we speak. And as you can still tell on the screen here, heavy rain continues, but we can't make out any storm structure. Got some lightning in there. And this is located at Jasper County REMC facing west in Rensselaer. The hazards today across the state are gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. Some instances 65 to 70, localized possible. And we cannot rule out a brief tornado or two here in the state with the amount of wind shear and with storm fuel that we have. Beautiful shot here on Cody's stream.
Absolutely.
Cody is sitting just to the east of Morocco, that general region, right around US 65 there. I look at that and it smells like spring.
Yeah, it really does. And you can really see your low cloud bases there, some scuddy cloud bases underneath of here, really indicative of our moisture profiles and just how saturated the air is at the low levels, really allowing for these low cloud bases today and low storm structures across the board. Really, really beautiful. Whoa, there's a full face of me.
I wanted to pull this up here real quick. It looks like we're taking some gustier winds now on the camera here at Jasper County REMC. Rain's picked up, and at times the camera's shaking. The camera's mounted, by the way. It's bolted and mounted. So when the camera's shaking, that usually means it's pretty gusty out there. But also you can kind of see the rain getting whipped around, and at times you can see some surfs over the field that you can tell it's pretty gusty at this point in time. It doesn't appear to be severe gusts. Looking at the trees on the left side of the screen there, but overall, if you're in Rensselaer, gusty winds moving into town here with this line for sure.
Yeah, raining pretty hard nonetheless. Only about maybe a half mile to quarter mile visibility just with the rain alone within this storm. So decreased visibilities and some gusty winds up there for sure, with pockets of embedded gusts to perhaps 50 to 60 miles per hour. The severe thunderstorm warning just off to the west or east has winds 60 mile per hour, penny-sized hail, and a possible tornado tag on it as well. So gusty winds are possible to mix in with some of these storms as well.
All the tornado warnings currently include Jasper County and Benton County. Those are the only two warnings in effect. Also, southeast Newton still under a warning there, but the storms have cleared you guys. They're in most of Newton County. So technically 3 counties. Nothing on radar that we see is warranting concern for anything on the ground at this point. These are all radar indicated warnings. We don't see anything on the ground that radar indicates, but again, with the radar beam being 5,000 plus feet off the ground, we may not be seeing everything that's happening, but there's really nothing that warrants our attention at this time.
At least immediately.
Immediately, yeah. That could change very rapidly as storms like to do. But right now, as of what time is it? 5:37 Eastern, 4:37 Central. Nothing that we see here that warrants the concern. Gusty winds continues, though, outside of the tornadic risk. We could see gusts up to 60 with these storms. Stark County, Marshall, Fulton, Pulaski, White counties, as well as Jasper, Benton, Warren, Fountain, and very far northern Vermilion County remain under a severe thunderstorm warning with gusts up to 60 miles per hour expected and a possible spin-up tornado with any of these storms. But again, right now with rotation, not seeing too many areas of concern worth noting.
But we do have a lot of embedded circulations, and a lot of these circulations are shallow. So do keep that in mind. They can form very, very quickly. and can also dissipate very, very quickly as well. We're also in between radars right now. Our radar beam is pretty high. We're looking at a little bit higher up in the storm, so we're not getting a really good interpretation of what is going on at the surface directly. So there could be some rotation that we just can't see. But nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warnings for Indiana all have tornado possible tags on them just to include the risk for that embedded circulations within the line. I'll go ahead and read off the warnings here going north to south. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for White County, northwestern Indiana, Fulton County, north central Indiana, Pulaski County, Stark County, as well as Marshall County until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending near Wheatfield, near Goodland, near Hoopeston, moving east at 55 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a possible tornado within this line here. Tornado warnings, radar indicated. This is for Jasper County, Indiana, until 4:45 Central Time, 5:45 Eastern here. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing isolated tornadoes were located along a line extending from Demote near Kentland, moving east at 16 miles per hour. Currently, the worst of it, getting ready to move through Rensselaer. Rensselaer, on the camera here, starting to see some sunshine on the backside of these storms. So the worst of it should be moving out of your locations. Once this line moves through, your severe weather risk is over for the evening. Areas out ahead of it still have yet to experience this line, but those of you behind this line, your severe risk is over as soon as it passes. Next tornado warning to the south is for looks like southern Jasper County, as well as or Newton County rather, in Jasper County. This would be including the towns of Remington and Oxford. For southeastern Newton, Benton, and Jasper counties, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending near Rensselaer to Boswell, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation for these locations. And our southern severe thunderstorm warning for the Covington area. The National Weather Service in Indianapolis has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Fountain County, Warren County, and Vermilion County, west central Indiana, till 6 p.m. Eastern Time for another 20 minutes here. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Roswell to Homer, moving east at 50 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main hazard here, but there is some embedded circulations. We do have a tornado possible tag on this warning as well. And then we do have our tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for a good portion of central and western Indiana for areas south of US 24. We could see watch extensions further east, but that'll mainly depend on how these storms evolve moving east as we lose. Yeah, go ahead.
New tornado warning coming in now, looks like, for Pulaski and White counties.
Okay, so northwest Indiana here again. Wait for it to pop up. Here it is. So this tornado warning radar indicated here. There's a brand new tornado warning. Tornado warning from northern White County, northwestern Indiana, southwestern Pulaski County, and northwestern Indiana until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 5:40 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Remington, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Monoon around 5:50 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Sitka, Lakeside, and Pulaski County, Headley, Lee Bell, Center, Pulaski, and Buffalo. Move to a basement interior room and get to the lowest level of your home, kind of in between radars here. So trying to pick the best one here that best represents the storm. Kind of hard to see, but there could be some weak rotation just to the southeast of Rensselaer, moving towards the Monon area and State Road or US 421 here, just to the north of Monticello. A lot of this rotation is fairly shallow, so we're not getting the best cross-section here or representation of these storms in this vicinity of the state, thanks to their shallow nature and where the rotation is currently located at. But we do have enough rotation and enough concern where the National Weather Service went ahead and issued a downstream tornado warning. So interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. And go ahead and pull up our Rensselaer camera here. Thanks to Jasper County REMC. Look at the beautiful sunset here behind this storm. This storm has moved through Rensselaer. So beautiful sunset on the backside of this line. Areas in view here. Your severe weather threat is over for the evening. Enjoy the sunset, and then you might want to get your furnace turned on because temperatures are going to cool down fairly quickly behind this cold front. This will be the last 60-degree day of 2025 here in the state of Indiana. Looking down the line here, current severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are across northwest Indiana, where the line is currently impacting Indiana. Go a little bit further south here. We're still watching this line in southeastern Illinois and east central Illinois that is will be moving towards the Rockville area, Terre Haute area, and eventually getting into the Vanderburgh County, Gibson counties in southwest Indiana a little bit later on tonight. A lot of these lines are warned right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds and could have some embedded rotation in them as well. Something we're going to have to watch here throughout the evening as this line moves across the state of Indiana. Current storm motions moving east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So this line is not wasting any time as it moves across the state of Indiana. And just a beautiful sunset here in Rensselaer, courtesy of Jasper County REMC and their weather camera there. Just a really beautiful sunset there as the storm has passed. So really beautiful to see that there. Going back to our tornado warning, a little bit of rotation, perhaps near the Wandana area, just north of Fowler, near the Remington area. We do have some other areas of broad rotation embedded within this line here, and that's really been the main story up and down this entire line. Some smaller localized circulations, nothing that really screams a tornado is on the ground at this point in time, but there's enough rotation there where tornado warnings have been issued, as tornadoes can spin up very quickly in severe thunderstorms. And in the environment that we have here today with the amount of wind shear that we have here, wind shear is a term that we use for changes in wind speed and direction with height. So the higher you go in the atmosphere, winds may be changing direction and with speed. You go up about a kilometer or about a mile above our heads, winds are out of the west at 70 miles per hour, and you go down at the surface, they're out of the southwest at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. So that change in speed and direction is called wind shear. And as these storms grow taller, they can tap into that, and that helps twist the storms. It can turn the storms, twist the storms, and allow for the storms to rotate a little bit as well as they tap into that vorticity aloft. So a lot of mechanics going on here within these storms. A little bit of rotation here, perhaps just on the north side of Fowler. This is moving off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. They have trimmed back the tornado warning now for the Rensselaer area. Storms are now moving off to the east and southeast of your location. If you're in northwest Indiana, from the Valparaiso, Gary, Rensselaer, your severe weather risk is over for the evening. Enjoy your evening. I hope you all had a Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys have a Happy New Year, and be ready for those falling temperatures here over the next couple of hours once this line moves through. Go ahead and read our warnings off here from north to south here. First, we'll start with our severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for White County, northwestern Indiana, northwestern Fulton County, Pulaski County, Stark County, and southern Marshall County in north central Indiana until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, extending from Wheatfield near Goodland to near Hoopeston, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. Expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. Tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning as well. There is some embedded circulations within this line that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. Switch radars here. We're getting closer to the IWX radar, but still a little bit high on the radar beam. Just kind of in between radars here. Might switch products here just to see if it shows it a little bit differently. Not really. Just kind of in a radar gap here in the area, but could have some embedded areas of rotation here within these storms. Tornado warning in effect for northern White County, as well as southwestern Pulaski County in northwestern Indiana until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 5:40 p.m., severe thunderstorms located near Remington, moving east at 60 miles per hour, capable of producing a tornado. Radar indicated rotation. We do not have any confirmed tornadoes at this point in time, but there are those embedded circulations which prompted these tornado warnings.
Caleb, there's a new warning incoming now for Benton and southern Jasper County. I don't know if you got that or not, but it just got issued.
I do not. Waiting on it to pop up here. Tornado or severe?
Tornado. Radar indicated.
Okay.
East half of Benton, east central Benton, and then the very far southern half of Jasper County.
A new warning, or did they trim back the old warning?
Oh, they got trimmed back. My apologies.
Okay.
I saw the alert come in on.
Yeah, it would pop up. So basically, what they did, they just moved this warning a little bit to the east as these storms are moving east. So they took Kentland out of the tornado warning and they're just trimming this back a little bit here. Severe thunderstorm warning, downstream tornado possible for the Brookston area, but they trimmed the warning back. But there is still some embedded circulations here within this line. Within the entirety of this line, you have these little kinks, or mesovortices is the term for that. And basically, it's just embedded areas of rotation at the low levels of these storms that could spin up a tornado or two along this line as it moves east. New tornado, or not tornado, severe thunderstorm warning to the state line here in Illinois, and this radar just took it away. Sometimes sometimes I don't like this radar product, and that would be why. We'll go to a different radar product here so I can read that off to you. Let me do this here. So this tornado warning is just off to the west of Terre Haute in Illinois. And this would be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. And this is moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. So this section of the line is racing off to the east and does have a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning as well. This would be near Terre Haute, Clinton, Rockville, in Indiana here in a little bit. Currently not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but it is moving in your direction. And there, I'm back here. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in the meantime for Clinton and Rockville. You are now in a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. This severe thunderstorm warning for southern Fountain County in west central Indiana, Park County, west central Indiana, Vermilion County, and Montgomery County in west central Indiana till 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 5:48 Eastern, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Westfield 6 miles west of Paris, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. Locations include Clinton, Rockville, Veedersburg, Newport, Fairview Park, Cayuga, Montezuma, Waynetown, Dana, Hillsborough, Kingsman, Perryville, Waveland, Universal, Mecca, Bloomingdale, Marshall, Wallace, Alamo, and Lodi. And this includes Interstate 74 between mile markers 10 and 33. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot one, go at once into a basement of a sturdy structure, again, interior room, away from window until the storm has passed. There are some embedded areas of rotation within this line, all up and down this line, so do be on guard for that. We still have a couple tornado warnings in effect here in the state of Indiana. Up north here, tornado warning still in effect here for northern White County and southwestern Pulaski County, northwest Indiana, till 6:15 p.m. Some embedded rotation up here within the line. This rotation is very shallow, so it's very hard for us to depict on radar at this point in time with just how shallow it is or how low it is in the storm. Our radar beam is overshooting a lot of this rotation. We'll get a better look as they move closer to the radar sites in Indianapolis and northern Indiana. We'll get a better cross-section or a better look at the low levels of these storms. That's the issue with storms that are very shallow. A lot of times our radar beam, just due to the curvature of the earth, they like to overshoot. They can overshoot storms at a distance, especially when they're very shallow.
I got the tower cam pulled up here in Vermilion County. Go ahead and remove that. Bring this on. We are watching this line move into the western half of Vermilion. This is courtesy of Vermilion County EMA here. Facing to the west here, we can point, tilt, and zoom this camera. A lot of lightning is being shown here on the cam. As I flip this to the south here, we're going to start seeing that line, the edge of it on the right side of your screen here now. So we're going to watch it as it rolls in. It should be pretty gusty in nature. We're not seeing anything that concerns us for rotation at this time with this line. But we'll keep a close eye on this camera as well. Looking at this network of cameras here, Rensselaer continues to have a nice sunset on that, but storms are cleared out of the way there. So Rensselaer is in the clear. Looking at the other areas out ahead of this, we're also looking at Black Diamond Fire Department's camera in Clinton, Indiana, which is just south of that tower cam. This is looking west as well. And as you can see, mostly just kind of like a grudgy day out there, but don't let it fool you. Storms are coming, and they're going to hit you with a lot of wind here as they do so. Looks like we have a new tornado watch incoming, Caleb. Looks like Bartholomew, Decatur, Delaware, Hancock, Henry, Jackson, And that's where my text cut off on that. Looks like Jackson, Jennings, Mason, Randolph, Rush, and Shelby County until 9
All
p.m.
of
Eastern.
central Indiana is now in a tornado watch. And that actually extends all the way to the Ohio line for Randolph County.
I already have it on weatherwise here. Let me go ahead and switch this out real quick. So all the counties in yellow on the east side over here have now been added to the tornado watch. So if you're east of Indy over here, looks like they have added additional counties to that watch. We could see additional counties after that too. So the new tornado warning looks like being issued up here, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they just updated the tornado warning here.
Yeah. It's updated.
It's just trimmed back just a little bit.
Yep.
So still in
That's
effect here, unchanged. Radar indicated penny size hail and radar indicated rotation. And areas include would be the Mana area, Francisville area, Lakeside, State Road 39 and US 421. Some embedded rotation there. Nothing too significant that I see on radar, but there could be some low level rotation that the radar is overshooting as well. Nonetheless, if you're in the tornado warning, into your room, lowest level of your home, away from windows, put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible to protect yourself from any flying debris. And even that's a good rule of thumb, Ryan, not just for tornado warnings, but also severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Severe thunderstorms can produce damaging winds, which can blow tree limbs down and can also cause flying debris outside as well. So putting yourself in your safe place, lowest level of your home, away from windows will protect yourself from any severe thunderstorms. Nowhere outdoors is safe from severe weather. Some good lightning there on the Vermilion County camera there. You can see there on your screen. This is looking west as the line is moving into Vermilion County right now. So we'll see some weather changes here pretty quickly on this camera as this line is racing off to the east-southeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour.
It's facing west here, courtesy of Vermilion County EMA. I want to shout out to James Miller Jr. there for hooking us up with these cameras and the spot for it. Appreciate him for working with us on getting the cameras up. On the camera here, probably about less than 5 or so minutes away from seeing the impact of this line. So we're going to keep it right here. We're going to flip also down here to Clinton, which is in the southern part of Vermilion County. Also backed up a little bit further west as well. This camera looking west as well will have a nice visual of this moving in next 10 to 15 minutes or so. But overall, we're looking at a nice grungy day, warm day out there for December standards. So if you're just tuning in here, a little bit of a recap here. I'm going to name off all the counties within a severe warning right now. Vermilion, Park, Montgomery, Fountain, Warren, White, Pulaski, Stark, Marshall, and Fulton counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warnings include Benton, Southern Jasper, Southern Pulaski, and Northern White County. We do not see anything on the ground with those warnings, but there are some areas of broad rotation that continue, and those could tighten up with the wind shear we have today. It is a possibility we could have some brief, weak split tornadoes. Our neighbors in Illinois got to see those earlier today. We luckily, at this time, do not have any confirmation of that happening in Indiana, but it is a possibility here.
Yep, lots of wind shear out here today. The good news is, as we head into the overnight hours, we're going to lose a little bit of our instability, and that should, hopefully, in theory, kind of tamper a little bit of our tornado potential from what otherwise would be a much larger event. Hopefully, that trend continues here. We're going to see this line continue to move east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's a very skinny line along the cold front itself, but there could be embedded areas of rotation within this line as it marches off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. And we do have that new tornado watch now for all of central Indiana, including Randolph County. So we're all the way to the Ohio line now. The National Weather Service in Indianapolis, in coordination with the Storm Prediction Center, extended that watch across central Indiana. Other watch extensions are possible, just depending on how radar trends and overall data trends here this evening. So the entire state of Indiana does have a risk for severe weather. If you're in northwest Indiana, Lake Porter, all the way down to Rensselaer, you guys are safe here this evening. You guys
Caleb, they just extended this over further west as well. Now it includes counties of Grant, Huntington, Kosciuszko, Wabash, and Whitley counties.
So IWX now in coordination with the Storm Prediction Center, extending that tornado watch as well.
I'm going to see if I can get the graphic posted here on the pages. I know we have several alerts going out.
Yep, that's fine. I'll keep talking here while you're doing that. Go ahead and read off our warnings here. I'll go ahead and take my screen back here, Ryan. Go ahead and remove that, bring that back. There we go. So here's a live look at radar here. So that watch, I'll go ahead and turn it on here on my screen to show you guys what we're looking at here in terms of that new tornado watch. Go ahead and toggle that back on. Everywhere in yellow. Whoa, get off there. There we go. Everywhere in yellow is the new tornado watch. Counties, all of these areas here are newly added counties here. So this does include almost to the entire state line here. Back to one screen here. Here you go. Make it a little bit easier for you. So these counties just got issued here within the last few minutes here, extended. This does include Randolph County all the way to the Ohio line here. Does not include Fort Wayne. So Allen County, Adams, Huntington, Jay and Blackford counties are not in a tornado watch, but we could see that watch extended in far northeast Indiana. We'll just have to see how trends continue. But Huntington County, Grant County, and Whitley County now under a tornado watch, as well as Randolph County all the way down to just west of Dearborn County in southern Indiana, now in a tornado watch. This does include the Seymour area as well. This tornado watch is in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. So that's just a continuation of this watch. As these storms progress eastward, they're extending that watch eastward to account for the amount of wind shear that we have here and just enough instability for those spin-up tornadoes within the line here of these storms. We do still have a couple tornado warnings still in effect for northwest Indiana. I'll go ahead and turn our tornado watch off here to let the screen not be quite as messy. Go ahead and turn that back. So we're down to one tornado warning in the state. They just canceled the one off to the west here. This tornado warning is still in effect, and this is for the only county in this tornado warning would be Pulaski. And a little bit of White County, I guess, as well. Northeastern White County and southwestern Pulaski County until 6:15. So 16 more minutes here, 15 more minutes rather, for this tornado warnings. Radar indicated rotation here within this storm. Turn back on velocity. We actually have a little bit tighter of a couplet, perhaps, right just north of Monon or Monone, right in there. You can see a little bit more color here. This is moving towards the lakeside area, likely on the backside of this little feature right in here. This is moving off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So there is some rotation here. And it actually appears to be tightening up just a little bit on radar here as well. So there's your area of rotation just north of the county line, moving near the lakeside area, right in there where you see the colors holding hands. That's called a couplet. That's what we're looking for some low-level rotation. Moving near lakeside, probably over lakeside right now. No indications of a tornado on the ground, but there is some low-level rotation there, tightening up just a little bit, and that is moving off to the east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. So moving at a very good pace here as it moves off to the east at 60 miles per hour. Go ahead and time that out here for you. That's not what I want. Did they take away my distance tool? That's not very nice. Looks like they did. This is moving near Lakeside and then going to go just south of Winnemac, so near Thornhope. So if you're in Thornhope or along US 35, interior level of your room or your house, away from windows until the storm has passed, there do appear to be signs of strengthening rotation here near the Lakeside area, moving off to the north and east at 60 miles per hour. Areas outside of northwest Indiana, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for a large portion of Indiana. Our newest one down here for the Clinton and Rockville areas, tornado possible, penny-size hail, and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Storm's getting pretty close to the Terre Haute area in south central Illinois. Going to be moving into your area here pretty soon. So we could see an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning further south to include Sullivan County and Terre Haute County as well. This is tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds for areas in Illinois, just west of the state line here. in east central Illinois. So going to be moving into Indiana here pretty soon. So we could see an additional warning here for Terre Haute probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
Caleb, we
Back
actually
up.
have a little bit of a base here moving into frame on the tower cam in Vermilion County. We're going to track this very carefully. This is the leading edge of that line. And if there's going to be anything tornadic in nature, rotation, it's going to be along the Scuddy base of this line. So not that I'm seeing anything right now, but if you're in Vermilion County and points to the south here and a little bit to the west in toward, we'll call out Park County and Fountain County as well. Be alert, the line is moving into your direction. Gusty winds are occurring, as well as some indication of some areas and pockets of weak rotation. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, very good point there. Could be even a little bit of a shelf cloud there as well. But one tornado warning left in the state of Indiana, and this would be for Pulaski County and northeastern White County until 6:15. So about another 10 minutes here for this tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation. There was a little bit of perhaps some increased rotation near the lakeside area. Still a little bit broad, nothing that really screams a tornado's on the ground at this point in time, but it is increased a little bit in the last couple scans, so something to watch there. And that's really indicative of these QLCS type line storm systems that we have here with embedded rotation. They can intensify and weaken pretty quickly. So do be on your guard here tonight if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings have a tornado possible tag on them. In fact, all of them do that are currently in Indiana. So outside of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, do be on guard for a possible spin up tornado within these storms as well. A lot of the area rotation is quite low to the ground. It's low level rotation within the storm. With that being said, sometimes the radar beam can overshoot areas of rotation, so we're not getting a really good cross section until we get a lot closer to the radar. But we do have embedded areas of rotation all up and down this line here from northern Indiana down to west central Indiana as well. Probably going to see an additional warning down here for the Terre Haute, Brazil area, probably here pretty soon, I imagine, as this line is getting ready to move into Indiana in this portion of the state. This line is moving east at 50 to 60 miles per hour across the entire line. This line is moving very, very quickly here. Go ahead and read the warnings off to you one more time here. This is in northern Indiana. Start there. Stark and southeastern Marshall counties, as well as White, Fulton, and Pulaski counties. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, as well as a possible tornado. And we do have our tornado warning still in effect. Radar indicated rotation. And this is for Pulaski counties and northeastern White counties until 6:15.
New warning now for Terre Haute.
And there's our severe thunderstorm warning for Terre Haute. Let that load in here. Say that again, Ryan. You cut out there.
60 mile per hour winds and tornado possible tag. Clay, Park, Putnam, Vermilion, Vigo County, as the counties included until 6:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep. So a couple areas of embedded circulations here, broad circulations here, but enough to where we do have that tornado possible tag within this warning. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending near Vermilion, near Casey, moving east at 70 miles per hour, Ryan. This portion of the line is racing off to the east. Expect damage to sidings, roofs, and trees. Locations impacted include Terre Haute, Brazil, West Terre Haute, Parrington, Prairie Creek, Sealyville, Rosedale, Staunton, Carbon, Universal, Riley, Fountainette, Shepherdsville, Cecil, Bridgeton, Pimento, North Terre Haute, Indiana State University, and Stanford, all included under this severe thunderstorm warning. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or a small central room in a sturdy structure. There are embedded areas of rotation within this portion of the line as well. So do be on guard for a possible spin-up tornado within this severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, every severe thunderstorm warning that we have here in the state of Indiana has a tornado possible tag on it as well. So do be mindful of that as these storms race off to the east and west at 60 miles per hour or perhaps faster than that. Here's a live look at our Vermilion Tower Cam in Vermilion County as the storms are approaching there. You can see the trees starting to turn white a little bit. The wall of rain, as Ryan just stated, is moving into view here. You see some sprinkles on the camera lens here. So that woods is about to disappear in front of you just from the amount of rain that's moving into your screen here.
Almost curious to see how the winds act here as this line passes over. So I'm going to watch the trees carefully here. I'll
Yep.
tilt the camera up here to the
And while
north.
Ryan's doing that, I'm going to read off a new severe thunderstorm warning for you. This is in northern Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for eastern White County, southern Fulton County, southeastern Pulaski County, and now Cass County and Miami County are now in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This does have a tornado possible tag on it as well. At 6:06 p.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending 6 miles south of Winamac near Monticello, near Brookston, moving east at 50 miles per hour, a little slower on the northern side of the line near the low itself. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Locations impacted include Logansport, Peru, Monticello, Grissom Air Force Base, Walton, Royal Center, Mexico, Lincoln, Wells, Denver, Burnettsville, Fulton, Macy, Onward, Climbs, Nina Lake, Lease Corner, Deedsville, Hoover, and Idaville. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. These storms are moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour. Our tornado warning, which is in effect for about another 5 minutes here for Pulaski County as well as White County. Radar indicated rotation there. Still some broad rotation within this line as it moves off to the east.
Caleb, this camera is getting absolutely hammered by rain and wind. It's probably gusting, I have to say, visually estimating 40 to 50 miles per hour here, if not higher at some points. I couldn't tell if it was lightning, but there was a blue flash for a second to the north of this camera. I was wondering if that could be a power flash to the north here.
Yeah,
but this
hard to
is
say,
looking to the-
inconclusive.
I will say this though, the rain is so heavy with the wind it's driving visibility down at this location.
Yeah, less than a
so
quarter of a mile there on that camera for sure. You can
This is
barely see the
Vermilion-
highway there.
Vermilion County here. This is facing currently to the northwest here. And we have another camera actually further south in Vermilion County at Clinton Black Diamond Fire Department here. Looks like we may have just missed the start of it, but it's raining hard there as
see that.
well. It's
Yeah.
really gusty there too. So this line through Vermilion County, at least, we have cameras here that can confirm that there are very gusty winds occurring and also heavy torrential rainfall with this line, at least through Vermilion County. So thank you to Black Diamond Fire Department in Clinton, Indiana, and as well as Vermilion County EMA up there in central Vermilion County. Also want to take note that the Rensselaer cam remains very picturesque with that sunset out there. It's a nice reminder that, hey, beautiful weather still exists out there despite the severe weather ongoing. Beautiful camera here, courtesy of Jasper County REMC. So thank you to them for sponsoring that camera. Taking
Yeah,
back the
beautiful
tower
sunset,
cam.
but it's about to get cold. So enjoy it while it lasts if you're behind the line.
Looks like the rain is letting up here just a bit. We're going to turn the camera to the east now. We may lose some of our light, perhaps. Not really. Facing to the east here, looks like it's just a wall of rain still. So I wonder, Kayla, if we're going to get a sunset on this camera as well as we turn it back to the west here.
Yeah, it's
we'll
quite
keep it-
possible. There's a dry slot behind our cold front, so we could have some break in the clouds here. We'll just have to see over the next 10 minutes or so how that evolves there. And we are now, our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We're down just now to a severe thunderstorm warning here across the state, but every single severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana does have a tornado possible tag on it. So do be alert for possible tornadoes here within the line if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, as there are still embedded mesovortices or areas of rotation within the entire line here. We have small kinks in the line or embedded areas of rotation. And we do have, I was going to say new severe thunderstorm warning, but that is for Illinois.
I will say as well, Caleb, if you make me if you may let me take my radar back here for a brief second. If I take the watch off the screen here, it's sure to be off the screen. I'm not sure why it's on. Turn it back off. This entire line from the northern proximity up here in the Plymouth Knox area all the way down to Terre Haute, Robinson, Sullivan areas is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as a possible tornado tag. There is a lot going on here.
Yeah,
in the
we do.
state here.
We
So
don't have a single severe thunderstorm warning without a tornado
Perfect.
possible tag in it within Indiana.
we have Sarah as well as Ben joining us in chat here on the left side of your screen. Sarah is located in south central Indiana, heading west toward the Bloomfield area. We'll keep an eye on her location and her camera here as she approaches those storms. Ben is up in, he has location on the screen. He's up in White Pigeon, Michigan. He is dropping south into northern Indiana here over the next several minutes. So White Pigeon, for those of you who don't know, is right on the border basically of the Indiana-Michigan line. So he'll be dropping south to try to intercept some of these storms as they progress toward the Fort Wayne area, I have to imagine, up in that region. Overall, though, this is quite a hefty line of gusty winds moving through. We can confirm at very least, in Vermilion County, the gusty winds here, estimating 40 to perhaps 60 mile per hour as we looked at the winds moving across the highway there. And actually the winds, if you zoom in this light down here, the winds are still pretty gusty there. If I zoom in as far as I can, if I tilt this a little bit further down, look at this light right about here. You can tell the wind is still gusting and the rain is still being driven by that wind there. So still gusty winds continue. And if you're out ahead of that and Park or Montgomery County is heading your direction here, plan for gusty winds with this line as it progresses. And that goes for everybody out in front, but we can at least confirm that this line in this particular area is producing gusty winds. Take back Caleb's radar here. Caleb, where are you seeing that feature you told me at?
Yeah,
Yeah.
be west central Indiana, just west of Rockford. Some embedded rotation here within this line near the Highland area, and then also near Fairview Park. Just a couple small couplets that we're keeping an eye on. A lot of small couplets exist throughout the entire stretch of this line here from northern Indiana all the way to southern Illinois. Just a lot of embedded areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. All of these warnings have a tornado possible tag on them as well. So a lot of different features that we're keeping an eye on here tonight. And a big shout out to the radar operators and people who are on desk at the National Weather Service here tonight. They are very busy here this evening. A lot of mesomechanics to look at, and they are very busy here, keeping you ahead and safe for the storms here. And you can, just by visual representation, if I turn velocity off here, if you look at these storms, all of these, it's kind of very segmented in nature, so very broken in nature. But you can see the curves on a lot of these storms, and a lot of these storms have a little bit of rotation aloft. These are all what's called mesovortices, which are embedded areas of rotation within the line here. The unofficial term is kinky. It's very kinky or wavy throughout the line here. So these are weak little embedded circulations within the line here, which really drives a lot of the tags associated with these severe thunderstorm warnings. They're not tight enough for a tornado warning, but they are there with enough caution from the National Weather Service that we are seeing these tornado possible tags attached to the severe thunderstorm warnings, basically saying, hey, there is some rotation here, not strong enough for a tornado warning, but tornadoes can form quickly from severe thunderstorm warnings. And here's a little mesovortice right here near Wallace. So a lot of little areas of rotation here that we're keeping an eye on here throughout the state of Indiana here this evening. Nothing that really screams an imminent tornado at this point in time, but tornadoes can form very quickly and often spin up sometimes between radar scans as well. This one here, you can kind of see how it protrudes out a little bit of a hook feature here as well. That would be associated with this one here, just the east of US 41, just to the west and southwest of Crawfordsville. A little bit of a protrusion there out ahead of the main line as you have that surge of RFD or perhaps straight line winds there. And sometimes you can get a pressure gradient to develop here, and you get a little bit of a broad area of rotation here developing there on the leading edge. The good news is with these areas of rotation, they're short-lived in nature. We don't really have the dynamics for long-lived tornadoes. These are going to be weak spin-up tornadoes, and hopefully that trend continues as well. But we have a lot of wind shear, a surplus of wind shear. You can check that box off your list, off your bingo card. We have plenty of wind shear out there today. The good news is our limiting factor is instability, and that is really keeping us at bay a little bit from what otherwise would be a much larger event today. If we had more instability, steepen our lapse rates, which is a measurement of how fast our air is rising, and that really creates robust updrafts to tap into that wind shear. If these storms aren't able to tap into the wind shear, they're going to remain sub-severe, but we are severe at this moment. They are tapping into that in the form of straight line winds. This entire line, Ryan, is warned from northern Indiana all the way to Jackson, Missouri. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. And actually, let's measure this out here and see how many miles this is. Is it going to show me?
If not, I can get you, Caleb. I got a measuring tool on mine.
It is not going to give me the measurement,
Give me 2 seconds.
but Ryan will get that for us. But this entire line is warned for at least 60 miles per hour, if not a possible tornado here throughout all of western and north central Indiana.
335 miles, roughly.
There you go. Quite impressive, especially for late December here in Indiana. This is a very kind of late fall, early spring type setup where we have low cape, high shear is the term that we like to use for these setups here. Still watching this area of rotation here, kind of broad rotation along the leading edge of the line here towards the Alamo area, Wallace, just west of Crawfordsville. Just kind of a small embedded circulation here on the leading edge of the line, just south of 74, moving east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Something to keep an eye on, and really up and down this entire line. These embedded little circulations are worth keeping an eye on as well. If they tighten up, we may see a tornado warning on that. But for now, we do have a tornado possible tag included in the severe thunderstorm warning to help cover for those smaller circulations embedded within the line.
We are live over on YouTube as well. So if you prefer to watch off of Facebook over on YouTube, we are live on both Facebook and YouTube. And in 2026, we live also on X as well on Indiana Weather Network.
This is Corey. I'm doing a radio check, making sure everybody's doing everything out in the field.
Caleb, that little feature you sent me heading toward Montgomery County is intriguing me now as I look at these couple scans.
Yeah, it's kind of holding on a little bit. And this is kind of what we're looking at here. You can kind of see how it protrudes out away from the main line, where you have a surge of straight line winds right in here. But you see how it kind of curves in on itself, where you have some faster velocities here with some slower velocities on the north side. During that, you can get a pressure gradient to develop, and you kind of get like a little eddy along the leading edge. And that can kind of encourage tornado genesis a little bit, or perhaps maybe a spin up tornado. Nothing that really screams that at the moment. But it is something we're going to have to watch, and that's really these little features. This is a mesovortice. It's little features like this that we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the entire line, from central Indiana, northern Indiana, all the way down to southern Indiana later tonight. Just little protrusions like this are really what makes a QLCS a QLCS. Really classic setup here. You can even see a little bit of a hook on radar as well. You can see the velocities kind of hook around like this, where you have a C developing here and a little bit gap in the rain there, a rain-free base. Not entirely, but that would be where your updraft or a little area of rotation would be right in there. And it really matches pretty well on radar as well. Velocity just a little bit ahead of the line here, but a little bit of a couplet here just north of Wallace, moving towards the Crawfordsville area, a little bit of embedded rotation there. If it continues to hold together, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little tornado warning on that. Right now, just below severe or tornado warning criteria, but it is close. So something to keep an eye on as well. Just one of the many reasons why we have a tornado possible tag on these warnings by the National Weather Service to include those embedded mesovortices or areas of rotation within these storms. So something to keep an eye on. There's the latest scan. Really actually starting to look more impressive on these scans as well. I'm actually going to turn on correlation coefficient to make sure there's just raindrops. And yep, I am just seeing just raindrops right now. As rain falls through the atmosphere, you have gravity, but you also have the upward motion and frictional forces of air that it's falling into, and that compresses raindrops into a pancake shape. Raindrops don't fall as teardrops, as you see on the movies. They actually fall as pancakes. And as long as we see pancakes, the radar will show uniform color here. But if we see something other than pancakes, such as debris, we'll see deeper reflectivity here, blues, yellows, in a real concentrated area. And that would be something such as debris. But the good news is no indications of that right now. But there is some rotation indicated on radar, and you can see a little bit of a notch there in reflectivity as well. New severe thunderstorm warning, or nope, that just flashed on my screen. I'm not sure why it did that. But currently, no tornado warnings in the state, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings from northern Indiana to southern Indiana, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and tornado possible tags in all of these currently. And there's our tornado warning. So just on the cell I was describing near Rockford, India. Actually, this is just south of the one I was describing. So 2 areas here. You can see a backwards comma head here. This is called a bookend vortex. Basically, you have faster moving air on the south side of this, and where you have slower air, it's called occlusion. The air wants to pull back in on itself, creating an area of low pressure called a bookend vortex. So this would be a rain raft tornado if it is on the ground. And go ahead and... Sorry, my screen is lagging here a little bit. My functions are... Ryan, do you want to take back your radar here? Mine
I'm
is
getting
actually...
a warning. I can do that.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Just got it here. Radar indicator rotation here. This is for Central Park County, West Central Indiana, Southwestern Montgomery County, and West Central Indiana, as well as Northwestern Putnam County and West Central Indiana till 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Rockville, or 19 miles north of Terre Haute, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, and it would be sitting somewhere right in here, this comma head, probably just on the north side of this comma head there. That would be where your occlusion is, your area of rotation, moving towards the Rockville area. So if you're in Rockville along US 36 and US 41, interior level of your room, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then the other area of rotation that we're watching is just to the west of Crawfordsville, another little mesovortice in there as well, on the leading edge of the storm up there, and then on the backside of the storm down here. This will be kind of a pattern throughout the entire night, where you get these little embedded circulations pop up and spin up, as you will, as there's a lot of wind shear out there. So this is a radar indicated rotation. Nothing that says a tornado is on the ground. I don't see any debris or anything like that, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. But the rotation is strong enough to warrant a tornado warning, which we have here issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. The storm is moving off to the west at, I believe it said 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour, moving off to the east at 45. But you can just see how kinky this line is. It's called a dog leg feature. Actually, you can kind of see, almost looks like a dollar sign here. And that is indicative of a couple different mesomechanics going on here. We have an area of rotation here, and perhaps right here as well, where we have 2 kinks here, where you have inflow here and here, promoting 2 areas of rotation here, perhaps with the strongest being on the north side, coming into Rockville at this point in time. I don't see any indications that suggest we have a tornado in progress, but the rotation is there to warrant a tornado warning. So good placement there by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. Big shout out for them.
We're also running rapid scan on the radar, so we're a minute and a half or so.
Yep.
We're gonna have new data here pretty rapidly. It's gonna help us out a lot.
Yeah, but a lot of times during these events, they'll turn on rapid scan, which increases the rotation of the radar within the tower to give us more updates more quickly, which is really vital in these QLCS events and surface-based rotation events like we have here tonight as well. These mesovortices or area of rotation can develop very, very quickly, and sometimes in between scans, you can see how fast the beam is going around on your screen there. So we're getting scans, a few scans a minute here, which is good. And we'll go ahead and zoom back in here, getting ready to get the new velocity scan here pretty soon. But the area of rotation is now directly over Rockville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Here comes the new velocity scan. And right in there, you can actually see it pretty well. Right in here, directly over Rockville, is the area of rotation, moving near Niceville and moving right along US 36. May go just north of 36 here as you go a little bit further east. Still no indications of a tornado in progress here, but pretty decent rotation here over Rockville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Other locations include Morton, Russellville. Don't worry, the warning will come back. Having some technical issues on the radar side of things on the software here this evening. One of the many reasons why I don't like this radar. And we're going to have to watch this northern end of the line near Crawfordsville as well. Another little mesovortice could have some tightening up there as well. So something to keep an eye on as well. But a decent area of rotation over Rockville. Strongest area just basically right over Rockville near the Billy Creek Village, moving east at 45. And it would be right in here where you kind of see this radar or gap in the rain there. This would be the strongest area of rotation here. Moving near Niceville, Judson, New Discovery as well on US 36, moving east at 45 miles per hour. If we go ahead and turn on CC, still no signs of debris yet. Everything, all the pinks that you see here is just raindrops or pancakes. So everything's uniform in size and velocity, which is good. It's what you want to see. If you were to see a concentration of deeper colors, such as your blues, greens, yellows, that would be something other than raindrops in the air, and that would be a reason for more concern. But right now, there is decent rotation there, so a tornado could form at any time, but I do not see a tornado in progress at this time, which is good. But there is pretty strong rotation here. So again, interior level of your room, basement preferred, put as many layers or walls between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from any flying debris. And there's also straight line winds here. Even if you're not in the tornado warning, there is straight line winds associated with this as well. And moving back south here, we have 2 tornado warnings in Illinois, just west of the Indiana state line here. A very strong area of rotation here, just to the west of the Princeton and Vincennes area. So these areas we're going to have to watch here very closely as well. Radar indicated, but look at that hook echo, Ryan, on the leading edge of this storm here. That's an embedded supercell thunderstorm. You can see the bird wings here, your outflow, and your hook echo right in here where your mesocyclone and possible tornado is there. Really classic embedded supercell there on the leading edge. So lots of vorticity, lots of wind shear out here tonight, and that is what we're going to be keeping an eye on here. Throughout the remainder of the night here, this line is racing off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Up here in northern Indiana, severe thunderstorm still in effect here for 46 minutes here, actually. This would be for Wabash County. This is a newer warning up here now. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana issuing a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for Wabash County, Fulton County, Kosciuszko County, and Marshall County until 7:15. At 6:18, severe thunderstorms located along a line from Culver to Royal Center, moving east at 50. Radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible within this line as well. Could have some embedded areas of rotation as well as pockets of strong winds as well. This line here also has a tornado possible tag on it. A little bit to the south, it's for Cass County, Fulton County, White County, as well as Miami County. Does include Peru, Logansport, and Rochester. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line from Winnemac to Monticello, moving east at 50 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, as well as possible embedded rotation in there as well.
Hey,
and that's
Caleb,
really the story for all of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Go ahead, Ryan.
watching Montgomery County carefully, they dropped the warning off that, but there are 2 pockets of QLCS notches heading, one into Crawfordsville and one just north of Crawfordsville here. I'm watching that very, very closely.
Yeah, right in here is actually 2 of them, just as Ryan stated here. One on the north moving to Cherry Grove, and one here. You can kind of see really the 2, I guess the physical things, the attributes of the storm are the same here, the same mesomechanics here. We have a gust front, some fast moving air on the south side of the circulation, folds in on itself, and we have an area of rotation. And the same thing here. We have faster winds to the south, slower to the north. And what that does is the faster wind protrudes outwards. On the north side, you have slower winds. You have some friction going on, and that wants to pull air on the backside, kind of form an eddy a little bit. It's called a bookend vortex, and they can kind of quickly wrap up and tighten up on themselves. Typically, they're brief in nature, but they can spin up tornadoes or have tornado genesis pretty quickly as well. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning issued on that soon. That'll be depending on the National Weather Service in northern Indiana or Indianapolis. Thankfully, we do have a tornado possible tag in the warning itself, as there are lots of these little features up and down the entire line from northern Indiana to southern Illinois. So lots of things to look at. Right now, looking at other radar products here behind the scenes, I have GR2 running behind the scenes. I do not see any indications of a tornado in progress, but that mesovortice just northwest of Crawfordsville, northeast of Waynetown, is really starting to intrigue me, Ryan.
Yeah, it is me as well. I have CC pulled up. I'm zoomed in really close to this. VROT's increasing as well. It's got all the telltale signs that we may see something try to spin up here in the Crawfordsville area. There's two areas that may do it. The one that concerns me most right now appears to be heading just to the north of Crawfordsville, but there is one heading into Crawfordsville as well directly. I don't have a warning on mine. Did they drop it, or is there a warning on it?
I still have a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, they just issued that 2 minutes ago. I missed that.
Yeah, they did a continuation of it. They extended that forward. So it is still there. Tornado possible tag in it to include these little mesovortice features. The northern one may have weakened a little bit on the latest scan, but it is still there nonetheless. And this is very shallow rotation as well. So it's really hard to get a depiction of how strong it really is at the surface because of how shallow rooted it is as well. We do have a couple tornado warnings in southern Illinois, getting pretty close to the Vincennes area in southern Indiana. Very tight rotation here near the West Salem area. Broadened out just a little bit, but something we're going to have to keep an eye on here as well. A new severe thunderstorm warning, a very big warning here, just got blanketed by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. This is until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Standard Time, rather. I'm in spring mode there. This includes Vigo County, Sullivan County, Hendricks County, Knox County, Clay County, Owen County, Park County, Greene County, Putnam County, until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 6:32, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending 7 miles east of Clinton near St. Marie, moving east at 70 miles per hour. This portion of the line is just absolutely racing to the east. 60 mile per hour wind gust, as well as a possible tornado. Remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a basement or small interior room of a sturdy structure. And that's really the story up and down this entire line. Embedded circulations, as well as an occasional tornado warning as those circulations become strong enough. This one here, kind of some messy returns here on radar, but you can really see just how wavy this line is. Lots of embedded circulations here within this entire line. This whole section of line has embedded circulations. Nothing too substantially strong. I don't see anything that indicates a tornado in progress, but there are lots of embedded circulations all the way from Rochester, Indiana, all the way down to Terre Haute and even into southern Illinois, and even southeast Missouri as well. This entire line has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, probably over 400 miles long, if I had to guess. I'm currently warned at this time.
Yeah, the latest, the latest scans off of the Crawfordsville cell appears to be weakening out just a tad bit there. But if you're in Crawfordsville directly along US 74 toward Darlington, Thorntown, Lebanon, Jamestown region, you guys likely have some pretty strong winds coming into play there. Also, want to mention Sarah, who's in chat here with us. She is positioned right off I-70 over in Montgomery County, I believe it was. Or not Montgomery County, sorry. Over in the Morgan County area. So she'll be on Putnam-Morgan County line, that general region, as the storm heads her direction in the next 60 minutes or so. So we'll have her out there. We also have Ben in chat with us as well. He is in now LaGrange, Indiana, dropping south to intercept the northern edge of this line. So we have Chaser still out there getting us views of the weather. We also have Tyler in chat now as well. Tyler is going to be chasing, I assume, he was planning on South Michigan, but he might be dropping south too. So now we have Tyler in there. Guys, if you want to chime in with your locations, your plans, feel free to. Otherwise, we're just kind of hanging out here going over tons of severe warnings here across the state of Indiana.
And we do have sporadic reports of wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour on occasion as well. So could have some sporadic gusts of 50 to 60 plus miles per hour within this line as well. Lots of wind shear today in terms of speed shear. Go up about a kilometer above our heads, a little less than a mile. Winds are about 70 miles per hour. And that is really allowing this line to race across the state of Indiana at speeds of 50 to 60 miles per hour, and sometimes faster at times as those cloud tops tap into that stronger wind shear aloft, which just scooted along the state of Indiana.
As a reminder, we are also live over on YouTube. I see a lot of people complaining about Facebook issues. YouTube, you can watch the stream on your TV or pull up on your phone and leave the app and go other places. On Facebook, you can't do that. So if you want to watch us on YouTube, we are live over there as well at Indiana Weather Network. Feel free to hop over there and find us and follow us there as well.
Personally, I really find it to be a better experience on YouTube overall, better
100%.
quality, better feed, and more functions as well. I think there's more opportunities to interact on YouTube as well.
There is for sure.
Just a better experience overall and quality. But as long as
Looking
you're
at-
paying attention, that's great.
Looking back up at the radar here, just south of Lafayette, I believe, Tippecanoe County, watching an area of perhaps some weak rotation there as well, just west of Frankfort there. It's sort of there, doesn't line up entirely with the best reflectivity on the left side of the screen. But of course, looks like I have some lag there, so I'll have to wait for the next scan to come in. Looks like my velocity is 2 minutes behind, so let's see how that played out. It looks like it is trying to at least tighten up there as well.
I'm looking at a different product here behind the scenes just to see if I have a newer scan on reflectivity.
Yeah, actually,
to see how
Caleb,
it lines up, and I think it does.
It does. Look at that latest scan there on 37. It's actually a little bit brighter.
Yeah.
On my end at least. We'll have to watch that very closely. This is on the southern, looked like, where am I at? Indianapolis. Let me get some town names for you guys real quick.
Yeah, Mulberry, Clarks Hill, just south of Dayton, Indiana. This is southeast of Lafayette. Even a couple lightning strikes in there as well. Moving towards the Frankfort area, Michigan Town, Forest, just north of Colfax, here in Indiana. This is southeast of Lafayette. Zooming in here, State Road 28, Fickle is in there, Stockwell, Mulberry, Hamilton, Jefferson, just southeast of Lafayette. A nice little couplet there. I know reflectivity looks a little unorganized, but we do have a little bit of a notch in there and some embedded rotation in there just north of Clarks Hill. I'd have to assume it's also moving east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. The latest warning has it moving east at 55, so it is moving at a pretty good clip here. Here's the latest scan. It broadened out just a little bit, but still just north of I-65 towards the Mulberry area, some embedded circulation there as well. Something to keep an eye on as well. And we have lots of tornado warnings here in southern Illinois, now including Gibson County, here in southeast Indiana. Now, Ryan, we have 7 different tornado warnings in a span of about 30 miles in southern Illinois. And look at some of this rotation here, moving into Gibson. Going to be watch if you're in Gibson County, Vanderburgh County, in the Vincennes area, and even southern Sullivan County. Watch this section very, very closely here. I'm going to turn on CC here for this cell in particular, just west of Albion, Illinois, because this will be moving into Indiana within the next 30 minutes or so.
Let me
This
get a
line is
radar
moving
update out
pretty
real
quickly.
quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I am going to turn on correlation coefficient. Inconclusive, some clutter here along the leading edge here. These are all radar indicated here, but the strongest areas of rotation, Fairfield, Illinois, and this one here in particular, we might have a little bit of a CC drop right there. See how it moved a little bit with the radar now right here, which actually matches pretty close. So inconclusive, but there might be one possibly on the ground there. So something to watch here as it moves into the Gibson County area a little bit later on here this evening. Hopefully we see a weakening trend with this portion of the line here, but it's very, very strong with some nice occlusions going on, winds being pulled back in on itself here. But I believe Gibson County is under a tornado warning here. Go ahead and read the warning here to see if it does include. It does. Southwestern Gibson County until 5:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are in Central Standard Time here in Southwest Indiana. Radar indicated rotation here. So this line is still well off to the west, but look how long, how stretched out these tornado warnings are. And that's because of how fast these storms are moving here. And something else to note here, we may have some interesting physics going on here. We have two areas of rotation, very close proximity to each other, and with one Boeing segment here. Didn't mean to draw a smiley face there, but we could have some interesting physics going on here maybe a little bit of what's called the Fujiwara effect, where two areas of low pressure interact with each other. So it'll be interesting here to see if they remain separate or if they kind of occlude in on each other or pull back in on each other. So something to watch here very closely. So some interesting science there, some physics, a lot of physics. Meteorology is a physical science, a lot of attributes and mesomechanics all working together in tandem to bring to us our severe weather. It's something cool about meteorology. It's a physical science. You can see the science work its way out in real time, which is something that's always been intriguing to me as a physical science. Anyway, rant over, going off on a rabbit trail. Back to our severe thunderstorm warnings here from northern Indiana. I'll start north and work our way back south here on the line. Some gusty winds here, a little bit more disorganized the further north you go. You're north of the warm front. Your warm front is sitting from Valparaiso over here just north of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And so a little bit disorganized the further north you go. You run out of those warmer temperatures and run out of that instability the further north you go. The main risk of severe weather would be south of the I-80 corridor here. Could perhaps reach north of Fort Wayne here later this evening. We'll have to see. This severe thunderstorm warning until 6:18 p.m. Until 7:15 p.m. It does include Fulton County, Kosciuszko County, Marshall County, and Wabash County. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds here for these areas up here. We could see a warning extension getting in for the rest of Wabash County here pretty soon as this line is approaching your location as well. Currently, northwestern Wabash in a severe thunderstorm warning for this morning up in here. Otherwise, Miami County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, penny-sized hail. Howard County, Kokomo, you're now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 46 more minutes here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, tornado possible, penny-sized hail. Montgomery, Tipton, Howard. So Kokomo, you're now included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible in this as well. I don't really see any strong areas of rotation, but something to watch is a little kink near the Frankfort area, just north of there. This is the area that we were watching a little bit ago, southeast of Lafayette. Is still trying to hold on a little bit near the Mulberry area. Nothing that screams an imminent tornado, but it is some broad rotation that we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. Moving south down the line here, have kind of an interesting feature here, a little Bode section here. Have to watch this for embedded circulation within that on the north and south side of this line, or even in the center part of the line as well. Some embedded circulation in there. Winds to 60 miles per hour, tornado possible within this line as well. Does include Crawfordsville, Lebanon, Thornton, Danville, Plainville. Not quite to Indianapolis yet, but is approaching you probably within the hour. Indianapolis will see you being impacted by this line here. And my warnings just disappeared, but I know these are also tornado possible warned with winds to 60 miles per hour or so. And we do have a tornado warning in effect for western Gibson County as well. The very edge of Gibson County for these lines here. And just look at your hook echoes here. Very textbook QLCS circulations here. And boom, they're back. And very strong circulations here. Two of them in tandem near the Albion, Illinois area. So something we're going to have to watch for Gibson County very, very close, as well as southern Knox County as well, south of Vincennes. We're going to have to watch this section of the line very, very closely. Some better instability and a little bit better dynamics down here as well, especially on the instability standpoint as well. A little bit northern here, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this includes Sullivan County, Vigo County, Knox County, Clay County, Owen County, Park County, Greene County, and Putnam County until 7:15 Eastern Standard Time. These storms are moving racing east rather, at 60 to 70 miles per hour on this southern portion of the line here. They are absolutely flying down here. As some upper level wind shear, we have what's called a low level jet or a jet streak. You go up a couple miles above our head, 2 to 5 miles. Winds are 70 knots. That's really fast, 70 to plus miles per hour, about a mile or so above our heads. So winds are moving very, very fast out of the west to east. And that is allowing these storms to race across the state of Indiana here this evening. But we also have some directional shear out there towards the surface. Winds are out of the southwest, so a little bit change in direction, allowing some of these storms to rotate as well. We do have our tornado watch in effect here. I'll go ahead and toggle that back on here to show you every area in yellow here is included in this tornado watch until 9 p.m. and does go all the way over to the Ohio border here from Randolph County. In effect for 2 hours, 13 minutes here until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and does not include the Fort Wayne area yet. Will be interesting to see if Allen, Wells, Adams, Grant, and Blackford counties, or not Grant, I keep calling Jay Grant, but Jay County may be added here later on as well. Just have to see how these lines hold together. A little bit weaker up here to the north with a lack of instability, but plenty of wind shear nonetheless. All of these warnings have a tornado possible tag on them as well, from northern Indiana all the way to southern Indiana. So lots of wind shear out there today. This is a low Cape high shear setup. And that did not toggle off. I am sorry about that. Let's go ahead and go back up here, toggle that off. There it goes. Keep it a little bit less messy for you here. The strongest portion of the line is currently in southern Illinois, getting ready to move into southwest Indiana from Gibson County to southern Knox County. Just extremely strong rotation here. I'm going to turn on correlation coefficiency, or CC. This shows anything but raindrops and not really see anything too definitive that shows a tornado on the ground. Sometimes when you get these rotations or mesovortices that develop right on the edge, you have clutter. It becomes distorted a little bit on the leading edges. You have dust getting kicked up, birds, and other particles that interfere with the radar. So it's really hard. There could be something there, but it's inconclusive just due to the clutter on the leading edge of the storm there. But tight rotation nonetheless. I would treat that as a tornado in progress, even though it is unconfirmed. Very tight rotation here. You can just see your inflow notch there and your two hook echoes embedded in the line there as well.
Caleb, I want to mention as well to our viewers who are watching this, as this line progresses through the state, if you're behind the line in western Indiana, you're all clear. I'm going to list some counties that are all clear. So if you live in any of the counties I'm about to list, go to bed. You're good. Lake, Porter, LaPorte, St. Joseph, Marshall, Stark, Pulaski, Fulton, White, Jasper, Newton, Benton, Warren, Tippecanoe, Fountain, Vermilion, most of Park County, and we're going to say the western half of Montgomery County. If you're in any of those counties, you are good to go. It's going to get cold tonight. Also, plan for wind to continue into Monday, gusts between 40 and 50, perhaps a little bit higher are expected. But with the severe weather tonight, you are all good to go. Out ahead of it, we have several counties that are awaiting storms to enter. So if you live just a few of these counties, Allen, Adams, Wells, Blackford, Jay, Delaware, Henry, Hancock, Marion, Shelby, Rush, Johnson, Brown, Monroe, Morgan, Lawrence, Jackson, Orange, Martin, Davies, Greene, any counties close to those, you are still awaiting your severe risk. There's way too many counties to list off here. But if you're ahead of this line, you have a little bit more time to go before this line gets to you. What to expect? Gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour is your main concern, but we are still monitoring that chance for a brief weak tornado. Luckily, have not had that happen that we know of just yet. We've had some rotation we're tracking, but we don't know of any rotational like touchdowns or anything damage-wise yet with it, which is really good news. Hopefully we stay that way. And it does point to some at least positive news and perhaps a trend that we could continue that way into the evening. But of course, with the wind shear today, we don't want to say it's impossible. So with that said, stay with us. We'll be tracking this pretty much the entire way through the state. And live here for about 2 hours. We'll be live here for another 3 if we have to, or 4 or 5, however long it takes. We're going to be live until the line of storms is either not severe, not producing as much severe weather, or is completely out of the state. Whatever comes first.
Yep.
Now, if you're in the southern part of Indiana, sorry, Caleb, if you're in the southern part of Indiana by Terre Haute, Bloomington, Bloomfield, Washington, Vincennes, Princeton, down to Evansville, be on deck. This line is bearing down on you, and it has tons of severe warnings and tornado warnings. So if you're in the Vincennes, Sullivan area, all the way down to Evansville, you are on deck here. You can go ahead and go, Caleb.
Yeah, pretty much to reiterate that, right now the most concerning part of the line is actually the southern portion here, where it is showing signs of very strong rotation. In particular, these two tornado warnings just to the west of Gibson County, southern Knox County, and just north of Vanderburgh County, but in Posey County, but especially Gibson County and the tip of Knox County. For this area near Albion, Illinois, just a really Could be cycling a little bit here. Hopefully we see this gust out and kind of kill the rotation within it. But right now, very strong rotation in that. Radar indicated on both of these tornado warnings here. There's two that overlap because there's two areas of rotation here. One just to the west of Albion near State Road 15 in Illinois, and one near Boone Gap, just to the northwest of Albion here, moving towards the Mount Carmel, and west central Gibson County, northern Gibson County, as well as extreme southwestern Knox County. Be on deck for the storm, as it's racing as well. Northern Knox County, have a tornado warning just to your west there. Couple interesting features here. One, we kind of see winds kind of more like this, where they're running parallel with each other instead of holding hands, but there's a little bit of rotation there. But we also have a hook echo right here as well. So we're going to have to watch this area here as winds may try to occlude or tighten up there as well near the Lawrence, Illinois area, US 50, as it moves into Knox County as well. So lots of things to watch here along this line from northern Indiana, central Indiana, and southern Indiana. And hey, they just extended that tornado warning a little bit further south in Illinois as well for that area I just circled for you. So lots of things going on and to keep an eye on here for this line. But we are kind of seeing a little bit more of a disorganized portion of the line, especially once you go into northern Indiana here, Ryan. I think a lot of that is looking at our ingredients here, mesoanalysis. We're running out of instability across northern Indiana.
We really are there, Caleb, and that's a good news. So if you're really up there in the Angola, Albion area, the threat for severe weather seems to be pretty low up there. Luckily, I'd have to probably go south of US 24 for the most part. But there are still some gusty winds up there that you have to be mindful of. But the warnings, we'll have to see if they allow them to expire at all. Up by Warsaw, over to Tippecanoe, warnings do continue. Kosciuszko, Fulton County, and parts of Wabash as well. Let's keep a close eye if they extend that over with the wind instability as we move into the evening hours.
Yeah, south of US 30 and US 24 in Northwest Ohio, I think had the best shot. Our warm front is currently stalled across northern Indiana here. And south of that warm front is where instability is the most. And go ahead, Ryan.
We have new warnings incoming now for Southwest Indiana. We're going to start off with a severe warning for Pike and Gibson counties. It's going to be a tornado possible tag, winds up to 70, considerable severe thunderstorm warning there. Places include Princeton, Fort Branch, Johnson, Mount Carmel, US 41, Wheeling, Union, Gyro, Hazleton, US 41 at corridor there throughout those two counties. So we are now entering the southwest part of the state here. I would expect there to be several more warnings here next couple of minutes, potentially some that are tornadic in nature. So we'll be watching these very closely. So if you're in the Vincennes, Washington, Jasper, Princeton, Evansville area, your time to be prepared and to take shelter. Don't take it just yet unless you're in the warning, obviously. But plan now, next couple of minutes here, 30 minutes, 60 minutes or so. We'll be talking about your county likely with a type of warning over the next 60 minutes.
Yep, 70-mile-per-hour winds does put it in the considerable severe thunderstorm category. We have our baseline, we have considerable, and then if we reach 80 miles per hour, we reach a destructive warning. So right now we're in a level 2 out of 3 on our severe thunderstorm warnings. Very serious situation here. 70 mile per hour. In terms of straight line winds, it has the same wind speed of a weak tornado. Even though it's straight line winds versus rotational, it can still cause some serious damage down trees, power lines. Treat that as if you would a tornado warning, and it does have a tornado possible tag on it. Even more so, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside environment as possible, as we do have some embedded areas of rotation within this line here. It is cycling right now, kind of regrouping itself. But while it's doing that, sorry to zoom in and out like that for you. Look how bright the reflectivities are on the leading edge of this line here. See this really big bowed out segment here. This is called a rear inflow jet, RIJ, moving into Albion, Illinois, really pulling down that strong wind that we have aloft and bringing that down to the surface. You go up about a mile above your heads, we have winds of 70 plus miles per hour, and this storm is starting to pull that down to the ground a little bit here, which brings us to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning of 70 miles per hour. But we do have some little bit of notching going on the leading edge, which there's the latest scan. And we are on rapid scan now for Evansville, by the way, Ryan. Didn't know if you caught that or not. The National Weather Service in Paducah does have rapid scan going on here. Look how fast your beam is coming around. So we're going to get up-to-date scans here very, very quickly, which is just essential for QLCS events like we have here here this evening. So 70-mile-per-hour winds, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. And this is for White County, Wayne County, and Illinois. But for Indiana, Gibson County and Pike County. 5:54 p.m., 6:54 Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Partsburg, 11 miles southeast of Fairfield, Illinois, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Hazard 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and also a possible tornado. Expect considerable damage to trees, mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and say it here. If you're in a mobile home or trailer, try to find a sturdy structure to take shelter in, hunker down. You will not be safe in a mobile home from flying debris or any trees that shed their limbs or fall. A mobile home or vehicle will not protect you from that. You need to be in a sturdy structure, well-built structure, or a storm shelter. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once in a basement or a small central room in a sturdy structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Very dangerous situation here for Western Gibson County as these storms move in there. We're going to have to watch far southeastern or southwestern Knox County as well. Not included in the warning yet, but if this decides to move northeast a little bit, going to have to keep an eye on extreme portions of southwestern Knox County as well. Posey, Vandenberg, not in a warning yet. This line is still off to the northwest of you, but something we're going to have to watch very closely, as you will feel the impacts of this line. No avoiding it tonight as this cold front races off to the south and east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Up north, some good news though, Ryan. We're looking at a more straight. We're losing some of the kinks within this line here. It's more straight in nature, which is some good news there. More of a straight line wind risk, but there is still some embedded areas of rotation that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Still tornado possible tag on these warnings here as they move off to the east. And it looks like they dropped the warnings here for Miami County, Wabash County. Just some stratiform rain, just some rain moving into Huntington County here. We'll try to switch radars here. But there is still some gusty winds here along the line. Not warned right now. I would assume this warning they're just going to allow to be canceled. And all the warnings disappeared once again.
Clay, Davies, Greene, Knox, Monroe, Morgan, Owen, Sullivan County, severe warning until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, waiting
Nice
on that
big
to pop
blanket.
back up on the screen here.
Nice big blanket here. That warning covers 60-mile-per-hour winds and possible tornadoes. So much like our previous several severe warnings, similar, it's base 60-mile-an-hour winds possible as your main hazard, but as well as with this wind shear today, we cannot rule out that weak tornado with these storms. So again, luckily, if you're just tuning in here, we have yet to have any confirmation via us visually here on radar, but also from reports from you guys. We've yet to hear of any damage or anything or see anything tornadic wise with today's storm. So hopefully that trend continues, but we always have to monitor and we have to mention that threat just because we do have the ingredients today for it. So being that we haven't had any so far, trends are positive. Let's hope to keep it that way. Cross our fingers. We got a few more hours to get through. But for right now, main hazard, damaging wind up to 60, perhaps 70 mile per hour in spots, and then obviously the weak tornado threat through the evening hours.
Yeah, so lots of little embedded areas of rotation here within the line, but also straight line winds as well of 60 to 70 miles per hour. But the most potent part of this line across southwest Indiana, moving into portions like Knox County, Gibson County, 60 mile per hour for central and northern Knox counties, and then Gibson County winds to 70 miles per hour. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for you, penny-sized hail, as well as a possible tornado. We do have a tornado warning for extreme portions of western Knox or Gibson County. Sorry, a little bit of rotation here, but this is kind of evolving into more of a straight line wind risk here, where we see winds running parallel to each other rather than holding hands. That couplet. We're going to have to watch this very closely, as we could see some embedded areas of rotation strengthen once again. We do have this tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings in progress here for another 28 minutes here. We'll have to see if they cancel them, extend them, or what they do there. But it's something we're going to have to watch very, very closely with the southern end of the line as well. And then here for central Indiana, a large Boeing segment here. We have severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag for penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is include for southern Clinton County, Hendricks County, Park County, Boone County, and Putnam counties until I believe. Sorry, I was listening to some radio chatter behind the scenes here. This is in effect for another 13 minutes here, but look at your forward motion here, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. That's how fast the storms are moving, but could have winds to 60 miles per hour at the surface as well. So do keep in mind of that. Go ahead, Ryan.
Two things. New warning incoming now for the Princeton, Mount Carmel area, or perhaps you just upgraded that. I'm not sure. But that's just flashing my screen. The main thing I wanted to say, look in Boone County up near, get a location for you, up near Lebanon. We're going to be seeing, I'm seeing a couple areas here where it's trying to curl in on itself. And as you can see on the velocity there, I'll take my screen if you don't mind.
Yep, go ahead.
I can pull it up in here. There we go. Remove that, remove this. There we go. So as you can see here, I'm looking at this line right here, a little bit of a curvature there. As you can see on the right side of your screen, these reds and greens are trying, it's been trying to kind of intensify and trying to couple it together there for a little bit. But also there's some scattered gusty winds all the way down here in the Hendricks County line as well. So we're going to watch this, some northern part of the line here, and also looking for this to kind of merge together with the kind of cells up here. A lot going on up here that kind of warrants some attention that, hey, we could have something try to at least tighten throughout northern Boone County here. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Be north of Lebanon. But right now, nothing imminent, but it is worth watching up there. And also going further south here, you can see the gust front. In fact, I'll go ahead and switch this over here to a one-panel look and switch you guys to the wind velocity. You can see this gust front where the winds are going to hit you at their hardest. It starts up here in central Boone, down through the northern part of Hendricks, through Putnam County, all the way down into the northern part of Owen, where this bright green and the little bit darker green are meeting. That's your gust front. And so that's where we're seeing the heaviest of winds expected. So as that pushes and progresses east, if you see on radar that difference of colors, that's going to be your gust front. Also, I see a report here in Putnam County, a wind gust of 52 was reported by the emergency manager there, 4 miles west of Bainbridge as of about 13 minutes ago. So it looks like we have a report there. A report down here in Clay County, 64 mile per hour wind gusts via the public 1 mile west of Knightsville. Looking along the line here, I don't see any other reports that are valid here on my radar, but the bottom line here is this line of storms, no matter if you're in the very far northern half of the state or very far southern half of the state, it is producing gusty winds quite efficiently throughout this area. So taking back the other radar I have here, I want to show you guys some of these areas that are still to be impacted. There's a lot of questions rolling in here in chat that are asking about the east side of the state, and a lot of new viewers joining us here as I just shared the stream back over to you guys. If you're just tuning in, the northern and western portion of the state, I'm going to draw this on the screen here. The very far north and western corner of the state is clear of the severe weather for the night. So if you're behind this line up in this triangle, you are A-okay to hop out of this stream and enjoy your evening. Now, if you are out ahead of this line, we're going to talk about some bigger cities here, anywhere between these bigger cities as well. We're going to have to monitor for severe weather this evening through the early overnight period. And the main areas here out ahead of this, Fort Wayne, Muncie, Richmond, Indianapolis, we're talking Columbus, as well as the Seymour area, anywhere between out ahead of this line, all the way down to southern Indiana, all the way down to Salem, Louisville, Kentucky, all the way down to Tell City, as well as Corydon areas, Evansville, Jasper, Bloomington, Bloomfield, Shelbyville, Newcastle, anywhere between. You guys have this line to go and get through yet. So stay tuned in. Stay tuned in to your warnings, whatever you get them through your phone, your TV, your radios. Make sure you're tuned in to those as this night progresses. Main concern here is damaging wind cannot rule out a tornado possible with these storms. In fact, it looks like there's a tornado warning just got issued now down here into Indiana now near the White River and Mount Carmel areas. It is a radar indicated warning, and we have our first tornado warning down here for southwest Indiana now. Bottom line, though, if you're ahead of this line, your night is not over, but if you're behind it, you are all clear.
Yeah, really strong rotation coming near the Mount Carmel area in Illinois and the White River area in Indiana. Moving towards State Road 1 in Illinois, Cherry Hill Estates in Illinois, moving towards the Wabash River. This will be on the Knox-Gibson County line here. This is the new tornado warning that was issued, a really small warning here, but a really concentrated area of rotation near the Ogden area in Illinois. This will be rain-wrapped rotation here. You're not going to see this possible tornado coming. I don't have indications of a debris ball or anything like that yet, but the rotation is fairly strong here in southeast Illinois, approaching the Indiana-Illinois border. So something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. In another area of interest here, you can see a little bit of a notch here near the Allendale area, a little notch there as well. Radar indicated rotation there for that.
Yeah, that is some interesting rotation there, Caleb, based on the latest scan that I'm seeing. I had the 9.
And you can see your hook echo here. It's a bookend vortex. This clear slot is what's called a rear inflow jet, or RIJ. This is straight line winds being pumped in on the south side of this. And you have some winds pulling themselves back in on itself, creating this hook echo or backward comma head. So this would be rain-wrapped rotation right in here. So you're not going to see this rotation or see a possible tornado within this storm. On radar I have behind the scenes, I do not see any signs of debris, which is good, but still some fairly concentrated area of rotation here. Coming up to the Wabash River, just north of White River on the Knox-Gibson County line here is where this area of rotation would be coming, but it is rain wrapped. I want to reiterate that again. You're not going to see any rotation coming. It will be wrapped in rain and invisible to the naked eye until it's over you, unfortunately. So do be in your safe place if you're on the Knox-Gibson County line. Looking a little bit north here on this line. No severe thunderstorm warnings yet for Indianapolis, but we do have some straight line wind moving your direction. Move to the airport radar here. Look a little bit lower in these storms. You can see a nice gust front here on the leading edge, 50 to 60 miles per hour possible there. Maybe a little bit of notching going on, but nothing that really signifies a tornado in this proximity of the line, which is good news. Mainly straight line winds here for this section of the line. Moving a little bit further north, still have a severe thunderstorm warning for up here, but the main line is pushed off to the east. Straight line winds, sub-severe, perhaps maybe 30, 40 miles per hour. Up in here, a large severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for the Noblesville area and Alexandria area, 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible here. Keeping the tag on the severe thunderstorm warnings for these shallow little kinks in the line there north of Indianapolis. Does not include Indianapolis downtown, but northwest Marion County, you are in that. And this radar is just glitching up a storm here tonight. So I apologize about that. The warnings will pop back up on your screen momentarily here.
You can take mine if you need to, Caleb.
Yeah, go ahead and pull yours up. There it is. I think it just came back.
Okay, I'll keep you.
Back to our.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say a very pronounced donut hole signature down there in that tornado warning down by Mount Carmel area. I'm still not seeing anything debris-wise being lofted. That's really good news. But still, rotation is still quite strong, and the warning continues here for the very extreme portion of what county was this? Been so many today. Gibson County.
Yeah, the rotation seemed to have weakened a little bit here within this line, which is good news, but it is still there a little bit near the Cherry Hill Estates area, just west of the Wabash River. It's more of a gust front now, but there is a little bit of weak rotation associated with it, not quite as strong or pronounced as what it was So that is good news, but it is something to watch here within this line. Still a potent line. Still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag for Gibson County. And then up to the north, tornado possible 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this line a little bit further north. Nothing that really signifies an imminent tornado at this point in time, but there are little kinks in the line that we're going to have to continue to watch as this line races off to the east towards the Indianapolis area. Little kink near Coatesville, perhaps. Let me turn on the airport radar and look a little bit lower in that storm there. Sometimes you can get a better look at that. Similar presentation there. A little bit of a kink there. Something to keep an eye on, but nothing that really screams imminent of a tornado at this point in time. But straight line winds nonetheless of 60 miles per hour or so in that location.
Yeah, I was going to say, Caleb, that looks pretty interesting there. I do want to take note as well when you animate that. I'll take mine back here real quick.
Yeah, you can see it kind of occlude on itself a little bit.
We're going to watch this a little closely because when two cells like to combine a little bit, we can see some spin up things happen here. But we have looks to be converging gust fronts here. You see that, Caleb?
Yeah, I'm looking at that too on radar behind the scenes. Sometimes you can get a little bit of tornado genesis or just some convergence there. The frictional forces of those storms interact with each other, and they can enhance the wind fields at the surface, and they can either enhance the gust front or they can spin up a brief tornado as well. So something to keep an eye on as well, but nothing that screams imminent tornado at this point in time, but a feature to watch nonetheless. Storm mergers are always something to watch during situations like this where you have high shear, low cape, to where they can interact with each other. Looking at radar here behind the scenes, it looks like a rotation in southern Indiana. Some good news there. It has weakened a little bit, more of a straight line wind event. Let me change radars back. Here we go. A lot of our wind vectors now are running parallel with each other. We're not seeing that couplet or winds holding hands along this line like a railway couplet or a train couplet, where your couplets interlocked like you're holding hands. We don't really see that right now. Our tornado warning was actually canceled here, which is good news. This one here will probably cancel in 1 minute or be allowed to expire. Just tornado possible tags on this. Still a considerable warning here for Gibson County. There we go. We are now just down to severe thunderstorm warnings here for Indiana. We have no current tornado warnings here in the state, which is good news, but most of them have a tornado possible tag, if not all of them, here in Indiana for those embedded circulations along the leading edge of the line. So something to keep in mind throughout this line, and still watching this little feature here. And actually, Ryan, you can actually see a little bit of a bookend vortex here, a backwards comma head here associated with this feature now, moving towards the Clayton area. So something to keep an eye on as well. Nothing that screams an imminent tornado, but there's a little bit of rotation there just to the west of Indianapolis, something to keep an eye on. And just a lot of these little kinks along the leading edge of the line.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. So I have 3 radars pulled up. I got 4 screens I'm working with. I got the stream on one, 3 radars on the other here. So it's crazy the amount of warnings we have here. It's December 28th too at that. So this is quite the unusual weather event. Not often we get severe weather in the wintertime. It's not impossible, but not often do we get that here in Indiana. So especially on this wide scale basis that we're seeing tonight. So with that being said, we're locked in here. We'll be locked in throughout the duration of this event. So if you're out ahead of this, feel free to tune back in. We'll be live throughout most of it, if not the entirety of it. So we got you guys covered here, and we'll be tracking these storms for every single county as we see concerning information.
Yep, and I'm really starting to look at the airport radar now, just west of Indianapolis, starting to see that occlude a little bit. That's kind of what I was concerned about as we see some convergence there of those gust fronts. Looks a little bit more concerning on a radar product I have behind the scenes. And we do have a couple storm reports west of Indianapolis. We have wind gust measurement. They're just wind gust measurements there. 64 miles per hour in Clay, Indiana, via emergency management, and 52 4 miles west of Bainbridge, Indiana, and Putnam County for emergency manager as well. But that 64 gust, that's pretty high there just a little bit ago, Ryan. But look at this couplet here now. Starting to see pretty strong signs here. And this is, go ahead and turn back to the airport radar here. Yeah, you can see that hook echo there starting to occlude on itself here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning on that if it continues to show signs of intensification here as we approach Indianapolis. And this is a rain raft area of rotation as well, Ryan. Can't stress that enough. You're in the middle of this line here with this rotation. As you can see that back head, comma head here, your gust front right in here, strong winds protruding out, back end rotation right in there, right in the middle of this line here, right behind your two lightning bolts, just south of Amo, north of US 40, moving near Clayton. There's the latest scan on reflectivity. See that comma head continue. So this is rain raft rotation here just west of Plainfield, Indiana. About the exact same spot we had an area of rotation 10 days ago for the exact same scenario. A QLCS set up here as well. And there's your, I'm actually going to turn on CC for that just to make sure we have nothing on the ground. Nothing that I see on the ground. We're just seeing raindrops right now. But wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning put on that as it is continuing, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm locked in here watching it. I got the CC pulled up as well, so if you want to go elsewhere, I can keep eyes on it.
Yeah, looking up and down the line here, go back down to southern Indiana to look at you guys here. Straight line winds, mainly the story here. We do have some broad embedded circulations here, but not quite to what they were a few minutes ago. We have downgraded the warning for Gibson County from considerable to a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Posey County and not quite Vanderburgh County, but Posey County. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, southern Gibson County as well for the southern end of the line here. And then you go up to the north here, just west of Lagodi. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, and a tornado possible tag in this area as well. Going back up here to the north, same story here, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag in both of these warnings. Cloverville, Clay City. Clay City had a gust report from emergency management, Ryan, of 64 measured mile-per-hour winds there just to the west, or in Clay, Indiana.
Speaking
I
of
guess
winds,
that was public. I guess that's a public report there.
Yeah, speaking of winds as well, that pocket we're tracking just west of Plainfield continues, but the center of that pocket on radar is 72 miles per hour. So if this is not going to be a concern for a tornado, it will be a concern for straight line winds at very least.
Yeah, narrow pocket of winds getting mixed down or pulled down to the ground, moving into Clayton, Belleville, riding along in north of US 40, moving towards Plainfield. If not a tornadic circulation, nonetheless, at least some strong, with this mesoscale feature, Ryan, I would almost be inclined to call that RFD in this scenario.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Looking at the airport radar, which is
or at least
200 feet off the ground,
yeah,
we're seeing winds that are just slightly above 60 miles per hour. So 1,000 feet, we're at 72. And on the surface, or just a couple hundred feet off the ground, we're about 62, 63-ish miles per hour, directly over I-70, heading in toward Hazelwood, Center Valley area, State Route 39 area, and eventually toward the airport into the Indianapolis area eventually. So that's quite concerning there. We also have Sarah. Sarah is to the south, near the Bloomfield area, I believe she said she was heading toward. But she'll be in front of this storm here pretty quickly. We'll have a view as it passes over her. I'll work on getting an exact location where she's at here in just a second, but she's close to getting close to the storm for us.
Yep. So we have storm hunters, storm chasers out in the field here tonight to give us live data at their location and to help keep you guys safe here this evening as well. We'll pull them on periodically tonight as storms impact their location. We had storm chasers from northern Indiana to southern Indiana here this evening. Tornado warnings north of Kokomo have been allowed to be canceled here with this line. Go ahead and turn back velocity here on the screen. Here we go. Kind of more of a broken line here from Wabash County and north. Running out of instability here, moving into Fort Wayne. That's good news. Still some sporadic wind gusts, possible here within these lines, but sub-severe at this point in time. They have lost some intensity, which is good, but can't rule out a stray gust to 30, perhaps 45 miles per hour up in here, but they do look sub-severe on radar. But Howard County and south still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Howard County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, tornado possible. Within you guys, Noblesville area, same scenario, tornado possible, penny-size hail, and winds to 60 miles per hour. A little bit of a kink here near the Zionsville area, just west of Carmel, something to keep an eye on. But still straight line winds at this point in time as well. Still showing embedded pockets of stronger winds here. I-70, really strong winds here near the Hazelwood area. That's a pocket of close to 70 miles per hour, if not at least over 60 miles per hour there near Hazelwood, and the Belleville area as well, getting close to 60, 65 miles per hour as well. Turn on the airport radar here, a little bit closer to the ground here. A little bit weaker up here to the north, but still a strong pocket of winds near Hazelwood of at least 65 miles per hour, if not maybe a little bit stronger than that, just above the ground.
I'll be back in just a second, Caleb.
That sounds good. Moving back south to southern Indiana, we have severe thunderstorm warnings now from Kokomo, Indiana, Howard County, all the way down to Vanderburgh County, or Posey County, rather. Vanderburgh, not quite in it yet. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. Princeton area, same thing, 60 and penny. And Bloomfield, Indiana, 60 and penny, as well as tornado possible tags on these storms as well. Looking at maybe a little bit of some broad circulation near the Linton area, near the Bloomfield. You can kind of see that on radar here a little bit as well. Right in there, just south of Linton, Lions State Road 67. A little bit of some broad rotation there as well. But we do have tornado possible tags in these warnings to account for a lot of these embedded circulations that we see here. Another radar glitch there. Our warnings will pop back up here as well. But if you're west of this line here, if this line has moved past your location, go ahead and circle it here. If you're in this area here, you are good to go throughout the rest of the night here. No more severe weather for you guys, but we will see a rapid drop in temperature as these storms and these cold fronts, or this cold front progresses off to the west here, or east here rather, across Indiana. We're going to see our temperatures start to drop pretty quickly here. By tomorrow morning, we'll be in the teens and 20s with wind chills, perhaps near zero, if not below zero, by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, especially across central Indiana. We'll see wind chills perhaps below zero, -5, -10 in west central Indiana by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So a very potent cold front moving through Indiana here this evening. About to see our severe thunderstorm warning probably canceled or expired here for Howard County as this line continues to move east. It's looking less and less impressive here for northern Indiana as we're running out of instability here north of Indianapolis. And Grant County, just rain for you. I don't really see much in the way of gusty winds for you at this moment either. Turn on velocity for you. Some pockets of gusty winds perhaps, but they do look sub-severe at this point in time. Maybe a little bit stronger here in Wabash County, maybe some stronger gusts mixing down. Have to keep an eye on that. But Fort Wayne, Indiana, you guys look okay right now. Mainly rain, gusty winds, maybe to 30 miles per hour or so for you guys. Indianapolis, now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, winds to 60 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. Go ahead and read the warning text for you. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is for northwestern Hancock County, Morgan County, Johnson, Hendricks, Clay, Owen, Marion, Hamilton, and Putnam counties till 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from Danville to Greencastle, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Source radar indicated, so Indianapolis now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Moving back south here, still watching an area here just west of Bloomfield for some areas of broad rotation there associated with that. Tornado possible, wind 60 miles per hour, penny-sized hail. Still don't have any new storm reports other than a public report of 64 in Clay, Indiana, and then a 52 mile per hour gust by emergency management in looks like Bainbridge, Indiana. Over here west of Indianapolis, had a gust of 52 miles per hour. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, pretty common here with isolated reports higher than that. We're going to get a really nice measurement here of the winds as it's moving over the radar site here. Probably see an additional warning here for Vanderburgh County in eastern Gibson here pretty soon, I imagine. We're going to get some sampling here as these storms continue to push off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Pretty good gust front here, though, as these lines continue to push off to the west and east. Pretty impressive nonetheless, though, for a December event. They have widespread severe weather this late in the season is not unheard of, but doesn't happen every day. But we have lots of wind shear out there today, a very dynamically driven system here today. Strong thermodynamics from temperature gradients and also wind shear out there today as well. We have storm hunters out there we have Tyler, we have Ben, we have Sarah out there, all keeping us safe here across the state of Indiana. I'm going to look up their locations here just to see where they're located at. Some of them getting pretty close probably to some of these storms here. We have Sarah just northwest of Bloomington, Indiana. She'll be right in here, getting ready to intercept this line here as it moves east as well. Looks like Dakota's out here as well. He is just west of Indianapolis, coming on the backside of this storm here. He does not have his camera on, but he is behind this storm now. Pretty strong winds here, moving into the Plainfield area, into the Indianapolis area as well. 60 mile per hour winds and tornado possible here within this line, moving into the Indianapolis area over the next few minutes or so. No tornado warnings currently in Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail, and tornado possible here for the entire line across Indiana here. Tiffany in southern Indiana, Sarah in southern Indiana here, getting pretty close to this line here outside of the Bloomington area. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning here for southern Indiana, 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. We did drop the tornado possible tag on it as it is looking to be more linear in nature, more straight line winds here. And this does include Pike County, Gibson County, and now Warwick County in southwest Indiana. Storms moving east at 55 miles per hour. Go ahead and take whoops. Don't know why I can't take that full. Sarah, if you can hear us, let us know what conditions are in your location if these storms approach your location, probably a few miles, a few minutes away from you there, as you're just outside of Bloomington, Indiana. It looks like these storms are approaching your location. If you can hear me, yes. Sarah. Yep, there she is.
Hello. It is, dark, obviously, but it's, sticky and it's sprinkling a little bit. I'm going to try and head a little further south to the Monroe County Fairgrounds, but the wind is picking up like crazy. And yeah, that's the plan. I'm going to go to the fairgrounds and then face west. So
sounds good. Well, keep us updated, Sarah. She'll be seeing the impacts from this line here fairly soon, as she's just northwest of Bloomington, Indiana. So getting pretty close to this line of storms here. Still watching an area of broad rotation near the Bloomfield area, though, Sarah. So keep that in mind, just off to your southwest. An area of broad rotation, perhaps. Have to keep an eye on that. Areas just to the north of Sarah, in the Indianapolis area, under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Strong gust front now impacting the radar site here at the National Weather Service in Indiana. So we're going to get some good data here from the National Weather Service here as this line is sampled by their radar. They have other equipment on site as well. So we're going to get really good data here as this
I'll
line
have that map
continues to
pulled up
move
for you,
east.
Caleb.
Yep, and there's Ryan. He's working behind the scenes for us here at the moment here. Back to the north here. Have some gusty winds here in Wabash County, moving in Huntington. Sub-severe at this point in time, but we're going to have to keep an eye on this line here, south of Huntington, Wabash County, southern Huntington County, perhaps northern Grant County, showing some signs, some gusty winds here developing with that. Not severe, warned at this point in time. Howard County, just a sliver of you remain under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the strongest of the storms are to your south. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible for Indianapolis and the Greenwood area, also including Martinsville, Mooresdale. Danville still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the worst of it is off to your east. You'll see the rain ending here momentarily for you. Still intrigued. Don't know if you can hear me, Ryan, behind the scenes. Starting to see an interesting feature here near the Bloomfield area, Worthington area. Some rotation starting to show up here on radar for you guys. Tornado possible tag on our severe thunderstorm warning. Not tight enough that I see to really suggest an imminent tornado, but it is something we're watching here. I have to watch that closely to see if that occludes on itself and pulls back. Things can spin up very quickly with the amount of wind shear that we have here in Indiana here this evening. Moving back down south towards Gibson County and Posey County, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Posey County, 60 and Penny, nothing for Evansville yet. Have to keep an eye on you. No tornado possible tags in these southern warnings anymore. We have lost a lot of our rotation within this line, but still 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. Does not include Du Bois County yet, but Oakland City, Petersburg, Princeton, under a severe thunderstorm warning for 41 more minutes here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. So some small hail possible in the middle of these bands here across Indiana. Back up here to the north for Indianapolis, strong winds coming along the bypass here, I-70, 75, and coming into the Speedway area and the International Airport here in Indianapolis, getting impacted by winds perhaps 60 miles per hour. Have to see what the airport measures here as well. They have a lot of weather equipment there at the airport for obvious reasons. We'll have to see what they show as well. Strong wind gusts moving into Indianapolis, 60 miles per hour, penny-size hail, and a tornado possible tag on this as well. Radar velocity there doing something funky. Hopefully it'll come back for us as well. Back up here to northern Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Some viewers in here for you. Fort Wayne, all in all, looking not too shabby. Rain, embedded thunder, maybe some gusty winds of 30 miles an hour, but that really looks to be about it right now for Fort Wayne. Thankfully, being on the northern end of this system, we have a lot of wind shear, but the lack of instability the further north we go is really putting the lid on the severe weather potential and keeping it at bay up here. Some gusty winds, perhaps moving into the Angola area with this little line segment up in here. But all in all, not too bad up here for northern Indiana. The strongest section up here would be Wabash, Huntington County, winds maybe to 30 miles per hour or so. Going to have to keep an eye on that for intensification. But for right now, it's behaving itself and is staying sub-severe. And same thing here. Be interesting to see if this warning gets trimmed down at all. For the Alexandria area, Anderson area, this portion of the line is showing signs of weakening as well north of Indianapolis. So that is some good news, but still a pretty potent line moving into Indianapolis metro here. Winds of 60 miles per hour. Tornado possible tag and winds to hail to 0.75 or penny-size hail associated with that as well. Further south, still watching an area of broad rotation near the Bloomfield area, looking more intriguing on radar. As you can see that hook echo there, where the winds are starting to pull in on themselves. Starting to see some increasing areas of rotation. And there's our tornado warning on that. Just as we were talking about that there. So we have a new tornado warning now. Radar indicated rotation, penny-size hail. And this is for northern Greene County in southwest Indiana. Locations include Bloomfield, Cincinnati, Salisbury, Newark, all under a tornado warning. Radar indicated Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. I don't have any indications of a tornado on the ground. Go ahead and look here at radar I have here
Nothing.
behind the scenes,
I got
but
nothing
I
good.
don't see anything here. So that's some good news there. But the rotation is strong enough to where we do have that tornado warning now in effect for areas southwest of Bloomington and Bloomfield, Indiana. And this is for Greene County only in Indiana here, primarily for the Bloomfield area. You can see that backhead, comma head here, rain wrapped rotation over Bloomfield right now, right in there. And this is going to be moving towards the Cincinnati and Salisbury areas over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And this is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say, Sarah is directly in the path of this tornado warning. She is over in the Bloomington area. She's not technically in the warning, but she's very close to it. So, Sarah, if you can hear me, you are directly in the path of this, if you don't know that already. South side of Bloomington is a good spot to be in right now. In terms of chasing.
Yes, sir.
at least.
I'm on it.
Okay, sweet. Just so she's aware there.
And
Take
another
back
area
my-
we're watching, Ryan,
Yeah.
is just to the west of Lagodi, along I-69, another little couplet there near the Epson area, Ragglesville area. Watching another little kink there to keep an eye on as well. Lots of little kinks to keep an eye on here. And also, Ryan, look at southern Indiana, southern Gibson County, a tight couplet now developing with a hook on radar just to the west of St. James.
Yeah.
Hubstat, Indiana. That's actually very concerning as we are very close to the radar here in this location here. If you're in southern Gibson County, I would go to your safe place, interior level of your home, away from windows. This is actually very tight rotation. VROT is over tornado warning criteria here.
Yeah. It's not often that we see this type of signature that just kind of jumps out at us. We haven't seen that tonight. This is one of those signatures that say, hey, this is a spot right now that needs to be watched very closely.
Yep.
It's
So if
gonna
you're in
travel-
Hubstat, Warrington, interior room away from windows right now, you have minutes before this is over you, if not less than that. Latest scan weakened a little bit, but we're very close to the radar here. And there's our tornado warning. Paducah is on it tonight. Shout out to the National Weather Service in Paducah. This is for northwestern Warwick County, southwestern Indiana, southeastern Gibson County, and northern Vanderburgh County until 7 o'clock Central Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Hubstat or near Fort Branch, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. There is some penny-sized hail on the warning as well. This tornadic thunderstorm will rain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Warwick, Gibson, and Vanderburgh counties, including the following locations of Elberfield and Mackay. Also includes Interstate 69 between mile markers 18 and 26, Interstate 64 between mile markers 19 and 37. Move to an interior room, basement, lowest level of your home. If we turn on our debris tracker here, correlation coefficient here, just a really messy signature here, which is often the case close to the radar on the leading edge of these storms. But I don't see anything on other radar products here behind the scenes that signify a tornado is in progress here. But the rotation is tight enough to where one could form at any time. So interior level of your room, away from windows here. If you're north of Evansville, you're not in the path of this. Your phones are going off in Evansville as Vanderburgh County is included in the warning. But this is the rotation is currently in southern Gibson County here. And here's Ryan's radar back here. Ryan's going to play it out for you to just show you how fast this rotation has spun up here. And we're also moving away from the radar, so we're getting a better cross section here as well.
Then 2 scans here, it was from basically a little bit of pocket of some gusty winds to, okay, a little bit bigger pocket of gusty winds. All of a sudden, it has a little feature there that says, hey, this could be tornadic. And next scan, bam, tornado warning there. So like Caleb said, kudos to NWS down here. This is going to travel
Absolutely.
very, very, very closely to State Route 68. It's currently located directly over Hubstad, if I pronounced that correctly.
And actually, Ryan, there's 2 couplets here on the radar here I have behind the
in there,
scenes.
St. James too. So we're going to
Yeah.
follow very, very closely. The northern edge is going to follow State Route 68 to the east toward Wheatonville and I-69 here. Also, Rosebud, Buckskin, Mackey, Stanley should be at alert. South couplet here near St. James. There's two areas now going to follow along or just north of the 64 corridor into Warrenton. It's going to cross 41 here and move toward, again, Wheatonville area, 69 corridor once again, and further east towards Stanley. So two areas here. If you can't make it out on our screens, I'll pop my draw tool out and draw it for you. There is one right here over the Hubstead area, and then down here by St. James, the second one right here heading toward Warrenton. So this one, northern, is going to travel very closely to State Route 68. The south one is going to travel very close to 64. This is very close proximity to each other here. This is not something we see too often. Debris tracker here. Let me go ahead and flip over here to correlation coefficient on my side. Not seeing anything here on my radar that indicates these are on the ground. However, if that changes, we will let you know as soon as we see it. Going back further north to that Bloomfield area of rotation that was tornado warned, that is still ongoing here. However, I don't see any debris. The rotation is still there, not as tight and pronounced, but still there, worth monitoring as it moves out of Greene County toward the Harrodsburg, Smithville area in Monroe County, perhaps very far northern Lawrence County. Latest scan down here on these two areas of rotation, continue them, but again, not as defined there. So we'll track that as well. I want to take back my reflectivity here. And I will say once again, once this main band is past you, you are in the clear. So if you're in Terre Haute, points northward here to about Noblesville, to about Fort Wayne, you guys are pretty much in the clear from the evening as this line is past you. But if you're down here in the west central part of Indiana, especially, as expected, the ones further north have lost their steam a little bit. So Fort Wayne area, still some gusty storms up there, some heavy rainfall as well. But the majority of severe threat has shifted to the south here from Kokomo on south. And any one of these storms can produce gusty winds and as well as a brief, weak tornado. Looks like these storms up here by the Noblesville, Tipton area, Caleb, are kind of losing their steam as well, becoming more disorganized as well. So I think
losing some instability up there, which is good news, is what you want to see.
The risk is shifting further south as we get later in the day here because we're losing the heating and the storm fuel of the day further north. So the threat will continue for at very least west central and southwest Indiana ahead of this line here. So if you're out ahead from Jasper, Tell City, Seymour, Columbus, Rushville, Newcastle, Richmond areas up toward Muncie, you are still out ahead of this line in the path of this. Your weather is yet to come, and severe weather in the form of gusty winds. As the main concern is the main concern with this line is gusty winds, but cannot rule out a brief tornado. With this, I will say as well, the Bloomfield tornado warning they issued a few minutes ago has been canceled. So that area of rotation in Greene County has weakened enough for them to lower that just to a severe warning with that tag for a possible tornado still on it. So I'm going to take my focus with my other radar here and bring it further back south here. I do see another report of wind in Spencer, 61 mile per hour gust in Spencer. That was reported by the public a few minutes ago. Back down here to the tornado warning in the southwest corner of the state. Rotation continues to be very localized in nature down here toward the Warrenton, Wheatonville areas. We see a little indentation that sticks out to us. I'll go ahead and pop my draw tool back on here. This area right here, this little, we call them dog legs especially. This area is one to watch for some rotation, perhaps some tornadic activity with this. And looking at velocity, we can see that rotation is still there, but it's not as pronounced here. So at very least, gusty winds continue to move eastward there, but the rotation at this time looks to be on the weakening trend. Let's hope it continues.
Yeah, but the strongest area of rotation here associated with this is in Gibson County, right on the Vanderburg Gibson County line, but the strongest area of rotation is north of I-64 here near the Warrenton area, but it is broadening out a little bit. We're seeing some cycling here and a gust front taking over. So that's some good news, but that just shows you how fast these mesovortices can spin up here. We went from having no signs of rotation to a very strong rotation in about 3 scans or less. And that shows you how fast these scans get issued. And again, a big shout out to Paducah there. That was some quick action on that tornado warning. And that shows you how much they have to keep an eye on as well. They issue these warnings that fast because the rotation develops that fast. And with little warning too, with the setup that we have here, a lot of wind shear is in place. And if you're able to get an updraft to tap into that, it doesn't take very long to get a little bit of spin to develop.
So, Caleb, earlier we were talking about that line moving through the Indianapolis airport region with those sensors.
Yep.
I have two reports here. I think one is a little high. The international airport gusted to 52, and the sensor just to the south here, about a mile south, says gusted to 70. I don't believe that 70 is valid. I believe it'd be more like 50 to 60. I think 70 is a bit too high on that, but it did measure accurately last time around, so it could be legit. But that is what I'm seeing based on that line move through the Indianapolis area. That line is moving through Indianapolis as we speak. It's actually basically over downtown Indianapolis. We're seeing gusty winds continue on the Beech Grove, Southport neighborhood areas, just south of downtown. If you're in downtown directly, the worst of it looks like it's past you to the east now.
Yeah.
But like I said, at least gusty winds here with right around 50 to perhaps 60, maybe 70 if that sensor is correct, but I think that's a little too high.
Yeah, right along the 74, 69, 65 corridor here, just south of Beech Grove, there is a pocket of some stronger winds mixing their way down to the ground at perhaps 60, 65 mixing in here. So some higher wind gusts are possible, especially southeast of the Indy metro area. But the severe
Caleb?
thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, the latest scan off the Indianapolis radar has really started to increase that gust front as it moves off out of the radar, as it moves in toward Cumberland, New Palestine, and Pleasant View here on the Marion, Hancock, and Shelby County line. So if you're out ahead of that, I'll get some towns out here for you guys. If you're in, let's get the proper radar first. So if you're in Pendleton, Ingalls, Fortville, McCordsville, Greenfield area up toward Anderson, Middleton, you guys have some gusty winds heading your direction, at very least 50 to 60 miles per hour heading your direction. So don't be shocked to see an extension of that warning over into the Hancock and Shelby County areas with that line as it progresses. We also have Sarah, who is getting ready to intercept this line as it moves over her in the Bloomington area. Looking at her location, she appears to be just outside of Bloomington on the south corner, it looks like. So we're going to take her live occasionally. We're going to keep a close eye on her camera here. She's facing, I believe, to the west. If I'm wrong, Sarah, correct me, but I believe she has to be facing west here along this fence line. Go ahead, Sarah.
I am indeed facing west. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And looking at the radar versus her location, this should be on top of her in a matter of about 5 minutes or so. So we'll keep a close eye on that camera feed. She'll be up there in the left center of your screen there. And then we also got Tyler on board with us. We did have Ben as well, but it looks like Ben's stream was lost there. And for those of you asking about the dancing cat in the chat, that is his screensaver. When he loses signal, the bopping cat, that's all him. It's pretty entertaining if you ask me. But he looks like he'll be at least disconnected for now. If we get him back, I'll bring him back in.
Yeah, and another feature, Ryan, I want you to look at is near Oakland City when you have a chance.
Yep,
Some
I'm
gusty winds, a pocket of some gusty winds there on the leading edge. Our area of rotation, though, if I zoom in, that was in Gibson County, and the county line there has broadened out quite a bit. You can see if I press play here on the radar, you can see just how fast it spun up, very tight here, and then you can see now it's more of a straight line wind event, moving into out of Gibson County there along I-64 west of Linville. More of a damaging wind risk here associated with that. And I believe Sarah is right up here to the north near the Bloomington area, getting into some very heavy rainfall there, and the winds are impacting Sarah as we speak. Really good lightning there. Wow.
As you finish that up here, Caleb, new warning now incoming for Newcastle, Muncie, or perhaps not Muncie. Looks like the south side of Muncie's in it. The north side isn't. Anderson, Pendleton, Greenfield, basically the exact same areas I just got done mentioning that could see a warning has now been issued with a warning here. So if you're in Newcastle, Greenfield, up to about Muncie and Anderson areas, you guys are now in a severe warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible is your hazard. Counties of those include Delaware, Hamilton, Hancock, Henry, Johnson, Madison, Marion, Morgan, Rush, and Shelby counties until 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Sarah is taking a lot of wind. Holy cow.
And buckets
is
of rain
crazy.
as well. Just torrential rainfall occurring with the storm as well.
Yeah, these winds are no joke either. We saw this in Vermilion County, and now we have pretty much blinding conditions here on Sarah's camera. Sarah is in the Bloomington area on the south and west corner of the town there. So This line is packing a punch as it progresses to the east here, so do take it seriously. Warnings are there for a reason. We have a lot of wind shear today and just enough storm fuel to really warrant the mention of these really gusty winds. We had several reports of 60 plus mile per hour winds, although I have yet to see or hear of any damage from these storms. So that's at least good news. At least the damage would be a little bit more scattered to perhaps isolated in nature. But right now we are seeing Sarah's cam here is getting rocked in the Bloomington area.
Yeah, it
If you want
really
to chime
is.
in, Sarah, go
This
ahead.
severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, and also a tornado possible tag is within this warning. Perhaps some broad rotation southwest of Bloomington, just southeast of the Cincinnati area. A little bit of a kink there. Nothing that indicates a tornado is imminent, but there is some broad rotation we're keeping an eye on. Hence, we do have that tornado possible tag on this warning as well.
Caleb, that area you mentioned before, Oakland City, looks to be more so wind to me versus anything else.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And our tornado warning in southern Indiana has been dropped. We are back to just severe thunderstorm warnings here in the state of Indiana.
That's good news. Again, Sarah is in Bloomington area. That's going to be south of Indianapolis in Monroe County. She's facing west here, southwest side of Bloomington. Some more sensor data here, Caleb, as that storm moved through Indianapolis. A 44-mile-an-hour gust in Beech Grove, and I see a 45-mile-per-hour gust up near the Eagle Creek Air Park. So it looks like that 70-mile-an-hour gust was kind of a false report there, false data off that sensor. I don't see anything supporting 70 with that storm at all.
Yeah, I really don't either.
So
Sarah
could
just getting pounded with
Literally.
torrential rainfall here. Getting quite the car wash there. Pressure washed, as you will. And our tornado watch, Ryan, has been canceled for northern Indiana. Howard County, Marion County, and areas, or not Marion County, sorry, Marion, Indiana, Grant County, and areas northward has been canceled. All of northern Indiana has been canceled from our tornado watch.
That is good news as we moved into the evening hours. If you guys have reports of damage, feel free to message us here at Indiana Weather Network. Always looking for reports so we can relay to the Weather Service if need be. So if you have those reports, feel free to message us directly or drop a comment on our page. We're always monitoring the comment sections on our posts. Not here in the stream comments. We can't see those as we're live here. All I see is a chat. I don't see any pictures or videos that you guys send. But if you guys have anything media-wise, feel free to send it into us via direct messenger.
This line is going to continue moving off to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Those of you on deck would include Richmond, Connorsville, Jackson, Versailles, Louisville, Charleston, Salem. All of you guys in eastern Indiana and southeast Indiana still on deck as this line of storms continues to move off to the east, southeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Still moving pretty fast, Ryan. A lot of these warnings have forward motions between 50 and 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, the good news is we should clear the state here pretty rapidly as we push past Indianapolis. The threat will continue to shift south slowly as we get through the evening hours. Looks like there's an update to the warning now south of Indianapolis here. Or is this a new one? No, it's just it just got updated. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I'm using a new radar software, and every time a new warning is issued, usually they'll flash on your screen. So when I see flashing, I'm assuming a new warning was issued. But with this new software I'm using, it just means it got updated. So I'm just kind of mentally trying to transition from different software products.
Yeah, and those of you in Fort Wayne right now, sub-severe, some gusty winds, but mainly just some heavy rain in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And here's a live look at our high-tech electric weather cam in Fort Wayne. if you were following our page the other day, we actually caught Santa Claus on this cam. It was pretty cool. But look at these raindrops, Ryan. Very fat raindrops coming down. So if you're in Fort Wayne, especially the north side of Fort Wayne, I-469, 69 northbound, especially Coliseum North, torrential rainfall is occurring. So watch out for some ponding in the Fort Wayne area. But notice how these raindrops, Ryan, they're falling straight down. Not a lot of wind associated with this rain that's currently in Fort Wayne, but very heavy rainfall, very fat raindrops coming down as we have a lot of moisture to work with here today. As we pull back radar up in Fort Wayne, thank you, High Tech Electric, for that weather cam. Just some heavy rain moving through the area right now. Take back Sarah. The winds have looked like they've calmed down. Sarah, if you can hear us, if you want to tell us a little bit about how that line impacted your location. Looks like things are starting to calm down there. Just some rain lingering for you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I can barely hear you because of the rain on my car. But it was almost like blinding. Couldn't see anything. My car was shaking, and there was nobody on the roads. I think everybody behind me pulled over. So everybody was being really smart about it, because just a cautionary thing, just a reminder that county roads do flood very easily. So if you're out and about, just a reminder, watch for standing water on the roads. Hydroplaning is easy to do in this kind of weather, but
Absolutely.
yeah, it hit me.
Yep. And Ryan, to pull your attention, we do have a new area of rotation developing just to the west of Jasper, Indiana, and southern Indiana. We do kind of have a donut hole signature on radar here a little bit. This would be just north of Pikeville,
Yeah, I gotcha.
just south of Petersburg. This area of rotation kind of cycled through a little bit and just developed in the last few minutes here. This will be just southeast of Winslow, Indiana. At least some strong winds, a pocket of strong winds here, perhaps a little bit of rotation here within this line here. This will be moving into Du Bois County here in the next 5 minutes or so. I don't see any signs of debris at this time, but I do see a pocket of rotation developing, a little bit of a hook on radar now, possible as well. So this is an area that we're going to have to keep an eye on here for any additional warnings that may be issued here if this continues to develop here. It is showing signs of some rotation here. You can see the hook on radar right in here. See kind of how it backs in on itself just north of Alpin, southeast of Winslow. And a little bit of rotation here, State Road 364, just to the northwest of Pikeville, near the Du Bois County line here. Here comes the next radar sweep. Take a look at it here. Still there, a little bit there, just to the northwest of Valpin, showing signs of some rotation there. Moving into Du Bois County over the next few minutes or so. And I'm actually going to turn on CC here to look at this real quick to see if there's anything.
Not
really anything too concerning right now, but we're going to have to keep an eye on this. I think that's mainly clutter. But we do see some broad rotation there, perhaps associated with our hook echo here, moving into Du Bois County. Otherwise, penny size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Nice hook echo now on radar here. Get off my screen. There we go. Moving into Du Bois County, just to the west of Jasper. No warning yet for Du Bois County, severe or tornado, but this is something we're going to have to watch as this line progresses into Du Bois County and southeast Indiana there. Yeah, I do think it's safe to say, Ryan, that is some rotation there.
Keep a close eye on that as well. Also, traveling back further south toward Evansville, We have people in chat here saying the sirens are going off in Evansville. I'm not sure what their policy is down there in Vanderburgh County. Some counties will issue warnings based on severe criteria. I do believe there is a new warning just got issued for a severe thunderstorm warning, and that does contain text that says a tornado is possible. So I have to imagine that's probably why you're hearing sirens go off down there. But I do know some counties will sound sirens just for base severe warnings. That could also be the case. Right now for Evansville, you guys have zero risk for not zero, a low risk for anything tornadic. Looking on the radar here, there's no rotation on radar, but there is gusty winds here that could be severe in nature. And even Evansville downtown is kind of out of the worst of it. We do have some more coming up from the behind you there, but a lot of the worst has already passed you off into the Melody Hill, Stevenson area up toward Chandler. But again, we do have some stuff coming up behind it that may brush the downtown Evansville area. But yeah, there's nothing tornadic happening, but severe wind, gusty winds is definitely a possibility for you guys down there in Evansville. Caleb's looking at an area of rotation we're tracking very closely further north up toward Jasper. And we can definitely see over Velpin and White Sulphur Springs on State Route 257, a very distinct dogleg inflow notch look there. That circle on the screen of Caleb has up. That is some rotation there that does concern us up there in Du Bois County and Pike County line. That needs to be watched very closely as that continues toward Jasper. This is actually heading directly into Jasper. So hopefully this doesn't tighten up any further. And again, I don't want to knock on wood here. We've yet to see anything confirmed in the state here, tornadic wise. Let's keep it that way. In the meantime, though, this warrants attention here as it moves toward Jasper. Just crossed completely over to Du Bois County. It's going to be moving into, what road is this? We're talking West 50 North, as well as a north-south road of North 750 West. That's going to be the general area just south of Ireland, moving in toward Jasper here. This is going to be a little bit of rotation worth monitoring. There's no debris ball on this scan that I'm seeing, but there is a good amount of rotation here that warrants mention and monitoring closely. Looking up further north into the Indianapolis region, I'll go and take back my radar here while I'm going over this, Caleb, you don't mind?
Yeah, nope, go ahead.
Looking through the Indy metro region here, Indianapolis downtown is good to go. You guys are basically clearing it with some rain showers there for you guys. The wind with this is heaviest from Alexandria to Anderson, down to Greenfield, down to Greenwood. Gusts with this line are reaching 40 to 60 miles per hour. Out ahead of this, Newcastle, Muncie, Middleton, Knightstown, Spiceland, Rushville, Morristown, Marion, Shelbyville, Richland, and Cambridge city areas. Further south, this gust front continues toward Franklin, Nineveh, Nashville, Columbus, Freetown, Seymour, Brownstown, Medora, Bedford area. Guthrie is on top of you guys right now. It just cleared Bloomington, where Sarah was. And these winds definitely are likely severe based on what we saw on Sarah's camera a few minutes ago. So if you are out ahead toward Nashville to Columbus, Jonesville, State Route 58, and State Route 446, you guys have quite a bit of wind heading your direction. Further south here toward Jasper, we do have that area of rotation we're tracking right here. We see a little bit more brighter yellows and reds there, meeting a little bit darker reds. That's your rotation trying to kick up there. And we can see the dogleg feature where we have a little bit of indentation. I'll go ahead and draw it on the screen. With the latest scan, it's still there, although it's becoming less defined. It's definitely still there. The red and purple comes down. You can kind of see it tilt in here, and it kind of jolts up. And inflow can come into that little notch here, and that can spin some stuff up. That's what we're keeping a close eye on here. It was definitely more defined a little bit ago. So we'll go ahead and take back that here just a second and show you guys the last couple of scans here. Back it up here. There you go. You can see that little bit of a dog leg there try to curl up on itself, but now that it's trying to close off, that usually indicates that it's definitely trying to cycle, but it may be failing to cycle. So hopefully it doesn't cycle through here because it's on the outskirts now of Jasper. So if you're in Jasper, a good idea. There's no warning actually for Jasper, Caleb. There's no severe warning for Du Bois County. I'm surprised by that. There's no tornado warning either, but I wouldn't be shocked if they were to issue a tornado warning for this particular area just for precaution. But right now there's no warning. So I would definitely advise, based on what I see on radar here, It'd be a good idea to head to your safe space, whether it's into your closet, into your room, or your basement. Not a bad idea there to do so in Jasper or surrounding areas as this area of rotation continues to trek eastward. If it's not rotation as well, I do want to take note. The wind with this is upwards of, on radar here, you can see that white box there. It's indicating 70-mile-per-hour winds here happening over Millersport and Duff areas on the south side of Jasper toward Maltersville and Huntingburg areas. So if it's not going to be a tornado, there's still potential here for very strong winds in a localized pockets. So south side of Jasper especially could be alert for the wind. If this rotation continues, it's basically entering the west side of town right now. So what south side of Jasper and downtown Jasper, I don't see anything on the ground. It's not very indicative or tight enough to be warranted for that, but it's definitely rotation worth monitoring. And for right now, though, it looks like you guys are okay, but hopefully that continues over the next couple of scans here. Backing out here, going further south, again, a lot of viewers are saying sirens are going off in Evansville. I'm not sure what Evansville policy is with, sirens, but right now there is a severe warning to get issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds, observed, mind you, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So those are confirmed winds moving through Evansville, but also the tag on this warning for a possible tornado is on there. So that might be why you're hearing sirens. I'm not sure what their policy is down there in Vanderburgh counties. Out ahead of this line, though, is going to be Boonville, Christney, Dale areas, Hatfield. Anywhere between those areas, we're talking counties of Warwick County is the main area there, and then Spencer County, Western Spencer County should be on alert for this as well. Going back up here, I think the most concerning area right now, Caleb, is that Jasper cell, and surprisingly, no warning on that of severe or tornadic type.
I'm surprised as well. Something to also note, Ryan, is more of a dogleg feature. It's an embedded area of rotation within the rain itself. You can still see your rain bands wrapping around what appears to be a mesocyclone on radar, and it's still hanging on as well. So this is a rain-wrapped area of rotation in Du Bois County. Going to move very close to the south side of Jasper, if not over Jasper. No signs of anything on the ground yet, but there is still an area of rotation still defined on radar. Even without a tornado, still I would plan on some straight line winds on the south side of Jasper.
Outside of Jasper, that cell, otherwise, if you're ahead of this line or experiencing this line, most of it's just straight line winds for right now. I don't see any other areas here that warrant mention or attention for anything tornadic. Also, just a reminder here, we have mods in Facebook chat as well as YouTube chat, so we do not tolerate the bullying or sarcastic comments toward people who are actively watching and trying to keep their families safe. So if we see that, we will remove it. And we do have moderators in chat who will do that for us. So please be respectful of your neighbors here in the state of Indiana.
And our tornado watch continues to be trimmed back associated with our line. So that is good news. Ryan, if you want to go over for those of us who are in the clear, that would be great, because there's a lot of people now that are done with this line.
So pretty much all of northern Indiana, actually, Caleb, is in the clear here. There's a very small area over here toward Woodburn, Monroeville, Decatur. You there in Bluffton there, Caleb. You're in the Bluffton area. Also Montpelier, Bern, Geneva. You guys have some storms to get through. These are not looking severe, unfortunately for you, Caleb. I know you're hoping for a good storm today, but
I'll take the rain.
Otherwise,
we're in a drought.
True. If you're west of this line from Fort Wayne to Marion to Indianapolis, and if you're west of those locations from Logansport, Lafayette, Terre Haute, Gary, South Bend, Goshen, Mishawaka, you guys are in the clear. Go to bed. What are you watching this for? It can't be that entertaining. Go to bed. Enjoy your evening. Further south, Terre Haute in the clear, Sullivan in the clear, Vincennes in the clear, Princeton is in the clear as well. Just some rain showers down there. The main line's pushed off to your east. Could be some lightning hanging around there, but mainly just rain now. Down to Mount Vernon, Grayville area, you guys are all clear. Up here, Indianapolis region is clear as well. So if you are in Lawrence, Fishers, Carmel, Zionsville, Avon, Plainfield, Mooresville, Greenwood, over toward about the New Palestine, almost clearing Greenfield, you guys are in the clear as well. Just some rain showers, maybe some lightning lingering on the backside of this. Once the rain stops, you guys are all clear. The main line's past you, no concern there for severe weather anymore. Out ahead of this, We have plenty of counties left. Ferdinand, Dale, Corydon, New Pekin, Salem, Mitchell, Crawfordsville, Brownstown, Seymour, North Vernon, Lancaster, Westport, Greensburg, Shelbyville, Rushville, Richmond, Newcastle, all the way to Winchester, over to the Ohio border. You guys have storms heading your direction that may contain strong gusty winds, as well as a low chance for a tornado. I'm almost willing to bet, Caleb, and kind of lower the wording on tornadoes. We haven't seen anything today, tornadic, that really cycled through. It's not impossible, but I'd say at this point it's a low threat for anything tornadic.
From here on out, I think it's low, especially with our instability waning from here on out. We've lost the sun. Our maximized instability was really when storms first formed in the Illinois-Indiana border, and we saw an observed tornado across northeast Illinois, almost coming into Indiana, coming within a few miles of the border. Nothing confirmed in Indiana yet, but that was the closest one we've had. But that was when the ingredients today were maximized, at least at their highest potential. Now, especially, we've been dark now for a few hours here in Indiana. We still have a little bit of instability, but it's waning. As our temperatures, well, they're not going to cool too much with our warm air advection, but without instability, that's really going to limit our overall potential here. In something else to note too, Ryan, looking at our ingredients, as we talk about wind shear, we talk about directional shear and why that's important for tornadoes. We need that change in not only speed, but direction with height. Looking at our ingredients, a lot of our wind parameters, Ryan, are moving from west to east. They're more westerly flow. And that's really what we're seeing here in the evolution of this line. It's becoming straighter. We're getting less and less kinks in this line, less segments, and it's becoming more stable, straight, which is more really as a result of our wind shear becoming less directional and mainly more zonal, more speed shear. Still a lot of wind shear out there, so straight line winds definitely a risk. But I think our overall tornado risk is becoming lower here with eastward extent because of that.
I would agree with you completely there, Caleb.
So a lot of ingredients we have to look at, different amounts, different quantities, and different forms of those ingredients have a different output. Different combinations entered into equation have different outcomes, and we're starting to see that here. And really going as forecast. Really, we really expected kind of this trend here as the line progressed here along the cold front, very similar to what we saw 10 days ago across Indiana, where we saw a narrow line of storms moving across Indiana. A few kinks in the line, but all in all, mainly a straight line wind risk. I think the maximized tornado risk was closer to the Indiana-Illinois border as we had more instability. Now that we're losing their instability, the line becomes a little bit more stable, and we're going to see more of a straight line wind risk. And we're starting to see that as well across the state. And not a lot of damage reports, Ryan. I haven't seen a lot of published reports of a lot of damage. I've seen some wind gusts briefly go over 60 miles per hour, but not a lot of damage.
I do have one area that people have messaged us about, and that is the Linton area.
Okay.
I'm not sure the extent of it, but I do know that there's some damage in the city or the town of Linton. If that is you watching us or you know of what's going on there, please message us so we are aware of that. We do have resources that can help out in situations like this. So if we can help out in any way possible, we would like to know, and we'd like to send crews out that way if need be.
Yeah.
So aside from Linton as well, there's any other cities who have experienced any damage, whether it's trees on houses or structural damage. I wouldn't expect there to be widespread of that today, but there could be instances where there could be some pockets there. Please let us know. Message the page or Indiana Weather Network. We'll be glad to take your reports, and we'll see what we can do for the community here.
Absolutely. And we do have another measured report, Ryan. Just 1 mile northeast of McCormick's Creek State Park. That was a public measured report of 61 miles per hour.
Or is there anybody else out in the field, or is everybody home?
So we're just checking with our chasers to see who else is out there. These storms are moving pretty fast, so our chasers are having a hard time keeping up with them. Keep in mind, area speed limits are 50 to 60 miles per hour. And these storms are moving well in excess of that. And we just had a huge severe thunderstorm warning just get issued now. A lot of counties included in this. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour, and penny size hail I'm going to read the counties off to you. This was issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis until 9 p.m. So 43 minutes here for this warning. This includes Shelby County, Monroe County, Rush County, Decatur County, Brown County, Johnson County, Bartholomew County, Martin County, Lawrence County, Jackson, and Jennings County until 9 p.m. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Franklin to 11 miles south of Nashville to 7 miles east of Shoals, moving east at 55 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Locations include Columbus, Shelbyville, Seymour, Bedford, Franklin, Greensburg, North Vernon, Rushville, Brownstown, Nashville, Shoals, Vernon, Adams, Edinburgh, Mitchell, Whiteland, Hope, Crawfordsville, Flat Rock, and Milford. Following highways 65 between mile markers 3794 and I-74 between 110 and 144 mile markers. Remain alert for possible tornadoes. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. We do have this tornado possible tag in it. And I do want to mention something, Ryan. I saw a comment from someone hopping off because we mentioned that the tornado was going lower. Severe thunderstorm winds can have equal damage to a weak tornado, Ryan. And I do want to reiterate that's really a false assumption. Don't think of the risk as downtrending when we say just the tornado risk is lessening. Straight line winds can still cause damage to life and property, Ryan.
Yeah, they very well can. In some instances, it can be more widespread and more damaging in some instances.
Absolutely. Tornadoes are
we
pretty
think-
isolated. Straight line winds are widespread. And we still have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings issued, and they're not issued lightly by the National Weather Service either. They have to be pretty confident in the criteria that they're seeing being met for severe thunderstorm warnings. So
Yep.
Don't downplay this yet, is what we're getting at.
I'm making a graphic here for people who are all clear and not clear yet. So I'll have that on the page here just a second.
Yep. And I'll zoom out and I'll draw that for you while he's making a more professional graphic.
It's not professional.
If you are in this highlighted zone here, you are good. There's Fred the smiley there. You guys are good here in Northwest Indiana. Behind this line, if you've been impacted by this line, you guys are in the clear. Your severe weather risk is over. In fact, I'm going to turn on or toggle on our tornado watch here to show you how it's been trimmed back here. Did they cancel it? Oh, it just didn't toggle on. There we go. Look how skinny our tornado watch is now. It used to accompany most of Indiana, even northern Indiana, but you can see now it has been trimmed back, canceled for Kokomo, Crawfordsville, Noblesville. You're no longer in the tornado watch. And it has been trimmed back to just include areas in and around this line of storms. And I don't know if we're going to see a downstream watch or not. I personally don't think we'll see a downstream tornado watch with our waning instability, but we may see some small extensions here momentarily. But the good news is the overall tornado risk is lessening, but we do have a risk of straight line winds here, which could pose equal damage with the slight risk of a spin up tornado. So definitely not out of the woods yet here across Indiana. Zooming back in here, Evansville, you guys are getting some heavy rain, but the worst of the gust front is now south and east of town near the Boonville area, getting into some pretty strong gusty winds here on the leading edge. Severe thunderstorm. They dropped a tornado tag on it. Now it's 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for you. Heavy rain for Evansville, and then we'll see conditions improve over the next 30 minutes or so. Looking up north here to Indianapolis, you guys are in the clear in Marion County for Indianapolis. The worst of the line is off to your east for Newcastle, Shelbyville, and Columbus under severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then the warning off to the south, also tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. I'm not seeing a lot of rotation in this line, mainly straight line winds at this point, at least that I see, but we could still see additional spin ups. Definitely possible, not out of the question here for this line. And very heavy rainfall too. Could have some localized ponding on area roadways as this line moves over as well. So not just severe weather, but also hydrologic weather as well from heavy rain, impacting many areas and many motorists as well throughout the state here of Indiana. These storms are still moving at a pretty good clip. These storms are moving east at 55 to 60 miles per hour. The new warning here has forward motion at 55, so still moving pretty fast here across the region as well. Looking off here to the north, our line is now exiting northeast Indiana. Decatur, Bluffton, still right on the edge of it here, but sub-severe for these lines here, mainly just heavy rain, really for a lot of these areas here, thanks to our lack of instability up in our northern portions of the state. This line will continue to push off and east out of Indiana. We are expecting this to be probably out of the state here by 10 o'clock, Ryan.
Yeah, I'd say so. A lot of these warnings are not being reissued, unless I'm just not seeing it on my end.
Yeah, Indianapolis did a big blanket warning. That's the most recent warning here.
Okay. I don't have it on my end. I see it on GR2 though, so I just open up my screen here, so I just see that.
Yep, they reissued that one, and it's a pretty good sized warning. That'll be in effect here for another 37 minutes here. So a pretty good sized warning. Our warnings in southern Indiana, though, have not been reissued to include Du Bois County, Ferdinand, Harrison County, guys not in a, or Perry County rather, not in a severe thunderstorm warning or even a special weather statement, but some gusty winds possible along the leading edge, even if they are not severe. Still have to watch this area here for any strengthening that does take place. Weather rotation or straight line winds still possible here throughout the night as these storms continue moving off to the east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. And looking in terms of rotation, not really seeing a lot of rotation here. Still maybe a few areas of broad rotation perhaps, but nothing that really is indicative of a tornado warning or anything like that right now. Most of the risk right now is turning into a straight line wind risk with our severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now. We do still have some tornado possible tags in here across east central Indiana, issued out of precaution as we could still develop. You can kind of see how it's a little wavy up here. So we could still have some weak mesovortices perhaps develop, but nothing immediate at this time that really screams a tornado, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. But not saying something couldn't spin up again before this is all said and done. But looking at north here, yeah, Muncie, you'll be done here pretty soon. I saw a question about you guys. Heavy rain for you guys. The severe thunderstorm warning does include Muncie, but I think the strongest portion of the storm is off to your south. Heavy rain, gusty winds for you. Same thing with Wells, Adams, Jay, and Blackford County. Gusty winds, sub-severe. Should be ending here for you guys pretty soon. We do have a camera in the Bluffton area. Not really showing any winds, just mainly heavy rain up there, which correlates with radar pretty well. Still some pockets of some heavier gusts here to 60, perhaps 65 miles per hour right in here near the Knightstown area, just west of Cambridge City, showing some stronger pockets of winds there to perhaps over 60 miles per hour or close to 60 miles per hour. And same thing down here in southern Indiana, just embedded pockets of straight line winds that could succeed severe weather criteria. For a severe thunderstorm, we need 58 miles per hour or greater, quarter size hail or 1 inch diameter or greater, or a tornado make a storm severe. So if we're below that criteria, well, we do not have any warnings for those areas. But still a lot of questions asking if you're in the clear, and I don't know how else to say it. If you're in front of this line, you're not clear. If you're behind this line, you're clear. Go to bed. You're good to go. No other really any way to say that yet. But areas not clear include Columbus, Indiana, Seaboard, North Vernon, Greensburg, Shelbyville, Rushville, 60 mile per hour winds, penny size hail possible here along the line, and also torrential rainfall within this line here. Columbus seeing some winds coming into town. right about now, probably seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Shelbyville coming in here as well. I haven't seen a measured LSR gust, Ryan, in a while.
No, I haven't either, which is really good news. LSR are local storm reports. So if there's people who have reported wind gusts of severe criteria, we'll see them on our maps. So the fact we haven't seen those lately are really good news that we may not have many severe gusts occurring anymore, but we can't assume that. So we'll have to keep treating these warnings as they are producing severe wind gusts.
Yeah. Latest report was just south of the Evansville, 1 mile east of Evansville in Vanderburgh, Indiana. Train spotter reported estimated 60 miles per hour. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds was estimated by that spotter. So it wasn't a measured gust, but perhaps winds near or just below severe criteria in the Evansville area. They were estimating 50 to 60 there. And that was an estimated reports, but still don't have a measured report for at this time. We do have a new warning, though, just got issued, Ryan, by Indianapolis. Does include the Winchester area. Actually, kind of surprised they issued a warning up there. But we do have that warning here for 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible, and penny-sized hail. Still showing a decent gust run, I guess, up here. You can see that there on velocity here.
Caleb, we have a picture now in our inbox of looks like a downtown building in Linton that I don't want to say collapsed, but it looks like the part of the front of the building is collapsed.
Yeah, if you want to forward that to me, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
But that's we've had some gusts in the Linton area of severe criteria. That's been where we've seen some recent damage reports. If you guys have damage reports, feel free to send them in or report them to us. We can relay that to the National Weather Service as well if need be. And we can also tag them in a few things if they want to come back and look at it as well. But a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Randolph County in east central Indiana. 60 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail, and possible tornado. Does include Winchester, Indiana. The worst of the line, though, looks to be kind of in the southern half of Randolph County, including Lynn, Indiana. A little bit further north, mainly some rain. Could have some gusty winds, though, along this, even though reflectivity isn't as solid near the Muncie area. Doesn't mean we don't have any winds there. Could have some winds mixing down there along the front as well. But some nice pockets of some strong winds, though, around the Newcastle area and points just south. So definitely not out of the woods yet. Newcastle area, you're in it right now. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds should be over here in about 5 minutes or so for you as this line pushes off to the east. And Ryan, just want to let you know I'm getting some heavy rain here, so if I cut out, that is why.
I got you.
Should be over here pretty soon. Looking back down south for southern Indiana, don't want to forget about anybody down here. A little bit of rotation here showing up here on radar near the Lamar area. Just south of the Ferdinand area, see a little bit of a hook on radar. Seeing a little bit of rotation here, still showing up here on the next scan here. We'll stay here a little bit here. This would be just west of New Boston. And a little bit of housekeeping rules. Please do not use all caps. Just a little bit of housekeeping rules there. Please don't use all caps in the chat. I'm changing radars here behind the scenes real quick.
I got you, Caleb. So let's go ahead and talk about counties that are out in front of this line. I'm actually going to bring up my other radar here just a second.
Yeah, Santa Claus, Indiana, just south of Santa Claus, Lamar, Clay City, areas impacted by that weak rotation there.
Counties out ahead of this line include Perry, Crawford, Washington, Jackson, Jennings, Scott, Floyd, Clark, Jefferson, Ripley, Dearborn, Franklin, Decatur, Fayette, Union, Wayne, and Randolph counties. Impacted right now: Henry, Rush, Bartholomew, Shelby, Jackson, Lawrence, Orange, and Dubois County down to Spencer County. If you live in those counties, you are not out of the clear. If I didn't mention your county, you are A-OK, go to bed. Some main cities out ahead of this line as well. We have Richmond, Winchester, Lynn, Connorsville, Rushville, Salem, Laurel, Brookville, Cedar Grove, Batesville, St. Paul, Greensburg, Westport, Napoleon, Versailles, Lawrenceburg, Seymour, Scottsburg, Madison, Salem, Sellersburg, English, Paoli, Livonia, Leavenworth, Corydon, and Leopold. Anywhere between those cities also being impacted as well. Just because I didn't name your township or your exact city, we have over 1,000 cities, and we can't name everybody. So if you know you live close to one of those cities I just talked about, you guys are not out of the woods.
Yeah.
Just
Long story short, if you haven't been impacted by this line, you're on deck. So just as a heads up, I think the risks here are general across the board, whether you're in Randolph County or all the way down in Harrison County. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. An isolated tornado, while a lower risk, is still not non-zero. Those are your primary hazards here the remainder of the night, and that's across the board. Doesn't matter where you're at. If you haven't been impacted by this line here, the risks are the same. Primary risk, damaging winds, but there's still a non-zero risk of a spin-up tornado or two yet. But we haven't had any 100% confirmed reports of tornadoes in Indiana. Had a couple close calls, but nothing that's been confirmed. So hopefully that trend continues. But we still have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings here in the state of Indiana for east central and southeast Indiana as this line continues to race across the state. Severe thunderstorm warnings still include, go ahead and read them off here from north to south. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock County, Shelby County, Rush County, Delaware County, Henry County until 9 p.m. 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible in those locations. Areas to the south, also 60 with a tornado possible tag. They would be locations include Columbus, Shelbyville, Seymour, Greensburg, North Vernon, Rushville, Elizabethtown, Hartsville. These would be areas out ahead of the line here. Columbus, you're about to be in the clear. The worst of it is actually just about over for you. Seymour, here in the next couple of minutes, we'll see some stronger winds and some heavy rain enter town here. But some pretty strong winds, Ryan, that have my eye near the Rushville area and just a little bit southeast of Shelbyville. I think that's probably the strongest portion of this line right now, at least from a reflectivity standpoint, is from Newcastle to Rushville.
Yeah, so if you live in Milroy, St. Paul, Rushville, Glenwood, New Salem, up here toward Cambridge City, Connorsville, Alpine areas, you guys have some gusty winds heading your direction. Also some pockets down here near Hope, as well as Columbus. Columbus itself, you guys are in the worst of it or just out of the worst of it. It'll be clear, as Caleb said, here in just a few seconds. And then obviously down here, Seymour impacted here in a few minutes. Salem as well. New warning now incoming for the English, Valine, Hardensburg, Marengo areas. Let's talk counties here. We have Orange, Washington, Crawford, and parts of Harrison. So Northwest Harrison, Northern Crawford, Southern Orange, and Southwestern Washington under a severe warning. The text of that is for, surprise, surprise, we are seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible. All of the warnings today that have been issued really have contained those two same characteristics.
Yeah, and
Good news, though, Caleb, is we're starting to see these warnings further south even become more sporadic in nature. It's not a whole big congealed line of warnings now. We have some gaps here. There's a gap here in Paoli, Livonia area. There's also a gap down here in Perry County and Spencer County without warnings. So it looks like NWS is starting to let these go, thinking they may not be as strong or severe anymore.
Yeah, starting to lose confirmed measured reports as well. So that's some good news as well. But in this tornado possible warning, there is yet again some weak rotation within this line too. Something to keep an eye on. Nothing that really screams a tornado at this point in time, but a broad area of rotation near the Wycliffe area and Brownstown areas, right on the county line here, moving east. Not strong enough for a tornado warning, in my opinion. But the National Weather Service did include that tornado possible warning. There is a little bit of a couplet there. You can kind of see a dog-leg feature, Ryan, in this line too. Pretty common throughout the entire night. We've seen that feature.
And also, just want to mention those. We see those dog-leg rotations, but nothing ever really comes of it. It's there for a couple scans and it kind of evaporates.
Yeah.
So the trend today so far has been that, and that should continue. So let's hope it does.
Yep. And we do not have a downstream watch either. They continue to trim the watch back without issuing anything downstream, and I think that'll be a trend to continue as well.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully,
we'll be out of this line should be wrapping up here in the next hour, 90 minutes or so. If we get to a point where we're kind of looking at these base warnings, we may hop out of here a little early just because we're kind of downtrending. But right now we have several warnings continuing here. We're going to stay on as long as we have those warnings. Because they do contain that tag for a possible tornado. That's going to be a main driving factor. The reason we're going to stay live here, because we want to make sure you guys are aware of what's going on. Sent a picture to you there in chat there.
Yeah, I just looked at it. Yeah, it's an old masonry building, maybe in downtown Linton. Kind of a partial collapse. But a lot of these older structures, when you go to take shelter from severe weather, old downtown buildings, especially old masonry buildings, are not considered well-built structures. If you think about our downtowns here in Indiana and the Midwest as a whole, we have a lot of masonry buildings. They're unreinforced. They're not built with modern technology. And a lot of them are in a weakening state. When you think about our downtowns, a lot of these buildings were built in the late 1800s, early 1900s, turn of the century, and they're old. And they are considered weaker structures within a downtown, an old downtown setting, old brick masonry buildings. And looks like we had a partial collapse in Linton on one of those structures. But again, another reason not to be on the upper level of your structure, be to the lowest level of your structure, less affected by those winds. And old brick masonry buildings are not considered a well-built structure during severe weather. And that was unfortunately an example there. That building unfortunately may have to just be torn down the rest of the way. Hopefully they can save it, but the upper story there had a partial collapse. You can see inside of the upper story there. So unfortunate there. Hopefully there were no injuries reported there in Linton, but
also on the southwest side of town, there's pretty heavy tree damage there as well. Looks like a couple buildings actually collapsed aside from the main downtown building too. I'm trying to work to figure out what's going on.
Might have to go back and look at radar to see if there were.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah, the National Weather Service will be out there too, probably with emergency management. They'll work together to see what happened, whether it's a brief tornado, straight line winds. there's a lot of forensic meteorology that goes into this, even after an event is over. You kind of play detective a little bit. You look at the building techniques of the structures that were damaged. You look at radar trends from the time the damage occurs. A lot of forensics go into it to really determine what was the building rated for, how was it constructed, was it reinforced. A lot of things go into damage survey, more than a lot of people realize as well. So they'll be out there looking into that, I'm sure, with emergency management to determine what caused that, if it was straight line winds, a brief tornado. And a lot of people automatically assume, Ryan, if you have damage like that, it has to be a tornado, you know? And not always. A lot of different things can cause damage from severe weather, from microbursts, straight line winds, and stuff like that. So they'll be out there taking an eye on that. And if we find anything out, we'll let you know. But also, after a storm like that, Ryan, the worst thing people can do is actually go out and get in the way of emergency crews and cleanup crews that are out there as well. So
especially
if you
at
are,
night.
especially
Power
at night, a
lines
lot of
down,
hazards.
You're
Yeah.
not going to see those. You could step on those, get electrocuted. So it's just not a good idea
Yeah.
to go out.
Yeah, number one complaints from emergency workers is the public becoming a hindrance during those situations. Stay out of downtown. Just don't go there right now. Let emergency personnel, cleanup crews, don't get in their way.
Yeah.
Don't be
Good.
that person. The damage will be there tomorrow if you want to look at it, if you can do so safely. But immediately after events like this, the worst thing you can do is go there.
The warning for Spencer County has been dropped or canceled. So
Yep.
we now are up to the last. There are several counties in these warnings, but there's only 3 warnings technically in effect here. There's a single warning down here for Crawford, Orange, and Washington, as well as Harrison counties. That continues for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado. Excuse me. My throat is getting dry here with so much talk midlife for about 4 hours now.
Yep.
The big warning up here includes Lawrence County, although Lawrence County is in the clear. It still includes you guys, but the main line's moved out of Lawrence. Jackson County, as well as, turn my cities off here so I can read these county names. Jennings County, Bartholomew County, Decatur County, up to Rush County and Shelby County. And the third and final is up here, Rush, Henry, Randolph counties. Those are the only 3 warnings left in the state. Now, granted, 2 of those are large warnings, but the good news is we're starting to drop those off. So we should see if there's going to be extensions. We'll have probably extensions for Fayette, Union, Franklin, Ripley, Dearborn, and Ohio counties here. Perhaps we'll see what they do with that. But otherwise, we focus on the southern part of the line here for Jennings, Scott, Jefferson, Clark, Washington, Floyd, and Harrison County here next hour or so. And then that should wrap up this event probably roughly right around 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I have to imagine.
Yeah, the line's still holding forward motion between 50 and 60 miles per hour, so it's still moving pretty good. But the severe weather risk is not over yet. Until this line exits Indiana, there is still a risk of severe weather for southeast Indiana. If you have experienced the rain and line of this QLCS, you're in the clear. I saw some questions in here for people north of this line that are in the clear, so I'm going to draw the line here again. If you're north of this line, you're in the clear. Indianapolis, Noblesville, Huntington, Wabash, anywhere in northern Indiana. In fact, all of northern Indiana, go to bed. You guys are in the clear. You don't have to worry about severe weather. If you want to stay in and watch this, you're more than welcome to, but just know no more severe weather for you. If you're in southern Indiana, you guys are in the clear if you are behind this line. Southeast Indiana is really from Richmond, Indiana to Tell City, Indiana, and points east and southeast have yet to go. If you're north of there, you guys are good. Jasper, you guys have been in the clear for a while, for like 2 hours. Yeah, you can go to bed, Jacob. You're good. It's probably going to be getting cold up there here soon, dude. Cold air is coming into Indiana pretty quick. The strongest portion of the line, though, Ryan, still kind of right around the Rushville area. Still showing some signs of some pretty gusty winds there in that location. Right in here, Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, tornado possible tag on it. Nice little gust front coming through the Rushville area as well, and also into the Richmond area, showing some gusty winds as well. No severe thunderstorm warning for Richmond. You guys are under a different NWS. They may be seeing something a little bit differently. Winchester, Indiana, still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the strongest portion of the line does appear to be to your south. If you're in Randolph County, should be seeing things improve here pretty quick. Mainly a heavy rain event, I think, up there now. Could have some gusty winds mixed in, but the worst of the line is further to your south. Back down to southern Indiana. Go ahead and switch radars here. Just get another look at things here. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. 60-mile-per-hour tornado possible. This is for Harrison County and Crawford County, as well as Orange and southwestern Washington County. Kind of an overlap of a few counties here. Mainly a straight line wind event here. 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds for you guys as well. Ferdinand, you guys are in the clear. Tell City getting in some gusty winds here over the next few minutes, and then just some steady rain behind this line. Bloomington getting your rain should be ending here any minute now, actually. Indianapolis, you guys should be drying out here for the rest of the night as well. Areas ahead of this line, 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds if you're in the warnings, but we do have some breaks in the warnings as well. Like, for example, Salem, Indiana. Not really showing a whole lot on base relative velocity for you. Could still have some gusty winds here for the Salem area, but they do look sub-severe at this point in time, at least northwest of town. Campbellsburg, Rush Creek Valley, not looking overly impressive for you guys. Mainly heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds to perhaps 30 miles an hour, but definitely below severe criteria for this area, at least based on the radar here.
Caleb, I can't believe they've surveyed this already, but the NWS office out of Lincoln, Illinois, has already confirmed 2 tornadoes in Illinois today.
I've seen that. I got the reports. Yeah,
that is crazy fast. They got out there and surveyed in a hurry. So our neighbors to the west of us in Illinois added at least 2 tornadoes today to their tornado count. Luckily, I have yet to hear of any in our state, which is great news. Let's keep it that way. We have not. I can't talk. English is hard after 5 hours of talking straight. Let's hope over the next 90 minutes we continue to keep that trend of no tornadoes in the state of Indiana.
Absolutely. For those of you keeping track, our yearly total is 60 tornadoes for the year currently in Indiana. Most of those were between March and April.
Yeah, after we got through spring, we did not have many events that added tornadoes to our count. So we definitely could have had a much worse year, but luckily we didn't. So let's end the year with 60. How about that?
Yeah, and the good news though, Ryan, this should be the last warm weather, severe weather event of the year of 2025.
This will
is
be
it.
the last.
This
is the
will.
last.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll have to wait until 2026 spring.
Yep. Hopefully we make it to spring without an event.
Caleb, I'm watching that southern Indiana area. Have a little bit of an indication that we could have some rotation beginning near the Marengo, Hardensburg area right there. Looking at a little bit of an indentation there on the radar. Nothing that really jumps out at me just yet, but it could stay all night. It could wrap up into something there. If we had more wind shear and more instability, not more wind shear, we had more turning with height and more storm fuel instability. These little kinks we're seeing probably would have became something throughout the evening today. But luckily, we had a lot of wind shear and we've had a lot of storm fuel for this time of year, but there are still some thermodynamics that are missing with these fall and winter and even early spring events. So if we had just 1 or 2 more things working together for us, these probably would have been a lot more intense in nature with the event today. But luckily, we didn't go that route. So.
Yeah, and actually, I just have a damage report in Du Bois County. It just looks like northeast of Jasper. Reports of a tree down via 911 call center. So some sporadic damage still being reported. That was from this line as it moved through earlier. Have a report of a tree down. Maybe just southeast of Jasper, actually near. It says. Celestine area. Must be really small. Can't find that on the map, but it's over here.
It's over there somewhere.
It is in Du Bois County. There's a tree down somewhere in Du Bois County per 911 call center. It just says tree down. I don't know. I don't have any other information than that, but there's a tree down. But our warnings are getting skinnier. I'm not really seeing any reissuance either, at least right now. So hopefully we're on the downtrend here. And our line, Ryan, is still maintaining a very linear storm mode, but also it's becoming less wavy. Mesovortices are becoming less and less frequent. Pretty very expected, I think, at this point in the line. Just a lot of things coming together to allow it to stabilize a little bit more. One, our wind shear is becoming less directional. We don't have the winds backing at the surface that we did in Northwest Indiana, Western Indiana, Illinois line earlier this afternoon. Another thing, our instability is waning quite a bit, especially that we've lost the sun. We have enough instability and lift to promote showers, thunderstorms, and a gusty line here. But in terms of the overall severity, without that instability, it's really putting a cap on how far we can go in terms of severe criteria, despite having the wind shear that we have. Just because you have wood and like a fire ready to go, you can't really start a fire without a match, and you really need that instability to really support the severe weather. Think of it like supplying oxygen to a fire. Without that, you're really limited on what you can do. So that's some good news here. We are on the downtrend here, but still some sporadic wind gusts are still possible here throughout Indiana. I don't want to say the severe risk is zero, because it's definitely not. We have parameters in place that could easily support severe weather if there's pockets of instability that these storms can find themselves in before they exit.
Check out that area of rotation again, Caleb. It's starting to hold hands, as you call it. Not very intense on the velocity, but it's starting to kind of couple together.
A little bit, not super tight. I wouldn't say it's a zero risk, but it doesn't look very tight. But it is there. Ryan's not wrong. There's a couplet there near Hardinsburg, US 150, northwest of Fredericksburg or west of Fredericksburg. So it is something to watch. There is a tornado possible tag on this warning, so National Weather Service watching it as well.
And there's also a damage report out of Jasper County, not Jasper County, the Jasper area a few minutes ago as well.
Yeah,
from the storm.
That was that tree down I mentioned, I think.
Yeah, it is.
I can say that's the only LSR I see in that whole area. I'm like, he's got to be talking about that tree unless something's not loading.
This is the result of being live for 4 hours, not sleeping last night, being live for 4 hours yesterday, and making 35 forecasts in 12 hours, and not sleeping the night before. So I'm running on fumes here, guys. Bear with me.
And the only lightning strikes, Ryan, are in East Central Indiana. Not a lot of lightning strikes within this line.
Yeah.
Could be some cloud to cloud, but they just canceled the warning. The warning has been allowed to be canceled or expired for Winchester, Newcastle, expired now. So we are down to 2 warnings here. One expires in 5 minutes, and the other expires in 4 minutes. So we'll see if we get anything reissued here. Both warnings expire here within the next 5 minutes.
If we can expire all the warnings, Caleb, we can probably hop out of here.
Yeah, I'll probably stay on just a little bit, but right now it's definitely on the downtrend, which is good. We want to keep it that way. Going in here for the remainder of the night, though, we're going to see a cold front come through. Temperatures are going to drop. Something else I want to talk about, though, into tonight and especially into early tomorrow morning, we're going to see west-northwest winds really pick up. Sustained winds 30 to 35 miles per hour, especially north of Indianapolis. We could see wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour. Non-thunderstorm related. These are just synoptic winds or winds associated with an area of low pressure moving through the region. And that could cause some spotty tree damage, maybe an isolated power outage or two, especially north of Indianapolis tomorrow. The entire state is currently in a wind advisory for this, with the strongest winds being north of Indianapolis, gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour possible late tonight into tomorrow morning. So we're not out of the woods yet, even though the severe weather is coming to an end. We're going to have a lot of wind overnight tonight and into tomorrow that could cause power outages throughout Indiana. You're going to hear the wind pick up overnight tonight behind this cold front. Temperatures are going to drop by 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit overnight tonight in less than 12 hours. We were in t-shirts today. It was humid. It was a nice spring-like day today. We go back to winter tomorrow. Lake effect snow, northern Indiana. In fact, I'll take a break here from the severe weather. These pink boxes that you see here on your screen, it's kind of hard to see here. I don't have them shaded. Winter weather advisory for 10 hours, 48 minutes here. Gust 2 to 5 inches, totals of 6 inches possible, southwest lower Michigan. So this is lake effect snow. But with the winds of 30 to 35 miles per hour, gusting to 50 miles per hour, if you're traveling in LaPorte County, Elkhart County, in the South Bend area, and even the 131 corridor here in western Michigan, be careful. There's the shaded advisories there, and also winter storm warnings there for the Kalamazoo, Allegan County area, and southwest lower Michigan. Very dangerous traveling conditions due to the wind-driven snow, visibility, whiteout conditions, almost blizzard-like conditions in places just with the visibility. Not so much with the totals, but the visibility is the big driver up here over the next 36 hours. Whiteout conditions, anytime you have blowing snow with winds gusting to 50 miles per hour, even if Ryan, we can't rule out a 60-mile-an-hour gust coming off Lake Michigan tomorrow. Just very strong winds coming off the lake. We could have swells on Lake Michigan, waves reaching 20, 25 feet on Lake Michigan. So stay off the piers, beach erosion, lakeshore flooding, all of that possible here tomorrow across northwest Indiana, western Michigan.
Some of the latest data that we're seeing, Caleb, for the lakes could but they could have waves up to 32 feet in some spots on Lake Superior. And up to
Crazy.
30 feet up on Lake Michigan. I've never seen those types of waves in my time forecasting. Some of the highest I've seen personally.
Yeah.
New warning.
There we go.
New warning incoming now. We have a extension, of that warning in southeast Indiana. Go ahead and take back my other radar with the county names on them so I can read those off. We have Decatur, Jennings, Jackson, and Rush counties until 9:30 p.m. Hazards on this: 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, as well as a possible tornado. So we are back in it again until 9:30 p.m. Our live coverage continues. I see some comments about Seymour, if you guys are in the clear there. The answer is yes. The line has moved over and past you. It's just raining now for you guys. So overall, you guys are A-okay there. I'm keeping a close eye up here where I live too. I'm up here in Michigan right now broadcasting, and there's actually some rotation heading my way right now. Yeah, Caleb, I may have to go check something out. I have some rotation over about 20 miles to my southwest. I might take a look at radar. But I might pop out of here and check that out. I am in the warm sector over here, after all. You're muted, by the way.
You're looking at by Adrian?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking at.
That's cute. All right, back to Indiana. Ryan's so tired he's looking at rain clouds, but that's okay. Anything's intriguing in December. But we do have this warning extension, and it's actually the last severe thunderstorm and the only severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana at this present time. It does expire in 29 minutes. We have a tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and penny-sized hail. Really, just the warning that we've seen here tonight. There's a look at velocity here. It really doesn't look super impressive. Strongest portion of the line here, southern portion of the line. A little bit of rotation here, perhaps. This would be just south of North Vernon, southeast of Seymour. A little bit of rotation maybe, but mainly just straight line winds here. But winds up to 60 miles per hour, penny-sized hail, and a tornado possible. But Seymour, you're in the clear. Columbus, you're in the clear. Greensburg, Should be lightening up there for you any minute there. Worst of it just off to your south and east. Batesville coming into you here pretty soon. Metamora, Connorsville, same with you guys as well. Richmond, you're going to see some gusty winds here soon as well. No warning for Richmond or Union counties at this point in time, but could have some gusty winds for you guys as well. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see some gusty winds in Richmond. May not quite be severe criteria, but winds 30 to 40 plus mile per hour, definitely possible in the Richmond area over the next few minutes or so. Moving south along the line here, if I switch radars here, we'll go to Louisville's radar here. Pretty decent gust front here, and maybe even a little bit of rotation on the leading edge. Nothing super significant at this point in time, but we could still have a brief area of rotation form. Not out of the question. A lot of wind shear here tonight. See a question about Muncie. You're in the clear. You guys can go to bed. Just rain for you guys. Really, we're just limited to extreme portions of Southeast Indiana. If you're not in Southeast Indiana, you're good to go to bed. Yeah, tornado watch is still in effect. Though it doesn't look like they're going to issue any downstream watches. I'll go ahead and toggle it on here to show you what's left of the tornado watch. It's very, very skinny. In fact, the rain is hiding a lot of the watch. And they canceled the watch, Ryan, for portions of Indiana. We have a northern portion of the watch still in effect and the southern portion of the watch still in effect. But Bedford, Salem, they canceled the tornado watch for you. And we'll likely see this northern portion here canceled probably very quickly as this line is now moving out of the watch area. I don't think there's a lot of time left in our tornado watch. Our only severe thunderstorm warning. I'll go ahead and read the counties affected here. Southeastern Rush County, Decatur County, Bartholomew County, Jackson County, and Jennings County. 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we do have a tornado possible tag in it, although I really don't see any rotation at this point in time, or at least nothing that really jumps out to me. But we could have some shallow embedded rotation that the radar is just not picking up on, but nothing that's super strong, at least that I see at this point in time. Hopefully that trend continues. This is our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana at this point in time. Just a continuation of the previous warning that was there. This line should be out of Indiana within the hour. Not a lot of time left for this line here in the state of Indiana. It is still moving off to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings for southern Indiana. If you're right on the Ohio River, though, near the Alton area, maybe a little bit of rotation there, but some gusty winds there, perhaps to 50 miles per hour, at least on the velocity that I see there. Could have some strong winds, still some gusty winds associated with this line in places. But I don't see any areas of strong rotation.
New severe warning for Fayette and Union and Wayne counties till 9:45.
That'd be up in here. And that is 60 mile per hour, tornado possible, and penny size hail. That does include Richmond, Indiana, and also Connorsville, not included, but it would be the line that just went through you. Liberty, Indiana, is included on that as well. That was issued by the National Weather Service in Wilmington, Indiana. That is their first warning of the night that office has issued. 60-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible. And yeah, I'm not arguing that warning, as that line does show some gusty winds associated with it. And I'm starting to see a little bit of rotation, Ryan, near the Palmyra area. A little bit of a hook on radar there, a little bit of a notch on the south side of our warning box. Switch radars here.
Near Palmyra.
Yeah. Right in there. Just a little bit of a kink there. And Ryan's phone is jingling there behind the scenes.
If you know, you know. All I'm going to say. That alert is very specific. So if you know that alert, you know what's going on. How do I shut this off? Just going to shut it down completely. Don't mind me, guys.
So we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings still in the state of Indiana. Our recent severe thunderstorm warning, we'll have to see if we get any. Hey, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's actually for that area of broad rotation I was just talking about. Louisville is not wasting any time putting a warning on that. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag. The rotation is not strong enough for a tornado warning, but they went ahead and put a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning on it for 60 and penny-size hail. And the area of broad rotation is right in the middle of the warning box, just north of Palmyra, near Martinsburg, moving east at, I assume, 50 to 60 miles an hour, 45, a little bit slower. An area to watch there. So we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. All of them, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour wind. Seems to be the going trend here for the night here in Indiana. Our southern end of the line is moving into Kentucky, out of Harrison County, Perry County. So that's some good news there. Moving across the river, exiting Indiana. So we were down to just pretty much extreme southeast Indiana here for this line here. Richmond, Indiana should be clearing out here in just a little bit. Some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds still, but should be lightening up here pretty soon. Vincennes is clear. If you're not in southeast Indiana, you're clear. And this line is moving off to the east southeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. And a little bit of pretty decent rotation here, Ryan, on extreme southern Indiana, right on the Ohio River. We could see this move in back into Indiana over the next few minutes as it crosses the river again. But a nice hook echo here, Ryan, on a nice notch here south of Corydon, Indiana. Getting ready to move into Kentucky and then back into Indiana here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But that's one of the stronger couplets I've seen here in a while.
Also watching that area in Washington County to the north of that. In that warning polygon, there's a little bit of some rotation there worth monitoring.
Yep.
Yeah, Vincent's in the clear. Go to bed. You're good.
Radar's not updating behind the scenes. Might need to refresh it. And new severe thunderstorm warning now. Coming in right down here. Here it is. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour.
Crawford and Harrison, new warning.
9:11 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles south of Carefree Town, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Well, they're not carefree tonight. Sorry, I just had to say it. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and possible tornado associated with this severe thunderstorm. It is moving off to the east at 40 miles per hour. So the line has slowed down just a little bit, but a pretty decent area of rotation on the northern end of the warning polygon here, moving into Kentucky, and then it'll move back into Indiana. There's the latest scan. So the area of rotation is small, but it's there. Is now in Kentucky, and it is going to move back into Indiana in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes here. And that would be Harrison County, just south of Corydon there. Area of rotation right in here. You can see the hook on radar on the left hand of your screen and just north of Cedar Flat. A nice area of rotation right in there. If we turn on our debris tracker, I don't see any debris. Nothing there, just raindrops. So no sign of a tornado in progress, but there is some rotation there associated with this storm as well. Very nice hook echo that'll be moving into southern Harrison County here in the next few minutes or so. And the warnings disappeared again. They'll be back. They are still there on every other radar I have here behind the scenes. So, and that rotation is still there, Ryan. The latest scan actually has it intensifying just a little bit. Have to keep an eye on that there. Very nice pronounced hook on radar here moving into southern Harrison County.
Yeah, it's very defined. They're one of the best I've seen tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to
Rotation
keep.
itself isn't as impressive as the actual representation on radar. So,
Yeah. Worth watching though. No indication of debris or anything like that. Nothing that screams that a tornado is on the ground, but it is something to keep an eye on. Still some broad rotation, perhaps just the areas just to the north. That would be up in here, a little bit of couplet near Martinsburg, but nothing super impressive rotation-wise there.
I'll be right back.
And up here to the north here, Richmond, Indiana, you guys are in the clear, but you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds and a tornado possible. The worst of the line is just to your south in Union County now, just to the east of Connorsville. Liberty, you're getting hit right now, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. North Vernon itself is in the clear, but a pretty strong line of storms just off to your south and east, moving into the Lancaster area, 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible there. Maybe a little bit of rotation there, but not a lot to really write home about there in that location there. Back down to the south here, still hanging on to some rotation here. A nice hook on radar still. This is moving across the Ohio River once again, moving back into southern Harrison County. Nothing that suggests that a tornado is on the ground, but we are watching that area of rotation pretty closely. Sharon says it's coming through Union County now. Lots of wind. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you're in the worst of it now. And then it should be clearing out here probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But some pretty heavy rainfall here in Union County as well. Salem, you're in the clear. Yeah, once this line moves through, you're clean and green the rest of the night. So if you have yet to be impacted by this line, you're good. Again, always good to know where you are on a map. That way, when you look at the screen displayed, process of elimination here. So. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state, all of them for 60 and tornado possible within this line. Pretty strong straight line winds though coming into southern Harrison County here. And there's our tornado warning. So we do have another tornado warning here in the state. The National Weather Service went ahead and issued that warning on that couplet there. This is for southern Harrison County, now under a tornado warning. The box does not include Corydon, Indiana. And I like how this is issued right when the area of rotation broadens out a little bit. It was actually stronger back in here. But nonetheless, I'm not arguing the box that's put on here. Hazard tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 9 miles southeast of Carefree Town, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is for Harrison County, Indiana, just south of Corydon. Corydon not included in the severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. Area of rotation just to your south, coming up to 135 here. But it did broaden out in the last scan, so that's some good news, at least there. But we do have one tornado warning now in the state of Indiana. Our severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north, probably getting ready to expire or be canceled here, as the line is now exiting the warning area. It does expire in 11 minutes. The line is now exiting the area. If you're in Greensburg area, you guys are clear. The line is well off to your east, out of the county now. We have no additional counties such as Dearborn, Ohio, Switzerland. None of these. Ripley County, you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning. The line is approaching you. Could have winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour, perhaps. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary for you guys. But for right now, you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning. We have 3 warnings down here to the south. A little bit of rotation here near the Borden area. Just kind of broadened out there in the last scan. But we do have tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds. Back down south to our tornado warning. Based on radar trends, we did have a strong couplet. Right in here, you can see how it forms, and then it broadens out to become more of a straight line wind event. More so over the last few minutes. Could still be a little bit of rotation right in there, but it did look to broaden out in the last few minutes. You can kind of see how it has more of a boat out front to it. That would indicate more so straight line winds versus tornado, at least at this time. But still, it was strong enough just a few minutes ago to prompt a tornado warning. And we do have that tornado warning still in effect for 25 minutes. Corydon, though, you guys are not in the tornado warning. You guys are okay. Sirens may be going off. Your alerts on your phones will be definitely going off if you're in Harrison County. But this tornado warning is for the southern half of the county. If you're north of Corydon, especially north of 64, you guys are okay at this present time. Maybe a broad area of rotation up here near Georgetown, but nothing too eye-popping at this point in time. But we have a tornado warning again, Ryan.
Yeah, I saw it. Saw it pop in there.
And should be seeing this severe thunderstorm warning, I would think, be canceled or expired here soon, as the line is now east of the warning box. And there you go. But
Clark
we left.
Floyd, 9:45 p.m. new warning.
And that is right down here. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds. It does have a nice little hook on radar here. We're going to have to watch this area pretty closely. Looks more impressive on reflectivity than it does velocity, what our winds are actually doing. But you can see, here comes the latest scan. Take a look at it. You do still see a little bit of a couplet there just north of the Georgetown area coming near Floyd's Knob. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that area here pretty closely here for any intensification. And our rotation is back a little bit. We have cycled through. We still have a little bit of a couplet here now, just south of Corydon, right in the middle of the warning box, coming up to State Road 135. That area of rotation still hanging on. And that's the strongest of the two currently right now. I don't see anything that screams a tornado at this time, but the rotation is there. So interior room, lowest level of your home, if you're south of Corydon, it broadened out a little bit, but it recycled and kind of reformed a little bit. And with these shallow areas of rotation, that's not uncommon for these areas to do that, for them to kind of go away a little bit and then rapidly come back. And it may have been there the whole time. It's just so shallow, the radar has a hard time picking up on that.
That image you sent me, Caleb, I'm going to say negative at this time.
Okay, my thoughts as well. So interior room, lowest level of your home, and away from windows. This is radar indicated, and this is moving east at 40 to 50 miles per hour. And we do have 2 additional warnings here: tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds for these 2 polygons just to the north, to include the Georgetown area, as well as Sellersburg, Borden, Starlight, and Martinsburg. Martinsburg, you're actually in the clear.
Caleb, we have some data here off the airport radar at TSDF. Granted, it's a little further away than KLVX, but we do have 2 radars here working with our working in tandem here. It looks like the airport radar actually may have a little bit lower beam, just a bit lower beam.
Perhaps. Either way, it still shows 2 couplets there and a little bit of rotation nonetheless.
Looks like that warning has been trimmed.
Yep, just a little bit. You see that skirted back. That was a severe thunderstorm warning. The
And the
tornado
tornado
warning.
too.
Yep, just a little bit. I'm going to switch to the airport radar here. It's just coming into view here.
They trimmed back Meade County in Kentucky, so it doesn't apply to us here in Indiana. That area of rotation continues, also tracking a little bit further south on the border there, a pocket of gusty winds there, basically on the Indiana-Kentucky border.
Yeah, I can't rule out
70
maybe a little bit of
winds.
rotation developing on the north side of that too.
Yep, I'm looking at that too. There's a little bulge out there, and then
Yep.
902 scan.
Yep. The warning didn't cancel. It'll come back. It just disappeared on this radar software. And a sliver of a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for the Vernon area and Batesville area. But I would expect that to be canceled here pretty soon, as that line is now out of the area, with the main focus being our 3 warnings here in southern Indiana. Kind of an interesting feature there on radar.
Yeah,
And that is developing a little bit of
latest
rotation there.
scan there is definitely a little bit more concerning there. Luckily, it's not affecting a large populated area here, but it is on the Kentucky-Indiana border. Worth noting here, this would be moving in toward Laconia or Lasonia. That's the only town that I have on my radar. I switched off of WeatherWise to Radar Scope because WeatherWise was not updating. New warning now, new tornado warning incoming now for that southern area. Tornado warning in effect for southeastern Harrison County. Radar indicated rotation. So the area that we just mentioned is now being warned for a potential tornado. Kudos once again to NWS for being on top of the ball. Latest scan ramped it up, and within seconds we have a new warning being issued. So kudos to them for being on top of it tonight.
Yeah, in these types of setups, low K pi shear on these QLCS setups, things can happen very quickly too.
Yep.
And there's a lot to look at on radar. So it's a very time sensitive situation, and it can be quite stressful for everyone involved. So a big shout out to NWS tonight. And NWS across the board tonight has really done a phenomenal job of getting warnings out in a very timely manner from Paducah, Louisville, Indianapolis, Northern Indiana, and our Chicago, Illinois offices as well. Have really done a really good job, really stellar job here this evening and this afternoon. Just well communicated and well published across the board. So shout out to all of those hardworking men and women tonight. So 2 areas of rotation. I'll circle them on my screen outside of Muckport. And then just south of Corden, we have 2 areas of rotation. This one here may have broadened just a little bit, but the southern area of rotation is still going quite strong. In southern Harrison County, both of these areas are in southern Harrison County. No indications of a tornado on the ground. And my power just went off and back on.
Wind is ramping up across northern Indiana tonight, so expect wind gusts between 40 to 50 with 55-mile-per-hour gusts possible throughout the state. And hopefully you don't lose Caleb here because my energy is depleted and I do not think I can continue by myself. I'm kidding, I will, but I don't want to lose Caleb here.
I don't want to lose Caleb either. But 2 tornado warnings can continue, both of them of which are in Harrison County. There's 2 separate warnings in Harrison County for 2 separate areas of rotation. We have a northern couplet here south of Corydon, east of 135, north of State Road 11 coming into the Dogwood area, New Middletown area. This one here a little bit weaker, but the southern one's still going pretty strong, just east of Muckport, just about 2 miles north of the Ohio River in southern Harrison County. So we're in extreme portions of southeast Indiana. 2 tornado warnings in effect here. And also a weak area of rotation just north of the New Albany area, showing signs of intensifying just a little bit. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning for you.
Good news with the latest scan down further south, Caleb, is the rotation did not organize further.
No.
As far as I'm aware, on radar scope here. I got the new scan, looks A-okay there. It still remains, but it is not at least strengthening right now.
Yeah, but regardless of a possible tornado, getting some pretty strong straight line winds there in the form of RFD, which is rear flank downdraft. It's essentially the exhaust system of the storm. As you get wraparound around your mesocyclone, it pulls some strong winds down to the ground, and you could have straight line winds even without a tornado of getting close to 65 plus miles an hour, Ryan.
Yeah, I'd say
in that
sure.
little pocket of blue there, 65 plus. See that little bulge there, just north of the Ohio River, and even like an old mini comma head right in there too. A little bookend vortex feature on that hook echo. But still enough rotation there. The tornado warning remains in place. No sign of a debris ball or anything like that on radar, which is good. Don't see any debris being wafted at this time, but the rotation is certainly there. It wouldn't take much for a tornado to form there. But the good news is we're in a pretty rural area here as well.
I do want to say if you have damage from today's storms, we do have a sponsor who can take care of you. Rutgers Tree Services across Marion County. Go ahead and get hold of Rutgers Outdoor Services if you need their tree service needs if you have damage from today's storms.
Absolutely doing great work there in the Indianapolis area and surrounding areas.
Number to contact them is 317-665-3969. And again, that's Rutgers Outdoor Services. They do tree service for the greater Indianapolis region. Latest scan continues the rotation down there across Harrison County. Does not look to be on the ground right now, but as Caleb mentioned a few seconds ago, there's a pocket of straight line winds. I'm getting 75 here on GR2, Caleb, in the heaviest pocket of that. And that's at 400 feet. Well. That's at 400 feet. So that is quite concerning.
Yeah, some of that likely mixing down to the surface.
All warnings to the north of this, aside from Clark and Floyd counties, have been allowed to expire. So we are giving nearly the all clear for most all of the state, minus these last couple of counties that do have warnings on them.
Yep.
We are getting awfully close to the end of our coverage here. So hopefully by 10 o'clock we'll be off of here. But in the meantime, we have a couple of severe warnings in effect here and still a pair of tornado warnings that continue.
I'm going to look at the airport radar here just to see what it shows.
It's not that impressive. KLVX is better.
I agree.
I just put a picture up of the damage over at Indiana Weather Network on Facebook. We have some structural damage in Linton. Looks like a downtown building had a partial collapse of its facade. Also getting a lot of tree pictures down and also sheet metal that is wrapped up in power lines.
So maybe
That-
some lofting there.
Yeah, usually we don't see the sheet metal in power lines and trees unless we have some sort of lifting mechanism. And straight line wind doesn't usually do that. So that kind of makes me scratch my head like maybe we could have a spin up there. Obviously, we're not going to speculate. We'll let the Weather Service survey if they decide to survey and determine from there. But it could have been straight line wind damage or it could have been a tornado tonight in
Yep.
Linton. We don't know yet. Let's let the Weather Service do their job here. And if anything is confirmed, we'll let you guys know as soon as we know.
Yep. And this line is still racing off to the east-southeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Perhaps maybe a little bit slower. Area of rotation, there's the latest scan. Still hanging on just south of State Road 11 and east of State Road 11. State Road 11 takes a jog here. Roads here, if I zoom in, do I get a name? Yes, I do. Hooptown Road and looks like Merck Road or Mark Road. Looks like Merck Road. That is where the center of rotation is. And this is moving off to the east towards the Macedonia area, north of Evans Landing. I'm going to go probably pretty close to the Macedonia area, probably here in the next couple of minutes or so before it exits Indiana, goes back into Kentucky. But
New
still
warning
hanging
now
on.
for Floyd and Harrison County until 10 p.m.
This is a severe thunderstorm warning, penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But we do still have that tornado warning, a northern tornado warning for an area of rotation. That area of rotation, which maybe still a little bit there, coming near Elizabeth, has weakened quite a bit, and it's more straight line winds at this point in time. Our main area of concern is off to the south of State Road 11 and east of State Road 11. Still showing signs of decent rotation there, hanging along for at least some time here. No indications of debris being lofted, and my power is still really flashing. That's concerning. Winds across the state tonight will really pick up. Scattered power outages are expected tonight into tomorrow. This is not severe weather related. This is what we call synoptic winds, or winds associated with a pressure gradient, a change in atmospheric pressure associated with an upper level low that will be moving through. Our upper level low is doing something called cyclogenesis. It's a big fancy word for basically it's getting stronger. The pressure is dropping, hence the area of low pressure is getting stronger. As it gets stronger, the winds increase. We have a bigger change in air pressure. As the air compresses around our area of low pressure, the tighter the pressure gradient, the stronger the winds. And winds across northern Indiana could gust late tonight into tomorrow, 50 to 55 miles per hour. We have wind advisories across the entire state. Winds south of Indianapolis sustained at 20 to 35 miles per hour, gusting to 40 to 45. North of Indianapolis, sustained winds at 35 to 40 miles per hour and gusts to 50 to 55 miles per hour. And we could have a few sporadic gusts to 60 miles per hour across northern Indiana, especially near the lakeshore, near Lake Michigan especially. Could have a few gusts to 60 miles per hour tomorrow and early this morning here. So very strong winds moving into the state tonight. Few power outages are possible, especially across northern Indiana or across Indiana where trees have been weakened or power lines have been weakened from area storms here today. So while the severe weather may be exiting Indiana, we have strong winds coming into Indiana associated with an Arctic cold front And I do want to reiterate, if you're driving tomorrow, northern Indiana, I-80, 131 in western Michigan, whiteout conditions from lake effect snow is expected. Totals 2 to 4 inches across northwest Indiana. Think Elkhart County, LaPorte County, northern LaPorte County, and perhaps maybe Steuben County as well. Could get it on 2 to 4 inches of snow and winds 35 plus miles per hour. So whiteout conditions, even blizzard-like conditions possible in terms of visibility, getting down to less than a quarter of a mile with those strong winds. So do be careful on the highways tomorrow if you're traveling along the lakeshore in northern Indiana and western Michigan, especially. Combination of strong winds and blowing snow. Winter is back tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed the 60s today because we won't see it the rest of the year.
Caleb, are we going to see the sun before the new year?
Maybe a little bit tomorrow. We'll have to see. I think we'll be partly cloudy a little bit tomorrow, especially central and southern Indiana. More lake effect snow clouds, northern Indiana. But we may see a peak of sunshine. We'll have to see how the clouds clear out as we exit this system. I don't think we'll have 100% sunshine, but we may see some peaks here and there. That helps, but it's still cold.
I want to mention something important here, Caleb. If you take my radar last night and being displayed right now, hold on.
Once you get it up, I'll put it on.
There we go.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I'm going to change it to 2-panel. Watch these winds here. The radar sight is right here. Okay. The winds are over here, the bright green colors. I'll go ahead and make it to 1 panel. There we go. Let's make it wind. There we go. The bright green colors here, those are your heavier winds. This is being shown at 492 feet, 72 miles an hour. So the radar sight right here, the closer these storms get, all of a sudden, we're losing our color rapidly. So these winds, Caleb, may actually be elevated above the surface. Just a smidge. Because
Yeah, because
now,
our radar beam here is about 100 feet off the ground, if
at
not maybe a
200
little bit
feet,
less.
there's only about 35 mile an hour winds. So these strong winds may actually not be mixing to the ground as efficiently as before.
Yeah, there could be maybe an inversion or planetary boundary layer, perhaps. But either way, the winds were strong enough for the National Weather Service to issue a warning just in case some of those winds were mixing down. Can't say for certain. The winds were definitely there aloft if they weren't mixing down to the ground. They were there a couple hundred feet off the ground. But hopefully they didn't mix down. That'd be best case scenario there. And our line, Ryan, is only a few miles from exiting Indiana.
Hallelujah. Been live for almost 5 hours here.
We maybe have 10 to 15 minutes left here on our stream here, and then we'll hop off once it exits Indiana.
It's been a day, guys. For December
And
28th
then-
standards, it has been a day.
I'll be here working behind the scenes, probably trying to get some forecasting done before my power goes out because I'm still flickering.
How's the wind out there you guys are at? You guys getting gusts right now? Or it's pretty calm out there? Let us know.
Yeah, temperatures are going to drop 30 to 40 degrees overnight tonight across the state of Indiana. It's going to get cold. It'll feel like winter tomorrow. So I hope everyone is ready for that. I can just hear the excitement in the room.
Caleb, the more pictures I see out of Linton, the more suspicious I am here because
I am as well.
It just looks like some of this damage. I mean, I'm not going to forgo.
I don't
the
want to
wind here,
speculate, but I do see signs of lofting, which is interesting. I'm very curious to see what emergency management and the National Weather Service will determine here. If Linton is confirmed as a tornado, it would be our 61st tornado for 2025. Currently, we're at 60. But the damage indicators are intriguing by the pictures I'm seeing. Obviously, we're not on the ground there looking at the forensics or where the debris came from. you can have sheet metal on power lines if the sheet metal roof was higher than the power lines and it was blew off onto the power lines. So a lot of different things to look at here, and why you can't judge a book by its cover without seeing the full picture there. And that's where forensic meteorology and forensic engineering experts go into it, and they'll look to see how the buildings were constructed, radar trends, and also debris patterns as well. A lot of forensics go into it, and it takes time to figure that out. But if it was a tornado, it would be our 61st for the year. But we just can't confirm that. It's up to EMA and the National Weather Service to come together and look how the debris was caused, and a lot of things go into it. It's impossible to judge a book by its cover without being there on the ground and having that data available. So
Absolutely. We are in the last 10 minutes of the stream, Caleb. This is looking like we're going to be clearing to stay here any minute. Looks like Ohio, Switzerland counties are yet to go, but these should clear pretty rapidly, I have to imagine. For the most part, even in the southern part of the state, that tornadic portion of the line is now pushing off into Kentucky. So we're going to be clear here next 5 or 10 minutes.
I would agree. For the rest of the state here tonight, winds are going to pick up out of the west northwest. They're going to be switching here. They're out of south southwest here today. Those warm temperatures are now going bye-bye for the rest of the year. We're going to see winds switching out of the west northwest at 20 to 35 miles per hour sustained, with wind gusts tonight gusting to 50 to 55 miles per hour north of Indianapolis. South of Indianapolis, gusts up to 40 to 45 miles per hour. So winds are going to get very strong here tonight, especially across northern Indiana, where we could see 50 to 55 miles per hour, and we can't entirely rule out a 60 mile per hour gust somewhere. So scattered power outages are expected. Yeah, very windy. Yeah, really close to high wind warning criteria too. It's a high end wind advisory for northern Indiana, right at the threshold. And it really doesn't matter if we're in a high wind warning or wind advisory at this point, whether it's a low end event or a high end event for something. It's going to be windy, and the effects are going to be felt the same. Scattered power outages expected north of Indianapolis. Tree damage possible, shingles blown off. If you have any Christmas decorations up, now is the time to make sure they are tethered. Otherwise, they're going to go on vacation to Ohio overnight tonight and into tomorrow. So before they fly away to Ohio, make sure they are put away or secured to prevent that from happening. And same goes with your trash cans too. Your neighbor doesn't want to pick up your trash can. So please make sure that's secured as well. It's going to get very windy.
Janelle, we are no sleep for the weary over here. We are jumping right into Michigan operations as soon as we're done out of here. No sleep.
Yeah, lots going on to our neighbors to the north here tonight. The UP of Michigan has blizzard warnings right now. We could have winds gusting to hurricane force winds off Lake Superior tonight into tomorrow. Gusts to 70 miles per hour coming off over the Keweenaw Peninsula in Michigan, over to the Marquette area. On combination of that, they're going to get a foot of snow. Some areas could see double-digit snowfall, like 22 inches of snow possible in the Marquette area coming off the lake, in combination of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming off of Lake Superior with 30-foot swells out over the waters. That's just hard to comprehend.
Some areas, Caleb, are going to see 2 to 3 feet of snow.
Easily, where those bands set up could easily put snowfall rates out at 3 inches per hour on top of 60 mile per hour winds, gusting to hurricane force winds. We have storm warnings, I believe, over Lake Superior right now.
And Lake Michigan too.
And all ships are advised not to go out in the waters. They're in port right now. It's too dangerous for shipping lanes right now on Lake Superior for risk of capsize. So very dangerous waters on Lake Superior. We're past the gales of November at this point. It's extreme up there right now. So be glad we're in Indiana. We'll take our 50 mile per hour wind gusts over a blizzard and 70 mile an hour winds any day.
Absolutely.
Although the storm chaser side of me says I really kind of want to experience that at least once.
We have chasers going up to the UP tonight, should I say. Freddie's up there already. Then tomorrow we're going to have several chasers out across lower Michigan.
Yep.
As lake effect snow will ramp up there as well. Caleb, I don't know if you we're gonna do this just because why not? We're talking about it. We have cameras up in the UP. I'm actually watching them right now. We have
Yeah,
a
we can put 'em
camera
up.
by the Marquette area, and it has really begun to ramp up there. And if you can look in the lights, I'll zoom in here. I'll up the quality once I have control over this. Give me a second. It's frozen for me right now, but I'll up the quality on this. There we go. I'm going to zoom in. The wind is already really starting to whip this. Where's my? There it is. There we go. Check out the wind there. That
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah, and that's
This is
calm
just
compared to
getting
what
warm.
it could be. It's just warming up.
Yep.
It's really hard to comprehend what hurricane force winds could look like in a snowstorm. And they don't have all their snow yet either. They're going to get an additional 1 to 2 feet of snow.
Caleb, I
Uh.
don't want to speculate here, but this snowfall, if you notice, has already accumulated several inches. And it's
Yeah,
just
I'm looking
starting-
at the old tile tracks there compared to the new tire tracks there, and there's at least probably what, maybe 3 to 5 inches there, easy.
at least, at very
Yeah.
least.
It's hard to tell with it blowing like that, but either way, just imagine an additional 1 to 2 feet, winds gusting to hurricane force winds on the lakeshore. We're talking power outages, likely up there, tree damage, and freezing spray. Ryan, heavy freezing spray on the lakeshore from the waves, creating spray that blows onto the lakeshore, and that can of itself, the freezing spray can pull trees down into the lake easily as well.
Yep. Caleb, we are clear to end the stream, actually. We have no severe warnings. Or we have one warning, but the storms have exited the state of Indiana. So we are
That's
clear to
correct.
exit.
Yeah, if we want to show radar one more time before we exit, and I think we'll be good to go.
It is all on you.
All right. I'm going to go back to one panel here. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is still including Harrison County a little bit, but the storm itself is now in Kentucky. And we have a little bit around the Ohio, Switzerland County, still hanging on. No warning for you guys yet, and it really doesn't look too bad. Maybe winds 25, 30 miles per hour. Sub-severe. We have 1 tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. Know anybody on the I-75 corridor, Pickawa, Sydney, Ohio, north of Dayton. Switch on Wilmington's radar just to look at that. That's interesting. And not a lot happening there. But we could have some gusty winds there if you know some friends on the I-75 corridor. In terms of Indiana, we're clear. The winds are going to pick up. It's going to get very windy. In fact, let me do something here real quick just for fun before we jump off. I am going to show you. Let me drag this. Maybe. Maybe. Here we
There
go.
we go.
I'm going to drag this onto the screen here. These are wind chills tomorrow morning, by the way. We're going to be below 0 wind chills. Don't everybody shout yay all at once. Here's our temperatures from here on out tonight. Wind chills of -5 to -10, central and northern Indiana. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It'll feel like a slap to the face. There's just no sugarcoating it. It's going to get cold. But what I really wanted to show you was the wind gusts associated with this system here tonight. Here's our cold front moving through right now. Here's our westerlies coming out of the northwest. Winds gusting to perhaps over 50 miles per hour north of Indianapolis, with winds sustained at 30 to 35 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 50 plus miles per hour across northern Indiana. Think especially from Indianapolis to south of the top row of counties here. This zone, including US 30. If you're driving a high profile vehicle, especially on 69 between Angola and let's say Anderson, do be very careful on the highway. These types of wind gusts, if we get a sporadic wind gust of 50 to 60 miles per hour, that can especially topple an empty load, high profile vehicle, campers, empty 53-foot trailers. Do be very mindful of that if you're driving on the highway. And gusts over 50 miles per hour, likely across northern Indiana tomorrow. These winds are going to mix down to the surface. Power outages are expected here across northern Indiana tomorrow. And tonight. The winds start tonight. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow. But look, we're getting winds at 4 a.m. already gusting to close to 50 miles per hour across northern Indiana. So the winds are only going to go up from here. And then by Monday night, Monday afternoon, winds calm down in quotes, gusting to 30 to 40 miles per hour by 6 p.m. tomorrow night. And then by Tuesday morning, gusts to 20 to 25. So it is short-lived relatively, but it's going to be potent late tonight into tomorrow morning. Between probably 2 a.m., 1 a.m. to about 11 a.m. tomorrow are the strongest time frame of winds. Very windy across Indiana here tomorrow. So with that being said, our severe thunderstorm warnings have now 100% expired for Indiana. We are alert free in Indiana, and that is a good time to end the note of our severe weather coverage and hopefully the last severe weather coverage of 2025 here in Indiana.
Appreciate you guys watching. We're going to roll the outro now. We're going to hit the content because we have forecasts make for tomorrow. Don't be caught off guard. Snow for northern Michigan, possible, as well as significant wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles per hour tomorrow, overnight tonight and tomorrow. So with that being said, we're going to end the stream now. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to end the stream here at 4 hours and 55 minutes. Enjoy your evening, guys. Stay safe out there. All clear for Indiana here on December 28th.